this recording right now, Christmas has just been over. I mean, wow. What an awesome Christmas. I hope everyone had a great holiday. I sure as heck had one. Um, I got to have it with my family. I couldn't ask for anything better, but I hope everybody's doing well. Um, Before I forget, everybody, if you haven't checked out our YouTube page, like, subscribe, check them out, man. We are building up. These videos are coming up more and more, and I love seeing the views that are jumping up every week. It is amazing. I'm still getting very new to YouTube, but think I'm doing pretty well, man. I got to give a shout out to our YouTube channel right now. We're almost at the verge of almost 47 subscribers right now, so that's a big deal. Obviously, Spotify and stuff like that, we're way bigger, but I'm just now upgrading to the YouTube stage. So other than that, we're doing very well with that. Also, guys, if you're not checking out this nice, wonderful white hoodie, I know Christmas is over, but guess what, guys? Get your merch, man. The link is gonna be below. Check it out on Bonfire. And I'm also doing a nice little pre X Christmas thing. Like Christmas is over, but you know what? I'm still gonna do the promo code Buzz20. You'll get 10% off of all your purchases. That's right, guys. Buzz20 is the promo code, and it will get you some money half off for your awesome hoodies. We also got T-shirt, Razorbacks. I mean, list goes on and on. And I'm also on the verge of hopefully getting a shot glass made. So fingers crossed, we're gonna see what we can do with that. But one thing I just want to say, I'm very appreciative of this podcast in general. The outlets that we've had, the guests that we've had this year has just been remarkable. And I mean, I'm just so excited every single record, excited to see what my guests bring out of me. I mean, sometimes I just get the introduction of when they message me and when we link up and we start deciding what we want to do. And then when we get into the episode, it's just amazing what we learn for every recording. But guys, today I'm not going to disappoint y'all at all. Again, today, guys, I'm gonna join with my friend Ono Northy. Ono Northy, guy, literally is 8 hours ahead of us. So actually, it is 11 o'clock. I'm at 10 o'clock our time right now, and it is pretty early over there, even though it's the next day. So 8 hours ahead of us, man. I mean, it's awesome everybody get this chat on. So, guys, I'm not waste any more time. So, when the countdown goes from 30 to 1, I will be joined with Ono Northy. And guess what, guys? And that it starts in now. All right, I'm joined with Ono Northy. How you doing, man?
Fantastic, Warren. How about you?
I'm doing well, man. It's quiet. I mean, can't go wrong. I mean, I'm usually with my daughter like 4 days out of the week. So literally during the week, I'm with my daughter all the time. So nighttime, I very appreciate it.
Yeah,
My
I get up
3-year-old will
early.
have me up running.
Yes, I get up a lot. I get up pretty early for the same reason. It's quiet and get some creative work
Oh
done.
man.
So yeah,
Oh boy. It's so appreciative. And it's just like sometimes when it's this quiet, you're just like, it's too good to be true. Unreal Tyson there. So you're just like a little kid's like, all right, now I'm energetic. It's nighttime. But you know what? I'm good to go. Let's go.
nice, nice.
So
So
no,
what do
oh
you want to
no,
talk about
where
today?
are you actually currently held at right now?
Qualicum Beach is a small town in Canada. In Canada.
Okay, in
Yeah.
Canada. All right. How's it going on with all the COVID stuff? Is it kind of slowed down now over there?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a pretty small town, so it never really impacted us in a major
Hmm.
way. Mostly in like large urban centers and stuff is where
Yeah.
I mean, we're 30 feet away from each other already, so yeah.
So are you born and raised in Canada?
Yes, sir. I was born in Nelson. We moved to Vancouver after that, then to Richmond, then to Surrey, and then finally to Qualicum Beach. So yeah,
Okay. Have you seen any like big differences from all the areas that you've been in Canada, or has that one
Oh yeah.
been like your main favorite one?
Oh yeah. When we moved from Surrey to Qualicum Beach, some of my friends asked me, they said, like, is it any different? I said, yeah. Well, like when you wake up and like 2 a.m. and you hear all those bang 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 bang, and you're like, oh, is that gunfire or is it fireworks? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's basically the same thing, only here it's like, oh, is that like a swallow or a robin that's chirping in the beautiful meadow? So, I don't know.
Less dangerous. Less dangerous. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's awesome.
Qualicum
So
is beautiful. Everyone here is super nice. And yeah, it's just I don't want to encourage immigration though. So no, it's terrible. It rains all the time.
he's trying to keep it secluded, guys. He's
That's
trying
right.
to keep
That's
it
right. It's
secluded.
good to just wait
Just stay in your lane.
it. Well, my dad always used to say whenever anybody asked him about Canada, he always say it rains all the time. Just don't come here.
Oh, I know about rain. I live in Florida, and
Oh
it
yeah, yeah.
rains. It rains a good portion of the year.
So
It might be.
if you're from Florida and you visit
Mhm.
Vancouver or Palm Beach or anything like that, you'll notice that it smells like flowers here. And so
Really?
that's really cool because I didn't know that until I went to Florida and then I came back. And when I came back, I was like, wow, the air here smells like flowers. So you get used to it and you don't notice. But
You got
yeah,
that fresh scent back,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, it's different. Yeah.
So how many times have you been to Florida?
Just once for my honeymoon. It was actually pretty
Mhm.
cool. My wife, she said, "Where do you want to go for your like for our honeymoon?" And I'm like, "You're gonna think this is lame, but like, I want to go to Disney World." And she's like, "That's where I want to go." I'm like, "Good." Married you for the right reasons. Yeah. So we actually went to Disney World, and then we went on like a Caribbean cruise after that, and stuff like that. So it was beautiful. Yeah. And
That's
man,
a way to celebrate. That's a
yeah,
way to
man, it was
celebrate.
great. And the food was so different in Florida. It was like we went to buy like a salad and it was like really expensive, but then we wanted to get like an all you can eat buffet and it was like $3. It was a very different thing. It was like, oh, okay. So like so we would go to the all you can eat buffet and like it wasn't even an all you can eat. They just gave you a lot of food, and then we got this food and we would eat it throughout the entire day. Like it was like one meal would last us the entire day.
Hey,
Yeah,
there you go, meal portion.
yeah. Well, and I eat a lot. Like in Canadian portions, I eat the family size. Like whatever whatever they give, like that's what I was eating because I was a
Mhm.
martial arts instructor at the time, so I was on 5,000 calories a day just to maintain my size.
Yeah.
I was exercising all the time, and I went there and I'm like, yeah, I'll get the large calzone, right? It took me 3 days to eat. It was the size of a sheep, It's like, all right. So yeah, Florida's built different.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I will eat this, but it will take me a while. Yeah.
That's awesome. So Uno, tell us a little bit about yourself. We know you live in Canada and stuff, but let us know who you are.
All right. Well, I am currently an author and an investor. I used to be a martial arts instructor. I am a father of one. He's 7 years old. My purpose is to try to put a seminar's worth of entertainment into a fictional, enjoyable story.
Mhm.
So whether that be a book or hopefully in the future it'll be we want to turn it into an animated series as well. So that's the
Okay.
penultimate goal. But right now it's just the book. So yeah, that's me.
Fingers crossed, it might be a Disney possibility. You never know.
No, probably not Disney. No, it's a little too graphic and violent for that. So although having said that, Disney doesn't really have that brand anymore. I mean, now they're doing Marvel movies and stuff, but so who knows? Who knows in the future? Yeah.
I was ecstatic when I heard they said they were gonna let all things go with Endgame, because I was like, I mean, if Disney plays with that too much, I'm just like, it's not gonna look real to us.
What
And
a
the way
what a
they did it, I was like,
masterpiece.
I was like, yes,
That
yes.
I think Endgame might actually be my favorite movie. And it sounds like, oh really, your favorite movie is a comic book movie? But like I'm looking at it, I'm like, I love that movie. Like when spoiler alert
The
anybody,
ten
but
year journey, the
but like
10-year
yeah, right?
journey.
And like to not disappoint. Like I love the first Matrix movie, but the third Matrix movie was like really? That's the best you could do, you know? And like, but I mean, to build to something up for 10 years and not to disappoint. I mean, when again, spoiler alert, but like, you know, when he picks up that hammer, like I still get chills.
Hmm. They
I've seen
still
that
talk
scene
about
like
it.
how many times? I still get chills, right? It's amazing. It's a masterpiece of yeah, performance, writing. Everything's beautiful. So yeah, I love that movie.
It's crazy to see how they're gonna continue, but man, with that Spider-Man coming up, I'm pretty excited to see how that's gonna go. I
But
mean, I'm a fanboy for sure when it comes to these Marvel films.
I think one of their main benefits is the casting. I mean, like the
Hmm.
guy they cast for Spider Man is amazing. Like he's like I teared up
The
watching
best
him.
Spider-Man,
Yeah,
the best
yeah.
Spider-Man right now.
You know, he's like Ultimate Spider-Man, I would say. Like from the comics, I would say
Hmm.
Ultimate Spider-Man. You know, like, but like I literally teared up just watching him just be Spider-Man. I'm like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, I mean, they
Yeah,
have an unfair advantage with Nick Fury because he's actually modeled after Samuel L. Jackson. So really, you know, it's like you got Samuel L. Jackson to play Samuel L. Jackson, so that's you know whatever. But yeah, I
it
mean,
fit
the
his part.
casting is
It fit his part though. I gotta admit that definitely was pretty interesting how they did his character. He didn't make him look weak, but he made him look tough still in ways. Like the skits that he put Sam L in, like he looked like he was a badass, and
yeah,
it was like really cool. And I was just like, he didn't do much if you really think about it, but it's like he didn't look bad either. So they did perfect for him and stuff. And I mean, a big shout out to them on that Endgame movie, man. I was so excited from start to beginning.
yeah,
When it told me it was 3 hours long, I was like, challenge accepted. I'm ready to go.
yeah.
And the first time ever I watched a movie that long, and I'm literally like, I could watch it again.
It's true.
Like it
Yeah,
was like that great to me. And a lot of people are like, well, I didn't really like Endgame. Well, you might have some questions about your life. I don't know what to tell you.
I'd have to ask you why. Like, what? Why do you like it? Yeah, that's one of those movies that I mean, in my social circle, it's just universally liked. So I was like, wow, really? Well, you know, some people don't like it, I'm sure. But you know what I said afterwards? I said it's okay. Like, like if the rest of them end, like if all the rest of the Marvel movies are like, eh, I'm okay with that.
Hmm.
I'm okay. Like I've got,
That was the
you know,
ending point. I really
yeah,
thought
yeah, I've got a
when
complete
they
meal. You know, if you start a new Marvel universe after this with new people and everything else, like cool, I'll go see your movies, right? Like I haven't seen the Eternals or the you know the
I
Angelina
haven't
Jolie one,
seen it yet
right?
either.
I'm like, it might suck. I don't care. I got my end game. I'm happy. You know, if
That's
there's
all we
another
need.
run after that, that's just greedy. Like, okay, you know, fine. You know, I'll take it. But yeah, yeah,
We'll take it. If the rest of them suck, Endgame was good. That's all we needed.
exactly, exactly.
Tony Stark. That's all we needed.
Yeah, yeah. There's some edits going on online where people put in the what is that ACDC's Iron Man song
Hmm.
instead of what they played for when he snaps,
Hmm.
and like ooh, it gives you
Yeah.
chills. It's well done. Yeah, yeah,
It was. I'm so. Oh my gosh, I get so excited talking about it sometimes, man. It's just. It blows my mind because people actually told me that like real Marvel fans were like, it was okay. I'm like, what the freak you mean okay? Like
wow.
3 hours of the movie, did you just sit there and go 3 hours of the movie? I'm just sitting there like, hey, I don't need no popcorn or nothing. I'm good to go.
I mean, you know, like I got a wall of comics that's I don't know, like 5 feet by 5 feet cubed. So I don't know, you know, and I think I consider myself a pretty decent comic nerd, and I liked it. I thought it was great. Uh,
Absolutely.
I mean, I am typically more of a DC guy. Unfortunately, the movies are terrible, but the but like the, you know, as far as comics go, so maybe I missed something, but I really
Hmm.
liked it. I thought it was great.
I'm looking forward to Black Adam, so I'm curious how that one's gonna be. I mean, I'm a
Yeah, it
big
could be
rock
cool.
fan, so
Yeah, it could be cool.
really, I'm very I'm lenient when it comes to his products and stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna like it, whatever. I there was a couple of them I didn't care for, but Black Adam, the best part for him. I mean, The Rock looks like a damn superhero, so finally
Yeah,
he gets to be a bad guy. So we'll see
yeah.
how that goes. But
It's a crying shame that they didn't cast Jason Momoa as Lobo because he
Hmm.
literally looks exactly like Lobo. Like he looks nothing like Aquaman. Aquaman's supposed to be a dweeb, the guy who played Chris Evans. He would make a great Aquaman. Like he's all clean cut, and I wear an orange shirt. Like that's that's his deal, right? He would
I
have made.
literally wondered what they were doing with the Aquaman thing. I
I
was
mean,
like, man, y'all did this to make women happy because there ain't no way in heck this was
yeah,
based off of what we wanted.
yeah. I think it is impressive how bad DC has done of a job of making their movies, considering the talent that they have brought to the table and the IP that they have. I mean, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, these are fantastic characters, godlike figures. The stories are all written already. You could literally just copy a
Hmm.
comic book story. And their animated shows are fantastic. Like if you look at all the DC animated stuff, they're great. But for some reason, they just, I mean,
They
they
can't
can't
fit.
do
They
it.
can't figure it out.
Somebody told me that there's like a Snyder cut of Justice League and it's better than the other one. And I told them, I said, I
It
can't
is.
do it. I can't do it. It's like going back to an abusive spouse or something. I can't do it. Like I've cut ties. Once you do a reboot, maybe. But right now with this whole thing that you're doing, like, no, I'm out. I'm out. I can't do it anymore. You can't hurt me
I
anymore.
will vouch for it. It was actually really good, but it was super damn long. And I mean, it felt like a whole day I thought I was spending watching this movie for a second. Because I was just sitting there, I was like, how long is this movie? Like,
Yeah.
I get it. You made it look good, but what are we doing with this? I was just like, 3 hours? Oh my lord.
I mean,
But it
they
was
split
good.
they split the Marvel movies into two when they needed to, right? So like, I mean,
Hmm.
take a page out of that book,
I was
right?
like,
Well,
you wouldn't have needed to do that if you got it right the first time. Like, literally, I was happy about Ben Affleck being Batman because, in my opinion, he fit that role to me. Like in a cartoon, nice bachelor look. Ben Affleck was that guy. I honestly did not believe Christian Bale was that character from the beginning. I didn't like the alternating voice, which
hmm,
that trademarked him, but I like Ben Affleck as the Batman because he fit the role that I grew up watching in the cartoons and stuff. I
the funny
mean, when
thing
I
is
was a
when he
kid,
comes out of
obviously George Clooney decided he wanted to play Batman. That was yeah,
Batman Jew. My favorite part about that one is the sock puppet where they just like ran out of CGI budget. Like, the sock puppet. What? The inflatable
oh
crane.
man,
Yeah, yeah.
that was
The
that
fight
was
scene
interesting.
the fight scene in Batman v Superman where he comes up out of the floor and he fights all the people and he like
Hmm.
blows up all their guns and fights them all. I thought that was very like Arkham City, like the way that he was
Yeah,
moving through them and everything else. I thought it was a great scene. Um, I wasn't a big fan of how many people he murdered, but I like but I thought that the choreography was very good.
hmm
Yeah, and I'm not sure
yeah.
how he managed to throw the giant thing, but
We'll leave it at that. That's
yeah,
exactly what. It don't even need to be brought out what that thing was. It was just. It was like when I watched it in the theater. I was like, why?
yeah,
Like I'm like 12. Actually, I was like maybe 13 or 14 when that Batman came out. I'm like, this is stupid. Like 14 years old. I'm looking at him like, this is retarded.
yeah.
I thought it was gonna be good with Arnold Schwarzenegger playing a bad guy. I mean, at that time, Arnold Schwarzenegger was the guy.
True
Like
enough.
muscle
Yeah.
guy, that role perfect. Uma Thurman played good as Poison Ivy, in my opinion. Chris O'Donnell played great as Robin. I'm a fan of Alicia Silverstone, but I don't think she needed to play Cat or Batgirl, whatever they were doing for her. And then George Clooney, that was just like, all right, we wanted to just please women for this one. There ain't no way George Clooney was supposed to be playing Batman.
I think it's always hard when you have like Bruce Wayne and you have Batman, right? And
ER must have been a real good hit for him to get that
I,
role.
I always thought it would be a good idea to have a live action Bruce Wayne, but a
Hmm.
CGI Batman. I think that would be a really
Yes.
good, and then you could get like Kevin Conroy or something to do the voice for Batman. But then,
Hmm.
and you could have like whoever, like it doesn't matter, just some random handsome guy could be Bruce Wayne, who can act, right? And then he becomes Batman, and he's moving through the shadows and stuff like a CGI creature instead of
Hmm.
a guy in a rubber suit, right? I just think that would be, it would really do justice to the Batman role, I think.
With you describing that, is that kind of like in a role like you got for your animated series or something like that?
That's a cool idea. I hadn't thought of that. I think it'll probably be fully animated because I want it to run for 15 years. And I think if you
Hmm.
use live action people, actors age, and so that would just
Yeah.
be problematic. You get a guy
Hmm.
who's in his 70s or something playing a role, and then you go for 15 years. It gets statistically more likely that you're going to lose that
Yeah.
actor, and so whereas voice actors, you can like if Mark Hamill doesn't do the voice for the Joker, it's a crying shame. But there's people who can kind of do the voice, and so like life would carry on. So
Hmm.
yeah, that's why I think it has to be animated. And the reason I want it to be a 15-year running series is because I want to change the cultural zeitgeist with my series, and that takes approximately 10 to 15 years to do. So
Yeah, it takes a while.
yeah,
I'm amazed like how I'm shocked to see how all that process is to like make an animated series and to keep that longevity go. I mean, I was a big superhero fan, so obviously all the superhero shows, it just seemed like those were the ones that kept growing and keep going. And
mm,
then obviously the real version, which everybody knew they were fake, but the Power Rangers were so more updated every year. Like they had something new every time. Those were like the only things that I ever really saw that longevity wise was those two scenarios, like the Marvel and DC characters, and then the Power Rangers. As a kid, that's all I saw is the things that kept going, and then of course we're wrestling, and those were like really the only things I was really intrigued watching because they had such a length to them. Some of them was just like you see a cartoon and it would go maybe 2 seasons, and it's just like, yeah, Beetleborgs ain't going to beat Power Rangers, so we're throwing that off the script.
yeah. I think the nice thing about animation is that it gets dated much slower than live action does. I
Hmm.
find, like you can look at say a cartoon from early 90s, right? Like say
Yeah.
Batman the animated series, right? Early 90s, I think
Hmm.
that's kind of when that came out. It's still good today. But if you look at like a live action TV show or even a movie that's that old, you can spot all the bad CGI, the editing isn't as sharp. And there's just something about live action that seems to degrade over time. Whereas
Right.
animation seems to have that longevity, that staying power a little bit more, I think. As long as the animation is good to start with,
Yeah.
like Ghost in the Shell.
I've seen some bad ones. I've seen some bad ones that get that
Absolutely.
stint.
But you look at like an animation like Ghost in the Shell, right? Like it is an art piece. It's beautiful, right? And that movie will be beautiful 20 years from now. But the
Hmm.
live action Ghost in the Shell will not be, because everybody will go, oh, look at that effect. Oh, that's cheesy. Oh, that's not, oh, that's not realistic and stuff like that. Because I mean, I love the second Matrix. I thought it was great. I know a lot of people don't like it, but whatever. It had everything that I
The
wanted.
to be continued part pissed me off. Like
Yeah, I
that
mean that
part, like
that is a
two
little like,
hours in, and
yeah.
it's just like, no, 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 you did.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's like it had like what, like a 40-minute car chase scene or something. I mean, it was like
Yeah,
it was at least 20 minutes. It was crazy, right? It was a
that
crazy,
was
right?
intense.
And it had like the Smith fight, and it had like the like he's flying and he's saving people, and everything. It had everything that I wanted it to have. I thought that the first movie, Matrix, is the Matrix movie. That's it. That's all you need. You just need that first movie. The second
Hmm.
movie is like, so what's all the cool stuff you can do? And they just did all that cool stuff. And then in the third
Hmm.
one, they tried to explain it, the whole movie. And
Yeah.
yeah, it really fell short in my opinion. But I really liked the second one. I thought it was great. But
What do you
if you
think
look,
about the newer one?
I don't know. I refuse to watch any trailers. So I will see it. I will go in hopeful and optimistic, um, because I love the Matrix as a
So you haven't
concept.
seen any trailers for it yet?
Zero. I
Oh
know.
man,
I
I'm a
know
big
that.
trailer guy, man. I would live on YouTube just sitting here watching trailers for a moment.
Well, all my YouTube is all I've trained the algorithm, so it's all stock stuff. So I don't get any movie trailers or anything like that. Whenever I look at anything that is not stock related, I use incognito mode so that it doesn't wreck my algorithm. So it never
Oh,
recommends
okay.
anything that's other than stock. So that
I need to do that when my child has my YouTube then.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's great because YouTube is a fantastic university if you train it to be, or it is a great
Hmm.
way to waste 7 hours if you train it to be, right? So there's all
Hmm.
kinds of stuff in there that I'm sure I could watch, whose line is it anyway, marathons or something like that, and I would be totally happy doing that. But I've trained the algorithm so that it does what I want it to do, which is basically be a university for free. Um, and there's a great app called Video Speed Controller that lets you listen to insane speeds. So I can actually listen at 4x now, like while I'm learning, and actually with comprehension. So
Oh wow.
it's a fantastic tool. I highly recommend it for anybody who wants to like speed learn, basically. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I definitely consider that. I like that. That's pretty cool. Um, you were mentioning something about martial artists and stuff like that. Like, how long did you do that for, and what made you actually want to go from martial artist to being an author, and then now doing more with the animated series and stuff that you're doing now?
So I think there's only two purposes in life. There's increase the awesome and decrease the suck. And mine has always been to increase the awesome side of things. So when I was a martial arts instructor, I was very addicted to that moment of transition in somebody's eyes when they go from knowing that they can't do something to realizing that they just did it. I
Hmm.
I love that. I could live off of that like Superman with the sun. I could just I could just live off of just witnessing that emotion all the time. It is my favorite thing to facilitate. Um, and when the martial arts school shut down, I was lost at first, and because I thought that my purpose was to be, super sensei, to be like a coach or something like that. That was what I felt that I was on this planet to do. And I talked to one of my martial arts instructors, and I was just sharing with him this, I wouldn't quite call it a depression yet, but at the time it was I was very very sad, and he said, "Well, what's the things that you love to do about martial arts?" And I explained, all the things I just said about, facilitating growth and all that stuff. He goes, "Well, you don't need a martial arts school to do that." And I was like, "You're right. Like, I don't. I could do this with anything. I could be a public speaker. I could be, an author, right?" And so I started thinking about like things that scale, right? Because a martial
Hmm.
arts school is a fantastic thing, but it doesn't really scale. Not really. There's some online schools and stuff like that, but it doesn't really do what a live action martial
A
arts class
purpose,
does.
yeah, yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, how could I do that? So I thought maybe I could be an author. Um, and so I kind of wrote up this idea where it started when I was a kid. Well, actually, no. First, I'll start at the martial arts school. So, at the martial arts school, one of the things that my students would ask, mostly teenager students, is they would say like, "How did you get so awesome?" That was the thing that they asked, and I'm like, that is like a really hard, like just like I don't know, practice, eat your vegetables, right? Like it was hard to come up with an actual answer. So I wrote like a really short book, and I called it "The Key to Awesome," and I sold it to all the students, and they all read it. And like years later, like some of them like a decade later, they still email me saying like this book
Oh
changed
wow.
my life. I as a result, I'm like running my own business now, and or like my relationships are strong or whatever. Like it was just like it really really impacted a lot of people. And I was dumb. I was like 24 or something when I wrote it. Like I didn't know anything, but like it was still better than what they knew, right? Because they were only 14,
Hmm.
right? So I was like, wow, like what? So I thought, okay, you know what? This book is great. Like I'm going to share it with the world, right? And I tried to sell it, and nobody bought it. And I was like, okay, so like that's unfortunate, but oh well, I tried, and it didn't work. And then I remembered a very specific moment where my mom, she when I graduated high school, she gave me a book, a self
Hmm.
development book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and I uh, I didn't read it. I put it on my bookshelf, and it just gathered dust. And that's it. And then when I was about 24, 25, something like that, I actually saw that book in like a used bookstore or something. I'm like, oh, hey, I've never read this book. And I bought it. And then I went home to put it on my very well alphabetized, but not very well dusted bookshelf. And it was like, oh, I already own this book. And I took the book out, and it had this beautiful inscription in it, like, I hope this will change your life, and all these beautiful things that, like, from my mom, right? Now, what was the problem with that? Well, was it my mom's fault that she gave me a self development book? No, right? Was it the book's fault? Is it a terrible book? No, it's, bestseller, right? So what was the actual problem? The problem was I was a teenager and I didn't want to read a self development book. That was the problem, right? So that's kind of like when the light turned on in my head, and I'm like, right. When the age of imprinting is when you are in high school. That's when you develop the majority of your beliefs, your worldviews, uh, everything, right? So
Hmm.
if you could somehow get self development into that age bracket, you would really change the world. Like, it would be a phenomenal difference, because it is so much easier to make a really cool person than it is to fix a broken adult. It's so
Yeah.
much easier. Like, to just teach a teenager or a kid or something like that. Like, when I was in the martial arts school, it was so easy because they're just like, they wanted to learn, right? So you just teach them,
Hmm.
like, you want to kick high, read this book. And they'd be like, okay. And they would read it and they would change their life, right? But like, adults, on the other hand, you have to fix them because they have all these preconceived, insecurities and
Hmm.
emotions and all these things that are, and so I'm like, how could I do that? And I'm like, could I make a book series and ultimately a TV show? But could I make a book series that was like sex, violence, explosions, car chases, self development? Could I do that? Could I make it like so that it was something that everything that I want as a teenager, right? Does it have boobs in it? Does it have explosions in it? I'm in, right? Right? Could I make it? Could I make something like that for teenagers that would also teach them like an entire seminar's worth of mindset, and make it in a fun way? So it wasn't boring. It was fun, right? It was
Hmm.
like imagine if you watched Star Wars, right? And afterwards, you could actually use the Force, right? Like, that would be pretty amazing, right? That would be
Hmm.
really, really amazing if you're like, I watched this movie and now I can use the Force. So I made like the magic system kind of self development based, so that, I don't know about you, but when I watched Star Wars, I tried to move stuff with my mind, right? I'm like, oh, I wonder if I could do that, right? Like, I think most people try to do that. So I'm like, if you make the magic system something that's actually usable, actually something that would actually work in the real world, would people try it out? So
Hmm.
it was just a thesis. I'm like, I don't know, maybe, right? So I wrote this book. Anyway, a couple years later, I actually got, and I'm going to frame it at some point, but I have not framed it yet. But I actually got an anonymous note sent to my website. Starts off with "Yo, dog," which is my favorite part. Right? It's like, "Yo, dog, that shit you wrote, it's called C3 Gus in the book, but like, that shit you wrote, the C3 Gus, bullshit. That actually works. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, I tried that shit on my mom, and like, that shit works." And I was like, yes, I know. Right? Like, I know it works, but like, they they thought the way that they phrased it was like it was an accident. Like, I know you
Hmm.
just made all this stuff up and it's not actually supposed to work, but just so you know, it actually does. That was kind of the way they phrased it, right? And I love that. That is literally the juice for me now. It's like that stealth mindset where it kind of gets in before we get all calcified and dogmatic and everything else. Um, so yeah, that's a long answer, but that was the mission. Yeah.
Hey, at least you found the purpose. I mean, that's I love how you said with about karate school and stuff like that. Because when I used to do professional wrestling, that is one thing that you had to look at doing was finding a wrestling training school, and then obviously work yourself up. If you graduate from the training school, then you could just start going and wrestle other shows and stuff, and be able to grow yourself up, try to be on WWE or something like that. Like everybody wants to be. Everybody wants to be in WWE. Everybody. Well, not anymore. Now that there's another product out there, but everybody wanted to go to the big dance. Obviously, that's what they wanted to do. So I love how you said, you know what? I don't have to do this. I could do this, be an author, and also do this. Like you have so many different creativity things, and that's kind of like how I saw with doing this podcast. Is like, you know what? I'm not completely done. Like, I mean, when I wrestled and stuff, I felt like I didn't have much left. I was like, hold up. I wasn't even in my 30s when I retired from wrestling. there's no way I'm sitting here like dead, tired, and I can't do anything else. And I kept seeing these podcasts and stuff. I'm like, you know what? I can do this. Like I saw Stone Cold do one. I'm like, he's probably the one that most un weirdest personalities you could possibly see. And if he could do a podcast, I got this. So I've been doing it now for almost 2 years now. So it's crazy to see how much this has progressed and stuff. And I love how like how you said about writing a book and stuff. Like you just were young and you're just like, hey, I'm gonna write this book, and it actually changed people's lives. That's how people. I'm amazed every time people sit here and say, "Hey, man, I liked your podcast this week." I'm like, "You sat down and listened to this? Like, you wanted to hear me talk through your Bluetooth speakers?"
Yeah.
So that's pretty awesome, man. That's pretty cool that like you got to have that creativity, that creative mind to build something that big and something like that. And obviously, you got a lot more in the making and stuff. So how's that been going so far? Like with everything processing and all that.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been such a wild ride. I've learned just incalculable amounts, just like of how to craft the story properly.
Mm-hmm.
My first draft, I had my wife read it as like my first reader, and she got to I think chapter 1 or 2, and then she wrote back borderline illegible. So thankfully it's come a long way since then. But yeah, it's been an amazing journey. It only was going to be one book because I just
Hmm.
had this really sort of cheesy, uh, generic story. Wasn't really like very well thought out and everything. It was sort of like actually the main character whose name is Steve Jang was a girl named Ezra. Like it was a completely different story, but like just kind of trying to write and just seeing if I could write a book. And I'd
Hmm.
written some self development type books, but I'd never written any fiction other than just like some stuff when I was a kid with my parents and stuff. We wrote some books, but it was by the time I figured out, I kind of I wrote the third book. I figured out how to write, and so I went
Hmm.
back and I edited book 1 and 2, and actually made them something that now I'm very very proud of. But like it was a process. Um, and when a lot of like junior writers, they'll ask me questions about like how do I get started and everything else, and I always say the same thing. I'm like, just write a shitty book. Like that's it. Just give yourself
Just do
permission.
it.
Yeah, just give yourself
Just
permission to
do it.
write a terrible book, and after that you have two options, right? You can throw it away or you can edit it into something good, but finish your
Hmm.
book because you don't learn from writing 70% of a book. You have to finish the book and then throw it out and start a new one. You got to
Hmm.
finish the book because there's a process of finishing a book that is important, and get really good beta readers and people who aren't afraid to hurt your feelings.
Be open minded.
Yeah, right. And actually listen to the feedback as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that critiquing that can go many ways. Like I, I mean, me coming from a military family household and stuff like that, critiquing was not a problem with me. Like literally, my dad would sit here and make jokes like, "Hey, you dumbass! Like how you doing this and you always doing this wrong or something like that." And I would just laugh. Like literally, from him having those perspectives. I mean, yeah, it might not sound that great, but it helped me with the critique and stuff. And I was just like, okay, that's not if that's what the best you got. Cool. Like I'll try to see something else, but that's not gonna make me cry or go hide in a corner and pout for a week or so. Like
Yeah.
critiquing does do a wonders, and that's one thing.
What
I
does
would.
what does Jocko Willing call it? Total responsibility, total accountability, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the military way, right? Is like you give total accountability, total. I wish I could remember what it was. I think it's total accountability or something like that. Absolute responsibility, something. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Whose fault is it? It's my fault, right? And it's like fix this, give me all the feedback I need so that I can learn and grow, right? Carol Dweck, growth mindset. Like it's if you don't have that, then all you really are is somebody who has their set talents, and that's it. Like, oh, I'm really good at this one thing, and that's it. I'm going to stay inside that zone, right?
Mhm.
But as soon as you embrace that ability that you are a human and you are an average human, which means you can learn, right? That's like,
Yeah.
we suck at everything when we're born, everything, right? You know, you can't lift your own head, right? If you are left alone for like 10 minutes at
I
a
love
time,
this metaphor.
like you can't do anything, right? And now you can do something, which means you had the ability to learn, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, I think that if people had to learn to talk right now, like let's just say nobody knew how to talk, and everybody all of a sudden it was like, oh, by the way, you can talk, and everybody just started learning right now in their adulthood. Like 99% of people would give up. It's way too hard.
Mhm.
Way too hard. Like you got to learn to move this piece of meat and spit and air, and you got to figure this whole thing out, and you got to make sounds, and then you got to figure out what sounds each little thing make. Like people would give up.
Mhm.
There's no way, right? Most people wouldn't even walk, right?
That's the sad part about this world, man. It's like literally people don't know what hard work is nowadays. Like
Yeah, well,
I've
they know what hard work is, but they don't think they can do it. I
yeah,
think that
they
I think
already
that,
in that mindset. It's just like, oh, like I give it a good example. Like if you see somebody on TV or in a movie role, and they busted their tail to be shirtless in that movie role, and they look at him and go, "Oh wow, how many times did you do steroids for this role?" Like,
yeah.
man,
Or I could do
you
that
can't
too
just
if
give
I had a
somebody,
professional, right? I could do
huh?
that too if I had a professional trainer. It's like,
Yeah, it goes so many ways, man. With me, I used to have a personal training background and stuff like that, man. I've heard it all. Like, oh my gosh, I want to get in shape. Okay, how many days do you think you're gonna be here? Well,
I could probably make it once a
I
week.
might go next week.
Yeah, yeah. I want to look like Chris Evans. Can I do that like 30 minutes
Oh
every couple
my
of weeks?
gosh.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my lord, I have numerous stories about that one. I mean, gosh, I remember what was the flavor of that month? Oh, it was Jacob from Twilight. Can
Oh
I
yeah.
look like him? I was like, first of all, you might need to go in the sun if you want to look like that. Secondly, you're gonna have to cut out the burgers and stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And I was like, well, you're
Now,
not gonna look like that.
now, movie magic aside, I mean, they don't drink water for like a day and a half
Nah.
beforehand, so they're all shredded and everything. So I mean,
Hmm.
I
They're
can give
drinking
them a pass.
soda and stuff like that. They're drinking straight sodium stuff. Like
Yeah.
I've when I was wrestling, I think the lowest body fat I had was almost 5%. It was sickening for me. And I mean, I looked great on camera. I took pride in it, but I was like, I'll absolutely never do that again. Like
Yeah.
that was just
Did you get like lightheaded and stuff?
um not necessarily really lightheaded because I built myself up like really where I was able to hold it out and like just go through it with the whatnot. But it just got to the point where it's just like, man, like I'm just sitting, I'm like, if I just touch this bread, I don't think it's gonna go well. Like it's just those type of things, and it's just like I don't know.
Yeah.
My 5% gonna go up to 8 after this, but no, it was just like I was constantly running, lifting at the same time, which I was doing more cardio and lifting at the same. And now I've just kind of like more leverage with mobility and stuff like that. I wasn't really worried about stretching and all that. I was just cardio and lifting. So I had a nice little size shoulders and stuff like that. And then my legs were pretty big just from running. And I took pride in those things. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause, there was most people was like, hey, guys that have a nice upper body don't have the best lower body. I'm like, yeah, I got both.
Yeah. But
But yeah,
the
man,
good
that
news
five
about it is it
percent.
takes a lot of sacrifice, right? It takes a lot of hard work and
Oh
a lot
my
of sacrifice
gosh,
to get that way.
you have to stay strict on your meals. I remember I had to cut down calories for that one time. Because what I would do, I would book shows based off of how I'm gonna eat. And
Mm.
so say like if I needed to be in a heavyweight type match, I was gonna bulk up to get prepared for it and stuff like that.
Mm.
So if I say like I had a big headline show for say in almost a month, okay, bet. I'm gonna go and put myself in getting that cycle to get ready for it. And then, all right, you're gonna go and try to fight this cruiserweight guy, and I'm like, oh, that's when I did that 5%. I was like, ugh, I don't know about this one again. And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the belt on you. No, you don't want the belt. No, I gotta stay like this. No,
Now, would they actually make you like go down in weight? Because like it's not like the
I want it more
UFC or something.
believable because some of the guys that I wrestled,
Yeah,
they didn't look like
yeah,
that character, so I wanted them to at least look presentable towards me and stuff. So say
yeah.
like
But
if
I
I
mean,
was the challenger or whatever,
Like Rey Mysterio fights the Undertaker. I mean, it's it's fine, right? Like you can you know
it, you'd be amazed. Like, man, you got a bunch of babies sometimes when you wrestle somebody in the ring. They're like, man, he
yeah,
looks like this. Okay, you could do the exact same thing. Like,
yeah,
might need to just go to the gym. I mean, not just say, hey, I want to be a wrestler and not go to the gym. Like, there's people like that. And they would get so mad at me when I would take the shirt off and stuff. And I was just like, man, that's not even fair. I'm like, how? I'm doing the same stuff you're doing, except I'm going to the gym. I'm literally taking discipline to put myself to this par to get there. And I mean, and it used to drive me nuts because I was just like, man, people just don't realize it just takes a little bit of hard work. You do the hard work, you're gonna get what you put the effort in. That's what I've always been believed. You will get whatever effort you bring in. If you putting in a piss poor attitude and a, a mediocre effort in the gym, you're gonna get mediocre results. I mean, it's just those type of mindsets that people just don't realize. Hey man, just start doing something. Don't just sit there and sit around at the house. And then you just be like, oh man, I don't like this dad bod. So what are you gonna do about it?
yeah,
Oh man, I'm not stopping drinking. I'm not gonna stop that. I'm like, you can still do that if you can just go to the gym. You'll look a little bit better. Like, my gosh.
I think people it's easier for most people to assume that you are exceptional rather than admit their own mediocre output of effort or whatever it is. And
And they
so
gotta put down anyone to make them feel better.
yeah,
Gosh.
or they'll say like, well, it must be nice to have your metabolism, or oh, it must be nice to
Oh, I hear
you know
that.
have the 4 hours it takes to exercise, or oh, it must be nice to blah blah blah. Right? They make it sound like you are this genetic freak, or you are supernaturally smart, or whatever, right? And you go, yeah, no, I get up 3 hours earlier than you do, and I exercise 3 hours more than you do, and I
Hmm.
eat better than you do, and I do that for a decade, and like that is the result, right? And but people go like, oh yeah, but obesity runs in my family. And you're like, right, okay. Is that because everyone in your family eats the same way? Like there's lots of people who
People
obesity
don't
runs
think
in their
that,
family.
man.
You know,
And I'll
um,
say this, like literally me going to the gym and stuff like that helps me with being around my daughter. Like my daughter is constantly moving, constantly active. And I tell people all the time, you don't have to be six pack or whatever when going to the gym, man. This just helps you in just if you just go on the treadmill once in a while, just go for a walk or something. Because when you have a kid, man, you gotta stay on your feet all the time.
yeah,
So literally, you want to at least take care of yourself, so where you can be like, you know what? Nice try, Annabelle. You're not getting me today. Like I got you. I can follow you. We got the distance today, but people don't see that, man. It's crazy. It's
yeah.
crazy.
We are what we habitually do. That's
Hey,
it.
I think that's the best saying for that
Yeah,
one. I like
we
that
are.
one.
We are. Well, it's not mine. I forget who it is, but it's a pretty famous quote. But yeah, we are what we habitually do. That's it.
You got it today. You
Yeah, it's
signed
me.
on to it today.
I'm a
It's
champ.
yours. It's yours now. Buzzing with Marlowe exclusive right here. That is
Yeah,
your saying.
exactly. There you go. Yeah, I'll
But
take
I
it.
don't know. What is the? I mean, obviously this episode's about to start having this be ending, sadly. But what are some of the futures that holds for you and stuff? And like, what are some of the things that we can look forward to with your novels, your animated series that you got in the works? What are some things that you are really really excited about?
the the first trilogy is out. Buy now, Amazon.com. The first trilogy is out, and I'm very, very proud of it. The second trilogy will be out in approximately 2 years,
Okay.
and the animated series will not be out for a long time, like a decade. It will not be out for a long time because I want to get most of the books written before the animated series starts getting made. I don't want to pull a Game of Thrones and have a situation where the author doesn't keep up with the TV show.
Oh my lord.
I never saw the show, but apparently the season finale was not the best. So,
Oh, I
uh,
heard all about that show nonstop, but the ending,
yeah,
oh my gosh, you talk about some angry writers. Oh my lord. I was
yeah,
just like, I thought y'all liked this show.
yeah,
Hell no, this thing sucked. Blah blah blah. I'm like, that's the first time I ever heard somebody be that excited about a show and
yeah.
mad about
Well,
an ending.
getting back to the end game, right? I mean, they had like I don't think it was quite 10 years, but it was a long time. The show was on for quite a while, and you know, maybe 8 years or something like that. And I think that they were invested in both the characters and in the story. And my understanding is that in the last season, the characters acted in ways that were outside of their character. You know, smart people made dumb
Hmm.
decisions. Nice people did mean things. Mean people did ethical things. You know, and a lot of the things that were promised. You know, the in writing they call it an open bracket, right? Where it's like something where
Hmm.
a storyline starts, it should end at some point, right? And a lot of them just sort of went like, "Hey, don't worry about it. You know, winter never came or whatever." I don't know. I haven't seen the book or read the book, but apparently, you know, winter is coming. It's a big deal. So yeah, I think that people were really upset. You know, very few TV shows end well. You know, like you look at
Really?
like break
I thought it was a different. I thought it was a different perspective. I thought it ends a lot better.
or like Breaking Bad ended fantastic. Um,
Hmm.
uh, I would say that the TV show Friends actually ended quite well. Seinfeld was all right. You know, it was okay. Um, but yeah, like I think a lot of shows they're not really designed to end. You know,
Hmm.
like I never saw Lost, but apparently they were just like, it was all a dream. Like they just like and they had all these, you know, because people read into these mysteries that you write. And for me, I'm really looking forward to once, you know, COVID's over and like Comic Con's back up and everything else, because I live for like nerd questions about my book. Because I'll be like, in paragraph 7, you mentioned this, but that doesn't apply to the ratio. And I'm going to be like, yes, it does, motherfucker. And I take out my spreadsheet and I'm like, I got it all figured out right here.
Got the glasses and everything.
Yeah, exactly. You know, right here. You know, you can just barely see it. I usually have a green screen behind me, but you can just barely see the
See the
uh,
Batman logo.
yeah, the Batman logo is up there, but the that's all brainstorming for the next series. So no spoilers, don't look. Uh,
Oh
but
no.
but yeah, like I have like my editor laughs because I'll ask him a question and he'll be like, "Who cares?" Like it doesn't like that will never actually be in the book. And I'll be like, I care because I need to know how this thing works, because at some point somebody is going to ask. They're going to say like,
Hmm.
well, wait a minute, like how did this aspect of the magic work when this aspect didn't? And I'm going to be like, well, let me pull out my spreadsheet and I shall show you. So yeah, that's always been really important to me. My dad is a professional artist, and he uh, he would put little he makes robots, and he would put a little driver inside the robot, and then he would seal it up
Okay.
so nobody could ever see it. Like you'd have to break it apart just to find the driver. Like nobody would ever see it's welded shut, right? Like it doesn't open.
Hmm.
But he put it in there because, like, you know, and I like stuff like that, like where it's like I'm making an art piece that is complete. And at no point will somebody point something out and be like, well, hold on a second. Like, did that happen? And I'll be like, yes, it did. And here's why. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe, you know, like the how it should have ended or the everything wrong with YouTube channels. I'm sure they'll find something and they'll pick it apart. But,
Oh Lord.
you know,
Oh Lordy.
I've done my best.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, yeah, that's it, right? That's it. You just try your best.
So you said about your first trilogy, it's out on Amazon and stuff like that. Check it out on Amazon.
Yes, sir.
Um, how many episodes was in that trilogy?
How many books are in the trilogy?
Oh yeah, how many books are in there? Yeah.
Three. So there's three books in the trilogy,
Okay.
and yeah, they get progressively longer. That wasn't
Okay.
intentional. I just did it by accident. Where it's just like the first book, uh, it's yeah, I don't remember how many pages, but like basically, it's like 200 pages is added to each one. So there's 200 extra pages in the second book, and then there's 400 extra pages in the third book. So they're getting progressively bigger. Um, I told my editor that it's for people who have uneven coffee tables that they have an option. They can get the small, the medium, or the large. So yeah, but yeah. So I don't know about book four. I don't know if it'll be even longer or not. Uh, Book four has nested storylines. So the can I don't think I can tell you much without spoiling something. Basically, a story happens within a story within a story within a story that is all relevant at the same time. So the second trilogy is very complicated to write. It'll be easy to read, but it's very, very complicated to write. It's kind of like writing four books at the same time. So it's
Really? Oh my
yeah, it's
gosh.
a tremendous undertaking, and mentally it was very difficult. Usually it takes me about 3 months to start a book before I kind of get the locomotion starts going, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay, I get it now. And then it's really fun. The first 3 months are usually pretty hard, but with this one, it was closer to like 7 months or something like that, where it's just
Oh.
like I still don't know what I'm doing. It's so complicated, and so many things are happening all at the same time, and like how to tell the story, because there's in wrestling, you don't just do the move, right? It's about
Mm-hmm.
how the move is presented. It's where do you look? How do you present yourself to the audience? Where are the cameras? When in the storyline do you pop out and attack the guy? When, you don't just go like, hey, I got a chair. Like you have to sell it. You have to be the role. You have to
You
be the role.
you
And
show it. You show the way to
yeah,
show the expression.
it's
I
the
love how you brought that out. I wish you could. I'd zoom in on what you're saying right there because a lot of people need to know what that philosophy of
yeah,
wrestling is.
yeah.
But
Like
that
if
is
you,
perfect perspective on that because you literally have to explain
yes,
what's going around, what's going on. And like how you said, that took 7 months for you to do that story. I can only imagine like
yeah,
what all you had to really, what your mindset had to be like, okay,
yeah,
this is what's happening. This is what can go on. This is what we can go with on this one. Make it go longer, whatever. But it's hard to write those type of books in ways because it puts you in a roller coaster. Like you just like how you just said, it just slowly keeps you going the
yeah,
first 3 months and stuff. So it's like you're just all over the place. You're just literally zigzag. You don't know if which one's going straight down or whatever. So I that I give you major props on that because that is got to be a tough task.
yeah. I have a philosophy that I think of it like a movie, and I say the camera is always on whoever is most interesting. And so
hmm
I know exactly what happens, but I don't know through whose eyes
How?
I see
Yeah.
that happening, right? And so it's always like, okay, how can I get the reader to know this without like spoiling something that's going to happen in the
hmm
future? And because I actually made up a word for it. I call it plot developmental. So if somebody says something plot developmentally, that would be like, as you know, your parents were brutally murdered when you were a child. And it's like, you would never say that. Like, no one would ever just be like, by the way, Warren, remember that time when we were 7 and you and I, it's like, no, you wouldn't, why are you saying that right before we go out into the woods? Like, it makes no sense, right? But like, people do it all the time in books and movies, especially in TV shows, because TV shows are so episodic that they have to constantly
hmm
remind the viewers of everything that happened in case they missed the last show. It drives me
um,
nuts. I
that
hate
blast from the
it.
past crap gets annoying.
Yeah,
Like when they
yeah,
do like that one particular episode where they just like they take the first episode and
yeah.
just kind of like change a little bit of the roles or whatever, and it's
The
just
clip
like
show.
why, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's just a dream. Like, come on, man, I don't want to see this.
Yeah.
Like you just ruined my week for this one episode.
And books are, understandably notorious for this because a lot of the time people have to wait like a year or something before they read the next one, so they don't remember what happened. And so
Hmm.
a clumsy author will basically do the equivalent of like previously on X-Men, and they'll just like do this like, 10-minute like data dump of here's all the things that happen. It's like there's a more eloquent way to do that. And,
Hmm.
and and the same thing when you're telling somebody a story, you want it to be experiential, not narrative. Not like, Warren was really sad because he was on his way to. No, don't tell me he's sad. Show me he's acting in a sad way, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And so, yeah, my philosophy is the camera is always on who's the most interesting, and at the same time, the story has to progress organically so that the even if the character knows something, the reader doesn't know it yet. And the only way to do that
Hmm.
is to
You
show the
have to
scene
read
from
it. Yeah.
somebody else's perspective so that they don't know either. And so then, and you can skip over information that way. And it's a very delicate balancing act to like there's one there's one chapter that takes place from like a greeter, sorry, the sample girl at like a Walmart or something, and like she's
Hmm.
not a character in the book, but the entire chapter happens from her perspective because she's watching these two characters interact, and it was just like she's the most interesting person in this scene because her reactions to them is more interesting than either one of their reactions would be to each other,
Hmm.
right? And so that's more the art form. Like the story part is also an art unto itself, but like deciding who tells the story, I think, is an art form unto itself, and that's something that I'm extra proud of, especially in I think that's book 3. I think I don't remember. But one of the books. Like, look for chapter
Hey.
Gertrude. I don't remember if it's in book 2 or 3. I think it's 2.
Trending chapter Gertrude.
That's right. Hashtag Gertrude. Yeah. I don't know how to make a G.
Hey man, that's awesome. So, um, that's really cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I definitely want to check out the first trilogy of those books, man. Obviously, guys, if you're not hearing it, check it out on Amazon. Also, man, oh no, go ahead and put your plugs in, man, so these people know where to get these books, where to follow you to find out what your upcoming projects and everything is, man. I appreciate you doing this. This was absolutely a blast.
Oh, thank you, Warren. I had a blast too. Yeah, you guys can find me on ononorthy.com, ONONORTHEY.com, or you can look me up on Amazon, and it's just the Shard Chronicles, and it's a picture of a dude with his legs getting blown off in a wheelchair, and he's shooting a gun, and there's a bunch of glass flying everywhere. And that's actually I didn't mention that the main character. It's an action book, but the main character doesn't have his legs, so he has to get pretty creative. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I
And
like it.
I mean, you can try to find me on things like Instagram and Twitter and stuff. I don't really, I'm not worth following, but you can do that. You can sign up for a newsletter on my website, but it'll basically just let you know when the next book comes out. I'm not going to send you recipes for book for things or whatever it is people use their mailing lists for. So yeah, TikTok isn't even me; it's my wife pretending to be me. So yeah, you can you can follow me if you want, but mostly just buy the books, and that's the best way to go.
Hey man, I appreciate it, man. Guys, the Amazon link will be on the bottom of the episode, posted below. Um, literally right after this will be published. So guys, check it out. I'm looking forward to it. That's pretty cool, man. Action hero with no legs. I mean, come on. You do the math. You do the math. How many different? And he said he's got a trilogy with it, so obviously there's got to be a very good explanation why he don't have legs and how he gets around and beats that superhero type scenario. So that's pretty cool. So, oh, I appreciate you doing this, man. I hope you have a great rest of your night, man.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All right.
Ooh, yeah, I'm so excited for the 100th episode of the American Prodigies podcast. Oh, yeah. Are you excited? I guess maybe I'm the only one that's excited about it. Ooh, yeah.
What up? This your boy Kenneth Stones, aka Kofi Weast, and what half of the Dirty Hills podcast. Man, I'm here to give a congratulations on 100 episodes. So I got Marlowe over there, buzzing with Marlowe podcast. Man, he does it all, man. There's nothing that guy doesn't do, man. So shout out to him on his 100th episodes, man. Guess what? You are Dirty Hills approved.
What's up, everybody? How you doing? It's Buzzing with Marlowe live. I'll say it again, live. I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Friday. Man, whew. Felt good having that jacket back on. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a while. Hey, man. Hey, if y'all are new to the chat, man, I want y'all to make sure, most importantly, you like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to all our platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn, and most important, Tumblr. That's right, guys. I've upgraded, even went to Tumblr. Hey, guys, I hope everybody is doing well. Chat's coming in. Welcome, Elijah. Appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to the Wrestling DeLorean podcast. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. Oh, man. Woo. Hey, guys. It's the 100th episode. My goodness. And also, guys, we just celebrated 3 years, man. A round of applause, man. A round of applause. That is insane. 3 years of this podcast. We started this around the COVID era, and it's just insane how much we have grown. Oh man, I can't fathom this, guys. This is amazing. Guys, this is going to be a 2-hour event. This is going to be so much fun, guys. And I know everybody's been seeing the social media. I've been getting numerous messages about a certain someone. We're about to bring him in. I'm going to just get that out of the way as fast as possible so we can get to the real celebration, guys. So, guys, welcome to the 100th episode. Welcome to season 3 finale. And I'm going to check out one more content, man. Shout out from the Wrestling DeLorean podcast. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. 3 years strong and not stopping, man. Not stopping. Always, man. Always. You keep the grind as well, man. Thank y'all, guys. It's the 100th episode. It's the 100th episode. Shout out to my boy, my commission bro, Dre on Wheels from the 1130 podcast. Dre, I appreciate the huge shout out on your recent episode. Everybody, go check out his stuff. Go hit those links and check out awesome content. Awesome, man. Dre, love you, man. And next time when commission's out, bro, you can be holding a little baby, man. Hey, holding a little baby boy, man. Love you, man. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. Guys, it's going to be a lot of laughs, a lot of fun. Basically a lot of blast from the past. It's going to be crazy. But guys, let's go ahead and get it out of the way. I'm going to bring in my guest, ladies and gentlemen, El Nino. coming to the chat.
It's about time. Look at the logo, look at the name, and look at the face. First of all, that's a whole lot of yapping when you have a guest such as myself. I don't like waiting.
What? I can't hear you. What's going on? Is this chat working? What? Speak up. I can't hear you. I what a letdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the guru of the Power Size program himself, Nate Powers, taking a moment out of my extraordinarily busy day to congratulate every single person involved with Buzzing with Marlowe. A big old congratulations on making it to 100 episodes. That is a huge accomplishment, a milestone. Kind of reminds me like the milestones that you can achieve with the Power Size program for only 13 easy payment. You know what? We'll save that for another day. Right now, we'll just make this about Buzzing with Marlowe. Congratulations, guys. Everyone involved. Oh, by the way, one side note. American Prodigy, if you happen to hear this message, you and I, we've got some beef, some business that has yet to be settled. Yes, unfinished business. Whenever you're ready to get back in the ring with Nate Powers, who is the greatest professional wrestler alive, and you know it, give me a call.
Hey, yo, Prodigy. Congrats on 100 episodes. From Mad Dog, have a good one.
Yo, it's the whirlwind of whoop-ass, Bullwinkle. And I want to send a big congratulations to my boy, Warren Marlowe, host of the podcast, Buzzing with Marlowe. Congratulations to 100 episodes. Here's to 100 more. Sláinte.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea, the Global Voice Mason, certified motivational speaker under the mentorship of the legendary Mr. Les Brown, the creator and innovator of the life transformational journey called Press Play, certified professional organizer, and small business entrepreneur. I have had the great honor and privilege to be on Buzzing with Marlowe, Warren Marlowe's podcast, and I encourage you to do the same. Tune in to check out amazing content, influential impact, stories, and messages that can be found on this amazing show. And I want to take it first and foremost to congratulate Warren on his 100th episode. I thank you so much. Join, tune in, and it has been a pleasure and privilege to be part of this platform. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Can you smell that 100th episode? Congratulations, Marlowe, with Buzzing with Marlowe. 100 episodes, man. Keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
Hey, it's the pop star Johnny Romano, the king of the 90s, here to congratulate my buddy, my pal, my friend, Warren Marlowe, for 100 episodes of his podcast, Buzzing with Marlowe. I remember I was on the show a couple years back. It was at the height of the pandemic, and it was really good to get some feelings out and talk about what was going on in the world. And I look forward to being on your show again. And man, congratulations, because that's a big feat. Nobody can take that away from you. People have dreams and they let them fade away, but you stuck with it, and I wish you the best, man. And I can't wait to see the 1000th episode. And TRL, hopefully, I'll be your next guest. See you soon, buddy.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Nick from Dadcast here. Hey, I just want to give a shout out to my buddy Warren Marlowe and his podcast, Buzzing with Marlowe. Happy 100th episode, bro. Everybody check it out. Follow it. Listen to the episodes. It's amazing. And stay tuned. Dadcast, me, JP. We're going to be on his podcast very, very soon. Thanks again. Check it out. And congratulations, Warren, on 100 episodes.
All right, we just wanted to come on here and say congratulations to Warren for 100 episodes.
Woohoo!
I have a helper with mine. in the episode that he interviewed us, Wes Isley, magician and illusionist, and my lovely assistant.
Yeah, sure.
Natalie Isley. When we were on his show, it was him by himself. I can't imagine doing a podcast by myself. All the work that goes in behind the scenes, I get to split it 50-50. So 100 episodes. We're coming up on 100, but you've done twice as much work, Warren. And congratulations, dude. It's not a small accomplishment. I hope you have 1,000 more, man. And more than that.
Yeah.
Keep it going, dude. Keep it rocking.
Congratulations.
Hi there, Let's Talk Sports fans. This is Dan Harris from Let's Talk Sports, founder of Let's Talk Sports. I just want to send congratulations to my good friend Rowan from Buzzing with Marlowe podcast, reaching your 100th episode today. I'm excited for you to pass this milestone. A wonderful honor to have you part of my network, Let's Talk Sports, and I can't wait to join you later today and be part of the day. And I'm excited to continue this journey of having you on my sports network and seeing your content grow. You deserve all things will come into your channel, Warren, and thanks for being part of my community. And we've got plans to work more in the future with announcements planned. So don't forget to check out Warren's podcast if you're not already. And if you're not, why not? Speak to you soon. Until next time, Let's Talk Sport fans. Thanks for
This is your ringside pitchman, Johnny Harris Jr., wishing Buzzing with Marlowe a happy 100th episode and many more to come.
Hey, Marlowe. It's the sales warrior, John Sansoni, giving you a holler, man. Buzzing with Marlowe, man. So proud of you. 100 episodes. So awesome, dude. Keep on keeping on, man. Rocking the house and doing the body slams. You rock, brother. Have a good one.
I want to say cheers to Buzzing with Marlowe on his 100th episode. You know, it's real, it's raw, it's authentic. You know, big shout out to you. It's all love. Toast.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, the vape god, Fletch Malone, sending a big, huge congratulatory shout out over to Buzzing with Marlowe podcast for hitting their 100th episode. It truly was an honor and a pleasure to bless all of you peasants with my presence on the show, and hopefully one day soon we'll be able to do it again. Until then, though, bow down to the vape god.
Buzzing with Marlowe, 100 episodes. Whew, it's hot. Just like the show. Hot.
Hello, Justin McAleese here, Brick Madness movie. Just giving big props and congratulations to Warren Marlowe for having Buzzing with Marlowe, 100th episode. That's great to see. A lot of fun being on the show with you and hope to get it on again soon. Maybe it'll take me less than 9 years to make another movie, and then we can make it happen, man. But congrats to what you're doing. Keep up the hard work and keep it flowing. Keep those people rolling in. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff you're supposed to do. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Una from the Universal Podcast. Happy 100th episode with Buzzing with Marlowe. I'm excited and proud for his podcast journey and his future projects coming up, and I hope you guys are excited too. He's a great friend. He's a great podcaster, and we have so much fun talking about wrestling. It's our episodes are legendary. And I hope you guys have a fun time celebrating his podcast anniversary and stay magical.
Hey, what's good, gang? It's your boy Blackheart, the head honcho, the boss dog, Big and Felt, the Black Toy Soprano, off the Top Roast podcast. I want to give a special shout out to my man, my dog, my brother, my friend, Mr. Buzzing with Marlowe, Mr. Warren Marlowe on 100 episodes. Man, who would have thought that we actually made it this fucking far with 100 fucking episodes of each and every podcast that we had? man. Listen, and throughout this whole deal, I'm extremely grateful for you. I'm extremely happy for you for reaching a huge milestone under your belt. And I know you're gonna keep doing more, and there's still more years to come. We still got a lot more work to do. You know what I'm saying? For me here, and for being on the commission talk with with you guys from the very beginning, looking at how we transformed that thing, it's remarkable. So, love you, brother. Happy 100 episode. And here's to another 100 more. Peace.
Hey, here just to give you a quick shout out on congratulating you on your 100th episode of Buzzing with Marlowe. If you're watching this right now, go and subscribe and make sure you get the notifications because the guy is great and he has some good stuff coming to you. See you guys later.
What happened to him? His mic cut off. I mean, this dude's built this up. What? Hey guys, I'm back. I don't know what happened, but I definitely appreciate the follow up on the great shout outs. I mean, I greatly appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank y'all from the bottom of my heart. That means so much to me. I'm gonna open up some of the chats. I know we were blowing some chats up right off the rip. I don't know what happened to El Nino, and I guess we'll find out later. Shout out to my boy Alex Coquito, Mr. Kiki himself, and also one of my now funder members. I'm one of the guys on the PUWF. I appreciate you putting me on, man. I appreciate it, man. Oh, so, I didn't do nothing, Alex. I didn't do nothing. That was all on his end. Mike, guys, it was on his end. It wasn't me. I promise, it wasn't me. I got my boy from the Dirty Hills podcast, Mr. Kofi Weaston. Yes, sir. We are live. It's 100th episode, baby. Hey, man. I mean, it's crazy. Thanks, Kofi. I greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you for the shout out video. That's really awesome, man. This is what we do, man. This is the things that we put into reference. All right, guys. I'm a little let down. Like I was really expecting the hype. Oh, hold up, guys. Oh man, I think he's good now. Let's see how he is. All right, up, up. Daggone,
You,
he's still having trouble.
sir, are a liar.
How's it going? What's wrong?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I mean, I don't know what happened just recently, but hey,
You can hear me now. It's not muted because you mute
I
me. You
didn't
try to
mute you.
shut me up.
That was you.
American
That was
prodigy.
all you, sir.
That was not
Hey,
me.
I'm just doing my job. I brought you on. You've been on my Facebook for the last 3 or 4 months, running your mouth left and right. I mean, obviously, you heard of me. Were you one of the kids that I signed an autograph to when I was in the ring? Like,
you wish.
Where is this coming from? How do you even
wish.
want anything
First of
around?
all-
Like, I'm trying to hear you out.
Okay, you hear me out. Okay, you invited me on. You invited
Is
me
your
on.
mic working?
Yeah, I could hear you. I could hear myself. Everything should be working. Don't cut me off because I know
Okay.
you're a liar. A liar. That's why I don't like you. Now
I
here's the
appreciate
thing.
it, King.
Before I get into it, first of all, let me just say that video package was ridiculously long. Everybody's a bad actor. How much did you pay these people? What kind of budget do you have? Everything was
I just put in
fake
work.
about it.
I've always
None
put
of
in
them
work,
were
bro. That's how
wrestlers.
I always do.
Who are these people?
There was like
And
4 of them.
nobody cares. And
There was like
nobody
4
cares.
of them.
Exactly.
One of
And
them I
nobody
heard.
recognized them. And
One of
nobody
them I've heard
recognized
has
them.
pinned you before.
Who's that? Who?
I heard. What's his
Oh,
name?
so now we're hearing
Brother
things.
Azrael. Brother Azrael. I mean,
That's hearsay. Throw it out of court. Hearsay. He didn't pin me. He
didn't
never
pin
pinned
you?
me. And he
Did
needs
he
to shut
pin
up
that
because he
goofy
gets
logo?
online
Did he
and
pin
runs
that
his mouth.
goofy knockoff Walmart logo you have on your shirt?
First of all, it's not from Walmart. That's number one. Secondly, you know who I did pin?
You could fool me, buddy. You
Look,
could fool me.
You know who I did pin? Your little pal Logan Stevens, the annoying one, as I like to call him. I won a championship off of him. That's right.
What just happened?
This man's got to get better connection or something, man. I mean, he's been constantly on Facebook all day. What's going on with this? Like, I oh man, I agree, Alex. I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's got something. I don't know if he needs. I don't know if it was past his night. He didn't take his nap or what. I don't know. Apparently he's back in, guys. Let's see what he's got. Hey.
So what are we playing games? We're playing games, right? You know, I come on
It's
your show.
Connection. It's popping
nothing to
off
do
on
with my
mine.
connection.
I can't do nothing for you, sir.
Everything is top
You
notch with
coming
my
over
connection.
here. One, your mic messes up. Two, your internet connection's bad. But you're on
I have
Facebook
5G.
24/7.
I got
What's going
5G.
on?
I got 5G. I got a ring light. Okay.
Apparently it's not
I got the
working.
latest Samsung.
You
I'm
might
on
need more of a
point.
hot dog and a handshake to actually get that ring light updated. I can't barely see you.
Okay, well, you need to wipe off your camera. That's what you need to do. Anyways, here's the thing, American Prodigy, to answer your question, because that's what I'm here for, right? We're here to have an interview. Because I thought
You
we
tell
were
me. You've
professionals.
been jobbing me out for the last 3 months. I have never heard of you.
That's not my
just
fault.
see this guy. I see this angry little guy that walks
Nobody's
around
angry.
in a logo
Nobody's
emoji
angry.
singlet. You coming at me? I'm sitting there looking at us like, is he one of the managers? Like, he's a wrestler?
Yeah, yeah. I'm a wrestler that wins championships, unlike you. I've won it in different states with different promotions. That's what I do. Everybody knows my name. As a matter of fact, Mr. Podcaster, you would know, Mr. Broadcast Journalist, that next week I will be at River City Wrestling Con, June 11th and 12th, where all the legends, the who's who of professional wrestling is going to be there. And guess what? I'm on the card with Jake Logan. That's right. Jake Logan from Control Your Narrative. So I'm kind of a big deal. Me, El Nino, the guy you haven't heard from. I'm kind of a big deal.
I don't know, Alex. Are you a spy from the M&M?
Spy? What is this guy talking about? Alex Coquito? Coquito. He must be
Are
Puerto
you a
Rican.
spy? Are you a spy? Like he's asking you if you're a spy.
I don't know what he's talking about. See, you have people asking dumb questions. I need the real questions. What am I doing here? I'm taking time out of my precious
You
time
tell
where
me,
I could be
sir.
training.
You tell me. Oh, training? Yeah, you probably do need training.
Look, we always got to keep training. Unlike you, you are retired, a retired indie wrestler. Okay, you're not on my
That man
level.
he called you an angry leprechaun.
Yeah, of course, of course. These are your fans. These are your fans with the name calling, okay? With the guilt tripping. I'm a professional. I agreed to come to this show to bring out my point of view. And clearly I'm getting cut off. Clearly there's technical difficulties.
Are you stepping on a step ladder to reach the camera?
What is he even talking about? Anyways, I don't want to talk about these little. Your fans are ridiculous and they're annoying me right now. Here's
All
the
right, man. Let's try to figure this out. All right.
Oh, I'm figuring out right now. Here's the facts, American Prodigy. You see, I heard things. And when I
What did
saw
you hear?
things on your page, I realized, oh, okay, this all makes sense. All of it makes sense. But when I go to your page, here's the thing. This is what I hate. Okay, you want to hear what I hate?
What do you
want to
hate?
hear what I dislike? Is
What do you hate?
retired indie professional wrestlers thinking and talking to other nothing indie wrestlers talking about what I'm in right now, which is professional wrestling. Okay. Y'all need to stop talking, stop making it look bad. Okay. Because that cuts into my money. All right. I need people to come in and watch me. It's a business. But when people that come on your show, people like you come on the show and start yapping.
I'm sorry. I gotta do this. This guy made a really good shout out. So I mean, this is the 100th episode.
I want to give a big shout out and congratulations to my man Buzzing with Marlowe to 100 episodes. Woohoo! What a huge feat, my friend. And I'm so happy that Remix My Fitness could be part of one out of the 100 episodes. And I'm looking forward to see you at number 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 1,000, brother. All the best to you.
What happened? He got mad? Oh man, this guy is he's something. I don't even know. My goodness, like, I mean, thank you, Jimmy Kim. I mean, that's what the 100 episode's about. I mean, I brought him on. He's getting mad. He's barking like a little dog. I mean, I'm doing the favor. You know, I never heard of this guy. Uh, I guess he got upset about the step ladder. Alex Quito, Speedball Mike Bailey is more famous than you. Oh man, I totally agree with you, Alex. Joseph, Bianco Virgil has a bigger career than this guy. I'm still trying to figure it out, guys. I mean, his mic is cutting in and out. He's popping out of the episode. I don't know what's going on, but guys, I do know what's going on. It's the 100th episode of Buzzing with Marlowe. We have been going strong for 3 years. That's right, guys. For 3 years, I've been doing this. As of yesterday, it marked 3 years. I guess I knew about this. Some people are bitter about it. Some people are obviously appraised, and then you see these shout outs and stuff like that. It's greatly appreciated, man. Just wrestling, man, just itself has just been so amazing. It was a great thing to me, and I cherished every bit of it. I'm not in the ring no more, and apparently that still bugs guys apparently, and dudes are rocking emojis, and I don't even know, like I I can't even explain it right now, guys. I'm a little let down because this guy's been coming on my post, talking in and out, and I'm expecting something good. You know, I'm thinking he's going to bring some heat. He's going to let me know what's going on. I'm completely lost in the blue, and he's got a mic problem. His camera's messed up, and he apparently just doesn't like staying and appreciating what we are accomplished, what we achieved. It's the 100th episode today. So it's all about the shout outs. It's all about everyone, man. That's why if you said a comment, I'm putting it up. I don't care what time it is, man. This is about y'all, man. Y'all are the ones that made this 100th episode matter, brought it out, doing so much wonders, man. I greatly appreciate y'all. And this has been a hell of a run, man. A hell of a run, man. I've met so many wonderful people. I have learned so many different things. I have witnessed amazing achievements just from this podcast alone. And I mean, it's just been a wild, wild ride. Joseph. I like I said, guys, I have no control of what the heck is going on with his end. I mean, it's just crazy, but it is what it is, I guess. But guys, we are basically going to give a shout out to everybody that's been in the episode before, from season 1 all the way to now. Joshua Jackson, yes, he did. Not sure if we'll ever have him back, but I don't know. Apparently, that's upsetting people still to this day. I guess I don't know. I don't know. But guys, like I said, we're going to just basically, it's going to be an awesome little shout out to every guest that we have had from season 1 to the end of season 3, guys. And I want to greatly appreciate everyone so far. And this is going to be all the guests that have been on here. So let me know if you know any of them. Put it in the comments, and let's just have some fun, man. Run these comments up. Thank y'all. All right, guys. Hey, you're back.
You done? You done with your little games? Okay, you done with your
It's
little
your fault,
games,
man.
right?
I'm sitting here wondering what is going on with your thing. Like, I got the shout outs. It's 100th episode. They're automatically just going to keep popping in, man. So, I mean, you're just going to have to be patient.
Yeah,
You
there's
wanted to
100
come on this episode. This was not supposed to be a guest on here. It was just supposed to be literally, hey, shout out, happy birthday, happy 100, my third year strong. And you wanted to come on here. You sat here and wanted to be on this. So you
First
have
of all,
to
that's
be the
not true.
patient.
Excuse me. Can I talk? Can I talk?
It's not true.
Oh, it's not
Please
true.
tell
You
me
begged
how
me.
so.
You
I begged.
begged me to be on the show. I had anything else better to do
Where's
with
the
my
proof
time.
to that?
And you're
Where's
like,
the proof to that, sir?
Please, El Nino, please be on my 100th show. I don't have any superstar power.
I didn't even know who you were.
I need you, please. It's the 100th show. I'll do anything. That's how it went down. That's how it went
When was
down.
this? Do you know exactly the time and date of that? Because I absolutely don't know that one.
It's in
Because
the
I didn't
messages
know who you
somewhere,
were.
I'm sure. And
I didn't know who you were.
By the way, the Cash App hasn't gone through, so I'm expecting payment by the end of the day. Okay, thank you. And first of all,
I hate to inform you on that one. That don't
First of all,
happen.
on a side note, your little comment, the people that are commenting, that's the problem with wrestling. Mr. Coquito, huh? Oh, you're on his side? We're Spanish over here. You should be rooting for me, not him, you sellout.
I don't know why he's
I
angry.
hate sellouts, and
I don't know
Coquito,
why
you're
he's
one of
angry.
them. You're one of them, Coquito.
Were you
Vete pa la
hangry?
hueputa
Were you
mierda,
hangry?
Coquito. That was for him. That was in Spanish, huh? And Bianco, you sound a little Spanish, so you're another sellout, huh? This is the fan base I got to deal
Alex
with.
said you kind of look like him with the he has to be a Rican. All right. I'm
That
neutral.
made no sense. I don't know what he
He
said.
said he's neutral. He said hello. I don't know.
Whatever. Who cares? He's not. I'm the guest, not him. Okay. 100th show. You built 99 building to this moment, and you're playing games, American Prodigy. You're playing games. I am the biggest name
99?
you've
This
ever
is the
had
100th,
on your
buddy.
show. The biggest name. Understand that. Okay. El Nino. Learn the
biggest
catchphrase.
name.
Learn the catchphrase. You will subscribe. That's the catchphrase. Okay? That's just how it is. But long story short, American Prodigy, I'll make it nice and sweet because I know you're going to mute me or interrupt me with another boring video package. American Prodigy, I want to retire you properly. Get out of this so-called retirement. The only reason you retired is because you couldn't hack it to begin with. Get out of retirement so I could re-retire you. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Because your name comes up. I'm out. This is why. Because your name
my
kept
name
coming
comes
up
up.
in all the
Hold
locker
up.
rooms.
I'm a nobody. I haven't been in the ring for what? Almost 4 years now? 4? My name keeps coming up. Doesn't that tell you how much more relevant that is?
Yeah, but regardless.
But how come I never heard about you?
The point is this. Yeah, because you were gone by the time this is my 4th year. So when you ended,
you were
started.
the guy that Hembra was actually the bodyguard for. Is that what you're about to tell me?
Look,
the one with the mask?
I have many people with masks.
Are you that guy?
I have
Are you
many
that
people
guy
with
that had
masks.
a girl as your bodyguard?
I have many girls. I have many.
You have
hoes.
many girls.
They come in and out, and I put masks on them because that's how we do it on the dark web and deep web. But that aside of that
Why
point,
you put mask on them? Why don't you put a mask on yourself?
Okay, first of all, that's personal. Okay, and I've already talked to your publicist.
Why is it personal?
I gave your publicist a list of things I didn't want to talk about, and that was one of them.
For people to keep them happy, and I have to miss my children now so that they can not be pulled out of the school they're in. So they, you know what I mean? It's hard. It is definitely,
trust me,
it is a hard circumstance, and I relate to you. And you're like, hey, I don't get to drop my kid off at school and stuff. Yeah, I trust me. I understand.
It hits me like my last visit with Matthew. Bro, people look at me crazy when I tell them like I get him 5 times out of a year, and with him being special needs and stuff, it's even tougher. But like because it's just like, man, it hurts so bad because it's like I sit there and resent myself at times because I'm sitting there I'm like, did I do something wrong? Did I do something this? Because now Matthew's at this age where he's understanding this stuff. He's going to school and he's looking at me going, Daddy, why do I have 2 mommies? Why do I have 2 daddies? And it's just like I can't answer it. And I never want to tell him the reason why we're apart. And that's one hard pill for me because I love that woman to death in that other room because she's done put up with a lot of stuff with me from the wrestling time. I mean, she is a trophy wife right now. Like, I should not be married at all because I refused it for the longest time. And I remember actually her first match, bro, believe it or not, was when we wrestled at
That
Stampede.
was it.
That
Oh, I
was the
thought it was
first time,
Abigail.
and
Was
that
it
was
not
Matthew's
Abigail?
first one too. That was
Oh, that's
Matthew's
right.
first one, my dad's, and my wife's first one to ever see live.
Gotcha.
And like, it's just crazy, like how much everything has changed because I used to be whatever we
I
want to say. I've had a concussion almost playing a flag football game, and it was co-ed.
Well,
So
think about it though,
literally,
bro. Think about it though, bro. Like, of course, you have your unfortunate events. Like, shout out to my boy Cam. I mean, he of course got he tore his ACL on the field. You of course get your dings, like your ankles and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But when
jam
it comes
fingers,
to
those are
like
the worst. Like
jam
thumbs,
fingers,
finger,
horrible.
like a thumb. Like, bro, I
Jam
had that
fingers.
experience
Look
when
at
my
this.
thumb got caught in someone's pocket. Uh-uh.
Look at this,
You
bro.
talk about one of the worst pains. That's from
Can't
flag
even.
football injuries.
That's from flag football, bro. That's from flag football, bro. That will never. That is never going back.
Rusev Day. They'd be chanting it all through the day. They'd be chanting it all through people's matches. That took off to such levels they didn't expect it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they killed it. And once they killed it, they killed him. And then they put him in that horrible Bobby Lashley storyline. And
That was
they
his
just,
plan. That was his idea. That was his and Lana's idea.
well,
Like they were really. I've heard all the backstory on that one. That was their
well,
idea.
it was brutal.
Bobby didn't want it. Bobby did not want that.
I'm sure he didn't. He looked uncomfortable. But Bobby normally looks uncomfortable. But you could tell him when he's in doing something he don't want to do, he looks even more uncomfortable. And it was obvious he wanted no part of that nonsense.
No,
So
the matches were good, but just the story. In my opinion, man, if you're gonna do a storyline like that, man, make it believable on social media. Like, make it to where Lana is not married to Rusev. Like, literally, he was just engaged to her. Literally, they were about to get married when you were making this storyline. Like, everybody already knows the truth on this. That's like saying, all right, let's go watch Black Widow, knowing that we've already watched Endgame. We already know she's dead. So, like, why did you make a movie for her personally, knowing that she already died? If you could, they could have done that in such a better way. Like, I get it. She needed her own movie, but man, that was the wrong timing to do it. Period. That was the absolute worst timing to do it.
Well, she still got paid.
Oh, she got paid in a lawsuit out
And
of
she
it,
wanted
so why
more.
not?
And she sued and wanted more.
She beat Disney.
Well, that's better than what her movie did. I saw that turd. It was horrible.
Yeah, it wasn't that great. But like I said, like you already had a prediction of the outcome. Like the only thing it really told us a story about is obviously her sister and what her involvement's going to be in the future of the Marvel films and stuff. But other than
Yeah.
that, like that was it. But back on the wrestling talk, I want to know, who's your favorite AEW guy?
I love Kenny Omega.
You gotta
I'm a Kenny
explain it.
Omega guy. I'm a Kenny Omega
Explain.
guy.
I got you. I gotta have you explain.
Why? Why am I Kenny Omega guy?
I just want to know, like, this will be how I can tell, like, okay, he gets it, or it's just okay. We'll have a discuss on this.
The thing with Kenny is, and I do another wrestling radio show or another show called Third Generation Wrestling. The thing is with them, they don't watch New Japan a lot.
Right.
They're not familiar with New Japan. I'm not saying I watch everything that New Japan throws out there, but I've watched a lot more New Japan than they have. So I've seen Kenny over there. I've seen Kenny throughout Japan, and my God, what a superstar talent. They don't see Kenny the way I do because they just see the AEW Kenny, which I think is still great, but they don't know what that guy can do. And he is truly one of the greatest I've ever seen. And that was one of the things I took from going to All Out was I got to say I saw him with my own eyes. That, to me, I said there, this was an honor to watch that man wrestle. It was an honor. There's not a lot of people I will say that to, but it was an honor to watch that man wrestle. So for me, it's Kenny Omega. I'm a huge Young Bucks guy. I love CM Punk. Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question about that. I heard that All Out show. Yeah, I heard that. Trust me, I'm going to have a question about that because, yeah, we disagreed on a few things.
I'm ready for him because I have all ammo for that one because as a wrestling perspective, like, man, you don't know how many times in the indies, like, people want to body you up so much. So say like I'm 180 pounds, I'm not 6 foot or something like that. So they're literally looking at me as, oh, you're a small guy, but I look better than most of these guys that I'm next to that are sitting here saying, hey, I'm stronger than you. I'm looking at them like, you don't even look like you've been in the gym or something like that. Now, when it comes to the
I
Young
don't
Bucks,
look like I've been in the gym.
No. What I'm saying is like some of these guys will do like little flexing and stuff like that. Don't
I was
even
just
have
making a joke.
Oh yeah, no. But you'd be amazed at how many guys do it. So my thing about the Young Bucks, one, they're not that big. Two, why do every spot in the very beginning of your match and it not mean anything? That's my problem with them. And that match that they did with the Lucha Bros, I was looking forward to it.
Are we done?
Hey, you're
Are we
back.
done? I was
I'm
actually
sorry, man.
falling
I
asleep.
told you
I was falling
it's
asleep.
based off an old profile. I told you this is the 100th episode. This is cashing all the old episodes back and forth. Happy shout outs. That's how it's gonna be. You asked me to be a guest on here.
No.
Actually,
You begged me.
my bad. The way you got my attention was you bashing all of my past guests. You were bashing all my past guests. Like all the people that gave out their hard earned to literally give me something to possibly do this. I've done this now for 3 years strong. That guy you messed around with, Jimmy Kim, a great guy.
He messed with me, and he said, whatchamacallit, he plays soccer.
What did he say to upset
I'll bring
you?
my team any day. And he does boxing. He does all these things and a podcast. So just one
All I
man
saw
production.
y'all wearing statues, so
Jimmy King.
I don't know what that was.
How dare you talk to me? How dare you talk
What
to
was
me?
that?
You go through people. I have people. Jimmy Kim. First of all, you have 2 first names. Get a last name, would
You
you
hurt my
please?
head.
That's number one. And secondly, don't talk to me directly because I am a superstar.
Oh my goodness.
I have championships. I am a pro wrestler, and I am relevant right now. So anyways, back to my point. Before you cut me off again, and before you little fans start typing, ooh, I'm typing, and they don't say nothing. Just like now. What does Joseph have to say? Hey,
Did you get a
Henry,
Snickers?
it's back. Someone get this man. Shut that. What a stupid. Do your prepared material, Joseph, okay? Or hire comedy writers. Trash. Anyways, so I did notice in your last boring video package, Less Fortunate was on there. Mr. Less Fortunate. Boy, do I hate him. I hate him with every ounce of my soul. You know, during my second match.
Do you think you could have hanged with him?
Oh, I'd kill him. In my second match, I just happened to be there with him when he gave it up. When he put his little boots in the middle of the ring because his body couldn't hack it anymore. I mean, he couldn't hack it, period. But he walked away and he was in the locker room and he was crying and I'm like, what is this? This is wrestling?
First of all, you're not going to come on here and disrespect somebody that definitely put too much into this business that me and you call wrestling. I'm not going to deal with that. You can can say whatever you want to say about me.
And I will.
But you ain't going to sit here. You ain't going to sit here and talk
that.
about Wesley. Wesley, I will tell you right now, I've seen 2 of your matches. and I've never seen you win by yourself. One. Les, you couldn't even hold his jock strap.
Who wears jock straps to pro wrestling anyways? That's weird. That's a weird
You know,
metaphor.
I'm starting to really
That is
remember
weird.
who you really were. I think you were one of the ring crew guys that obviously, you know,
ring crew.
I'm trying to remember.
I have never ring crewed in a day in my life. Ring crew.
I don't know about you, dude.
But you know what? But here, you gather your thoughts. But you know who was in
guys, actually, hold on. Actually, because this is a scheduled segment, man. Guys, I'm sorry. We got to actually go to commercial break right now. So
Wow,
I'm
really?
sorry. Hey, man, it's based off the schedule. We're on a
Commercial
time
break?
schedule.
Nobody's paying for
What
this.
do you want me to do?
What commercial break? Nobody's paying for this show. Who's
We have a
sponsoring this
commercial
show?
break. I don't know what to tell you.
Ain't nobody
I don't know
sponsoring
what to
this
tell you.
show.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
playing.
For people to keep them happy. And I have to miss my children now so that they can not be pulled out of the school they're in. So they, you know what I mean? It's hard. It is definitely,
trust me,
it is a hard circumstance. And I relate to you when you're like, hey, I don't get to drop my kid off at school and stuff. Yeah. I trust me. I understand.
It hits me like my last visit with Matthew. Bro, people look at me crazy when I tell them, like, I get him 5 times out of a year. And with him being special needs and stuff, it's even tougher, but like, because it's just like, man, it hurts so bad because it's like, I sit there and resent myself at times because I'm sitting there, I'm like, did I do something wrong? Did I do something this? Because now Matthew's at this age where he's understanding this stuff. He's going to school and he's looking at me going, Daddy, why do I have 2 mommies? Why do I have 2 daddies? And it's just like, I can't answer it. And I never want to tell him the reason why we're apart. And that's one hard pill for me because I love that woman to death in that other room because she's put up with a lot of stuff with me from the wrestling time. I mean, she is a trophy wife right now. Like, I should not be married at all because I refused it for the longest time. And I remember actually her first match, bro, believe it or not, was when we wrestled at Stampede.
That was it. Oh,
that
I
was the
thought it was
first time,
Avenue.
and that
it
was
not
Matthew's
Avenue?
first one too. That was
Oh,
Matthew's
that's right.
first one, my dad's, and my wife's first one to ever see live.
Gotcha.
And like, it's just crazy, like how much everything has changed because I used to be.
Goes like this. Right now.
I nearly lost it last night. I was like, yo, calm down. Just call him directly and tell him this.
Hey, yo, when he sent
Dre was
the
trying
voice
to take
clip,
me with him too.
hey, when he sent the voice clip back over, he was like, "Man, get your ass back here." Hey, yo, I was dying laughing, man. It was so funny. It was so funny, man. And I was like, "All right, man, I'm back here, man," because he was just like, "That's what my man who was proposing to be my man said." Hey, yo, send me your number, man. I got locked out. Blah blah blah. trying to get the code. And I was like, oh shit, that's key words right there.
Drake said, "Not
That's
again,
not
not
again,
today,
not again, not
not
again,
today."
bro.
I'm over here like, yo, I'm over here trying to hold my anger so hard. So when I hit the record button, I'm like, yo, Trey, you know the fuck that it's me right now. Like, God damn it, like, why can't you connect? Like, so right after I said that, man, I called her right the fuck away. I was like, yo, you know it's me that's asking you about this fucking question. So, so you know,
Hey,
you know what
Bruh,
happened?
that joke
That
had me
was me.
dying. All right. Oh,
we're back.
there we go.
We're back. Finally.
Sorry,
You know,
man. Schedule.
I
It's
had to
part of
open up my
schedule.
laptop.
I'm sorry.
I had to open up my laptop so that way I could start commenting on your little idiot fan base. They're dumb. 100 episodes and this is what you come up with your idiot fan base? Asking dumb questions. They haven't said one intelligent question. I don't need this. Dylan Wheeler, my manager from Dylan Wheeler Incorporated, DWI, he asked me, hey, you want to come on? Dylan Wheeler.
I never heard of him.
You haven't heard, well, you've been out for 4 years, so you haven't heard a lot of anything because you're out of the loop.
Joseph said your relevance died 5 minutes before your entrance.
Yeah, and Joseph is who? A nothing. He's a nothing. Your opinions me. Joseph, didn't I just tell you to not ask any questions, delete and log off? That's what you need to do.
Alex said, in what Fed and what small town and what small egocentric world you live in?
Coquito, I don't gotta answer no questions. Mira, Papa, I'm gonna speak in Spanish to this Puerto Rican. That's the only way they listen. Oye, viejo, no me preguntes ni culo ya. Cállate la boca, porque no eres inteligente. Okay? Thank you. Gracias. Now log off.
Coquito says you're an Eva Marie type of wrestler.
I don't know who that is. Okay. What does he watch? Diva? He's still on the Divas division?
The redheaded girl from WWE.
Right.
Guess. Oh, actually, Joseph is saying Eva Marie was more relevant.
Well, who cares what Joseph
What's
says?
your thoughts on that?
I have no thoughts on what Joseph has to ask. Anyways.
Alex agreed.
Let's get to serious business, okay?
Yes, sir. PUWF is in the building. I appreciate y'all being in here.
Whatever that is. So, as I mentioned, that same day, you know who less fortunate?
I'm guessing
you know who was
so,
in the
Joseph.
match?
I guess that might be true. I guess.
You know who was in the match with less fortunate last match? It was somebody you may know. Dante the Dragon Steel. You remember Dante the Dragon Steel?
Yeah, I know Dante.
Yeah, you know Dante. Well, he's going to be having a championship main event soon. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And from what I hear, you all have history. And you know what? You know what's funny about history?
Yeah, a little bit.
History
Yeah.
repeats itself, American Prodigy. History always repeats itself.
Hold up, Joe. I answer that question for Joseph because I actually need to know as well. Who do you wrestle for?
I wrestle for whoever I want. Look at my social media. Go on my fan page. Okay?
Dre, I am still trying to figure it out. I mean, we've been going on for almost
guy?
an hour right now, and I still don't even understand everything that's going on.
Podcaster. Everybody with an audio recorder that they go buy at a music store now all of a sudden is a podcaster.
You're not relevant to ask a question.
Poquito, cállate la jeta. Te lo digo en inglés y te lo digo en español. Cállate. God, Puerto Ricans never listen.
Okay. Apparently, he's putting that in.
And also, for the and I'm Spanish, so I could get away with it. So for the record, to all you Puerto Rican wrestlers, being Puerto Rican is not a gimmick. Okay, get a personality. No matter how many flags you wave at your entrance, that don't mean nothing. Okay. So again, American Prodigy, I'm calling you out. And your little lame show with your little lame 100 episodes. I'm calling you out. Get out of retirement. Start stretching. Get you DDP yoga. All right. Get them legs stretched out.
Do you even know how to lift a weight?
I could do a lot of things. Okay, I'm champion. I've been
How
champion
tall
for
are
4
you?
years. You
How
tell
tall
me
are
if I
you?
could lift weights, or if it even is
I
relevant.
saw the
I'm
video
not a
and I kind
bodybuilder.
of laughed.
Listen,
First of
I'm
all,
not a
your entrance. I
bodybuilder.
really thought you stole the George Lopez shows for your theme song.
First of all, that's Colombian cumbia. Okay, I know you're not cultured, but that's called cumbia. That's from Colombia. That's my entrance song, and it's
I
hot.
think I heard that song on when Taco Tuesdays come on. I don't know what song.
Wow. You see this? You see this, Coquito? You see this, Bianco? This is why you can't be a sellout, because they turn on you right away. They turn on you right away. That's why you got to be brown. You got to vote for the brown, because that could be you.
He might. He just might, man. He just
Wait, what does this
might.
guy say? This guy must be I'm not a backyard wrestler, okay? Let's
Are
just
you
stop
filming
it.
in your mom's backyard?
Yeah, the mom, shut up. Shut up. You non-fan.
Working once a week for a high school, making $20 isn't relevant. I think he was a janitor at a local shop.
Joseph, come out to one of my shows. I would love to spit on you. Just a nice
Oh,
gobbler,
Lord.
just from down here. Just
All
from
right,
down here,
man.
just for you. I got one just for you.
All right.
But we can take a picture afterwards. I'll even throw in a shirt. But I'm spitting on your face. Stop talking all that trash, okay?
Hold
And
on.
first of all, with the
Matter of
weights,
fact, let me see this shirt you got again. Let me see this awesome logo.
you want to see the shirt? You
Yeah,
want to see
let's
my
see this
shirt?
shirt.
All right, here
Let's
it
see
goes.
what
Ready?
it is.
All right. I'm going to pan down.
Are you the only one that's ever bought one?
No, I don't. I make them, okay, to sell. That's how merch
You make
works.
your shirts.
Yes, that's how merch works. I know you've been out of the
Oh,
game
I
for a while,
know.
but
I mean,
I
I
make
used to
shirts
sell
and I
out
sell
every
shirts.
time, so I don't know.
Well, your
I
family
don't see
buys them.
kids wearing. I don't see kids wearing a Walmart logo for wrestling shows. That's just my honest opinion.
Okay, me neither. So I don't know what you're getting at. Okay, so I'm about to pan down. So have your
Let me
fans.
see. Let me see your logo real quick. I'm actually really curious.
Your fans might get excited. Here we go. You see, El Niño. That's my name. And then there's the logo.
So what's up with the thumbs down with the mean face? Is it because you're always angry? Like
I'm
what's
not
the
angry. This reflects society. I mean, I don't want to get deep into it because I know your fan base is not intellectually, how you say, sound. So I'll just give you the meat and potatoes. You know, this is just a reflection of society. I'm the victim.
You're the
I
victim.
try to make peace with the world.
What
I
are
try to
you?
make
What
people
are you
happy.
honestly the victim of? I am so curious to know.
People like your fan base, you know, they're destroying the business. Okay, that's what they do with their comments and uneducated opinions about nothing, and then we pay for it. This is what this means. I'm a martyr.
Joseph
I'm a
says you got
martyr.
a meme shirt.
Why are we still talking about Joseph? Joseph, delete your
He
Facebook.
says
Go
you
away.
have a fantastic shirt. His 6-year-old makes better designs.
Yeah,
Any
that's
thoughts?
nice. No thoughts. He's boring me. Go away, Joseph. Stop talking, Joseph. Thank you. So what do you say? What do you say, American Prodigy? You're going to come out of retirement? I know it's been 4 years.
Can
You're
you
gonna
smell that 100th episode? Congratulations, Marlowe, with Buzzing with Marlowe. 100 episodes, man. Keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
All right, we just wanted to come on here and say congratulations to Warren for 100 episodes.
Woohoo!
I have a helper with mine. In the episode that he interviewed us, Wes Isley, magician and illusionist, and my lovely assistant,
Yeah, sure.
Natalie Isley. When we were on his show, it was him by himself. I can't imagine doing a podcast by myself. All the work that goes in behind the scenes, I get to split it 50-50. So 100 episodes. We're coming up on 100, but you've done twice as much work, Warren. And congratulations, dude. It's not a small accomplishment. I hope you have 1,000 more, man. And more than that.
Yeah.
Keep it going, dude. Keep it rocking.
Congratulations.
This is your ringside pitchman, Johnny Harris Jr., wishing Buzzing with Marlowe a happy 100th episode and many more to come.
Hey, Marlowe. It's the sales warrior, John Sansoni, giving you a holler, man. Buzzing with Marlowe, man, so proud of you. 100 episodes, so awesome, dude. Keep on keeping on, man. Rocking the house and doing the body slams. You rock, brother. Have a good one.
I want to say cheers to Buzzing with Marlowe on his 100th episode. You know, it's real, it's raw, it's authentic. Big shout out to you. It's all love. So,
Buzzing with Marlowe, 100 episodes. Whew, it's hot. Just like the show. Hot.
Hello, Justin McAleese here, Brick Madness movie. Just giving big props and congratulations to Warren Marlowe for having Buzzing with Marlowe, 100th episode. That's great to see. A lot of fun being on the show with you and hope to get it on again soon. Maybe it'll take me less than 9 years to make another movie, and then we can make it happen, man. But congrats to what you're doing. Keep up the hard work and keep it flowing. Keep those people rolling in. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff you're supposed to do. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Una from the Universal Podcast. Happy 100 episode with Buzzing with Marlowe. I'm excited and proud for his podcast journey and his future projects coming up, and I hope you guys are excited too. He's a great friend. He's a great podcaster, and we have so much fun talking about wrestling. It's our episodes are legendary. And I hope you guys have a fun time celebrating his podcast anniversary and stay magical.
Yo, Warren, man, what's going on, man? Hey, 100th episode, man. That's a milestone, man. You did that, man. Congratulations, man. I wish you much more success. Keep going, man. Keep that thing going. And I'm up here in Montana. As you see, I'm on the road. I'm in Montana and on my way to Oregon. But we're going to link up, man. I promise you, we're going to link up. But hey, congratulations. And from me and my brother Keith, man, we salute you, man.
Hey, Warren, what's going on, bro? This is your 100th episode. I can't be more happy for you and proud for you. We did the Halloween episode together, man, which you know I'm a huge Halloween guy, as well as a Marvel fan. Bro, continue to keep doing what you're doing. The rest of the podcast community, as well as your family, your clan football family as well, bro. I appreciate you. I love you, man. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your journey. Buzzing with Marlowe. I gotta go.
It's just a shout out to my boy Warren Marlowe. 100 episodes down, 100 more to go, my guy. Keep it up.
Top of the day to you, Warren. Congratulations for your 100th episode. I wish you continued success and may the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back and may the sun shine warmly upon your face. All my best to you. Patrick Ratchford from Thailand. Cheers.
Hey, Warren, congratulations. Bobby Hedgeland Taylor here. Congratulations on 100 podcast episodes and looking forward to 100 more. Hey, listeners, like, subscribe, and share Warren's podcast everywhere.
Hey, y'all, my name is Brendan Donovan, and I just want to give a shout out to my boy Marlowe for reaching his 100th episode and Buzzing with Marlowe. Check it out.
Buzzing with Marlowe just reached 100 episodes. Congratulations. May you get 100 more.
Hey, Warren, Stacey here. Congratulations on 100 episodes. I am so grateful to you for the opportunity to be able to come on your show, talk about my crazy world of pageantry, and hopefully inspire people with my story. Yours was one of the very first shows that I did as a podcast that wasn't my own. So I'm super grateful for the opportunity that you have given me and actually helping to encourage me along the way through this journey. I'm grateful for you and I'm so happy for all of your success. And I look forward to coming on the show again, hopefully soon, maybe in season 4. But with everything that you're doing, keep spreading positivity and people's stories and showing love and light. I think you're an amazing human and I look forward to seeing you again. Have a great day.
Hey, congrats, 100 episodes. It's wild. I mean, I remember being one of the first ones. And 100 episodes, you put in the work, you did all this all for yourself. Great job. Here's to 100 more from your friend, Hold My Beer Hansen.
What's up, everybody? Just want to take a second to shout out my boy, Warren Marlowe. Congrats on 100 episodes of Buzzing with Marlowe. The American Prodigy, man. Keep them coming. Keep up the passion. I love listening. Can't wait for.
Hey, Warren. Congratulations on 100 episodes. Here's to 100 more. Thanks a lot for letting me be a small part of this. Gary Wilkin, signing off. Bye-bye.
Yo, what it do, everybody? It's your man Dre, aka Dre on Wheels, the host of the 1130 podcast. Yo, man, I want to give a big shout out to my guy Warren Marlowe, man, the host of Buzzing with Marlowe. My guy, big fans of The Rock, man. You smell what The Rock is cooking, man, for real. Commission talk, bro. Yo, man, we've been killing it for a while, man. Like 100 episode. Congratulations, that's a milestone. Keep at it, my guy. You got a long way to go, man, for real. For myself, man, Commission, yo, keep at it, man, for real. Keep supporting and happy 100 episode, my guy.
What's up, everybody? It's Taylor Dykes. I was on Buzzing with Marlowe a while back, talking about some arm wrestling, how I got into that and how all that works. Appreciate you having me on, Warren. Congratulations on making it to 100 episodes. Hope you got many more, man.
Hey Marlowe, it's Nicola here from Life Now Coaching. I just want to congratulate you for your 100th episode of the podcast. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. I loved being a guest on your podcast at the beginning of this year when we chatted all about exercise, moving your body, making it a daily habit, what my life at Nike was like, and why it's so important to me now to instill healthy habits for families. So keep doing what you're doing, share your messages out to the audience, inspire people, and I wish you lots of luck on the next 100 episodes.
Just wanted to wish a quick happy 100 to the homie Warren Marlowe with Buzzing with Marlowe. Super cool, man. Congratulations on reaching episode 100.
Hey, Warren, what's up, man? This is Bill, man. I'm out of the road, man, but I just want to give you a shout out on your 100th episode coming up, man. I'm proud of you, man. 100th episode, I mean, you've been doing your thing. Hey, us Russians got to stick together, you know that. Tell your son when I see him, I need my one-on-one. Hey, keep it up, bro.
Opt out again. I mean, he wanted to come on here, guest on something, and he's not patient to know, hey, this is like a celebration, 100 episode. Like, come on, man, you gotta be appreciative of this. Obviously, we see a little bit what's getting into, guys. Let me see if, I don't even know what else to say, but guys. Yeah, you see the tank tops. It's not an angry emoji thing. I mean, check them out. The awesome Buzzing with Marlowe tank tops, guys. You can get that on our bonfire shop / Buzzing with Marlowe. You can get all these awesome merch. You can get a hoodie. You can also get the basic T-shirts. You can get the long sleeves, the 3/4 quarter T-shirts, and obviously you can get in so many different colors. And obviously, guys. You see me always rocking it. The V-neck, guys, you can wear it to the gym on a date night, walking around the house, do whatever you want to do. It's very convenient for anything and everything. Also, guys, we got the basic T-shirts. You got so many different options on colors. As you could tell, I'm a very big fan of the white hoodies. Just the hoodies in general. They're very, very comfortable, guys. I will tell you this now. I'm very picky when it comes to clothing. You can ask my wife, anyone that knows me. I'm very picky when it comes to clothing. So I'm a huge advocate for these awesome hoodies. Very comfortable. I promise you right now, you will not be cold when you rock those hoodies. And also, ladies, I didn't forget about you. We have the gym Razorbacks. You can rock them when you go to the gym to get your swole on, get your gains, get your time to get ready for that fit bod or whatever way you want. We got them. You can pick them in different colors. Obviously, the number one seller is, I guess that nobody will not get that answer. It's probably the pink. That's right, guys. The pink is the number one seller. So get these merches, man. Get them while it's there. Also, guys, let's open up some of the chats. I don't know what's going on with him. Let's. I know we've been kind of like getting in some good chats. Joseph, yeah, I don't think he wants a piece of you for sure. I still trying to figure this out. Alex, thank y'all. Joseph, thank you for being active in the chat. I can't say your title name out loud. I appreciate you. Thank you. Performs in front of the 5 people and thinks he's a 5-star. He might. I've never heard of this guy. It's insane to me. I think I heard about him once or twice, but he really did kind of piss me off when he talked about Wesley. I will say that. Gray, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's not the first time people do this, man. I'll just tell you that now. Alex, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Joseph, absolutely, man. Stay strong, stay consistent in here, man. I appreciate you coming in here, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. He's arguing. Oh Lord. So that's why he's not in this chat. Is that what we're trying to say? Matthew Thornton, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You see his ring picture, his head is huge and body looks like a square. Hold up, guys. All right, all jokes aside, guys. I think he's back. Oh,
Yes.
There he is.
What do you mean I'm back? I never left. I never left. Okay. You
keep
100
leaving the chat,
episodes.
man.
I'm the
You keep
special
leaving
guest.
this chat.
I'm the special guest, and I gotta go open up my
Hold
laptop to jump in the comments.
Hold up.
You downgrade me with your fans. It's a shame.
Hey, hold on. First of all, you asked me to come on here. I'm not gonna sit here and let you sit here and lie to everybody and sit here and say, "Oh, I asked you to come on." No, it's the other way around. Get your facts right. I didn't know who you were. All I know is you've been very active on Facebook, talking mess left and right for the last 3 months. And I was just like, you know what? Maybe we need to know what makes you the way you are. What makes you the way you think you. I don't even know. I don't know how to explain it.
First of all, you're not qualified to be making psychoanalytic, diagnosis. Okay, that's not what this is. This is wrestling. What we do
You
is
hurt your
pro
head
wrestling.
just saying that pretty big, so I don't know what to tell you.
Really, Joseph? Joseph, please. Oh my God, Joseph, please come to one of my events. Please come out so I could spit in your face. Please. Please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you the same way he begged me to be on the show.
Alex,
Same energy.
I'm still trying to figure this out.
Same energy.
My Lord.
Okay, so
100th
let's get to the
episode.
point. Well, let's get to the point. We're now changing. Let's get to the point.
NBA Jam entered the big head cheat code and everything.
Oh my God. This is your fan base. This is your fan base. Immature 10-year-olds. So let's get to the point.
I
American
warned you
Prodigy.
before you agreed to do this. Hold up. I warned you before you did this. You already set yourself up for this because you were in that Facebook, you were in the Instagrams, you were on the YouTube videos and just shooting your mouth off. Actually typing. And so, and
I'm still typing.
The kind person that I am. Yeah, so apparently that's why you keep coming in and out of this chat because you're apparently in Facebook still talking your mess. So I'm kindly bringing you in, hey, why don't I give him the benefit of the doubt and let's have a talk. Let's see who he is outside of this El Nico, El Wino. What's your name again?
You just said the N-word. Wait, what'd you say?
Nico?
No, it's Nino.
Nino.
Oh, Nino. That's actually my name. That's my name. Nino. You pronounce that squiggly line. Pronounce it. Nya. Nino. You pronounce it. Yes.
That's crazy. You at least even just acknowledge that.
Okay, so you invited me on so I could hear you talk? No. This is why I'm on here.
No. We are not going to sit here and lie to my audience. You wanted to come on. Stop it.
All right, let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree.
So, all jokes aside, hey, let's talk. All right.
I'm not joking.
Let's, I'm scared to know. You know what? Tell me a little bit about yourself. Let's talk about your backstory. Tell me what the hell everything is. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to go in that deep. All you need to know, and all anybody has to know about me, is that I'm a pro wrestler. Okay? I started 4 years ago, and every year after that, I've been a champion. Whether you like it or not, whether the boys in the back or whoever think I deserve it or don't, I've proven myself. That's all you need to know.
I agree, Joseph. I agree.
No, it's not. Shut up. Alex, you're Spanish like me. Stop being a sellout. You
Oh,
sellout.
Lordy.
That's what you
Hey,
are, a
man.
sellout.
Hey.
Disgusting. You come to my shows and I'll spit on you too. Okay? How about that? But I'll give
He
you a
actually
shirt
lives
and
in
an
Puerto
8 by
Rico,
10.
buddy.
And I'll
He
give you an 8
actually
by
lives in
10.
Puerto Rico, so
Yeah.
if you fly him out, he would
It
gladly
figures.
come out.
He acts like he lives in Puerto Rico. He acts like it. But anyways, here's the point. You got my little backstory. I started 4 years ago when you quit.
You started 4 years ago. Okay.
When you quit, I started. When Less Fortunate quit, I started. So
hold up. I'm really now knowing who you are. Okay. I know it's been a while, and I'm not the best on memories. So you started 4 years ago.
That's
when
right.
I left, and Wesley left at the same time, right?
I was there.
You were there. Okay.
When he put his little boots, his little boots right in the middle of the ring, started
Were you
crying like a
security?
baby. No, I was wrestling. I was wrestling because I'm a wrestler. I've never done crew stuff. Stop it with the crew stuff. I am a pro wrestler. That's how I started, and that's how it's going to end. Okay? What is Alex talking about this hurricane?
Apparently, that's what your name stands for.
First of all, I hope a hurricane goes through Puerto Rico and destroys it again and again and again. Because why would you live in an island? Why would you do that? That's stupid. Okay?
Why I say stuff like this?
Okay? Wait, that's your boy. That's Coquito.
That's
okay. And why does he have a name as Coquito? Get out of here. Exactly. It's a drink.
His name.
No, that's a dumb name. That's a dumb name, and he needs to stop talking while I'm talking. Okay? But back to my point. I started when you were done. I started when you were done. I started when Less Fortunate was done. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what happened after that?
What happened?
Indie wrestling got better. Look at the coincidence. The quality got better. The quality got better. Okay? I was champion.
Okay.
Throughout all those years, I was champion.
What was your first title?
Actually, my first title was in a competition. 2018, Rookie of the Year, and I got the title to prove it. Kings and Queens tournament, big online tournament, and I won it. Rookie of the Year, me, I won it.
Okay, I've won Rookie of the Year as well. Your point?
All right. Well, you asked the question. That was my first title.
Hold on, you said Kings and Queens, so were you battling men and females, or what?
No, that was the name of the website. That was the people that were hosting it up in Philadelphia.
So you were wrestling on a website.
No, you don't understand. It was anyway. I don't gotta ask all these questions. The point is, I won, and in my rookie year, I was a champion.
You won off of a website.
That's all you need to know. Okay. Then my second one wasn't big.
So your first title was you won something off of a website.
I was voted. I was voted.
Did it start with an O?
Unanimous votes.
Oh, unanimous vote. Oh, so you got voted into winning that championship.
By my peers, by other people I don't even know, because they see quality. They see the promos. They see the wrestling. They see the ring light. They see the quality and production. They see it all. Okay? It don't lie. It don't lie, American Prodigy. None of it lies. Okay? Then I won a tag team in Daytona. I was a tag team champions by multiple times. Then I won. Then I beat your boy. Logan Stevens, for the AIWF championship. I was a champion for over 80-something promotions. No, I won fair and square.
Cheated.
I won fair and square.
No, I don't remember that.
You show me the footage. I won fair and square over in Albany, Georgia.
Didn't he wrestle a full-on match and then you just came at the end?
No, that's not what happened. You got your facts wrong again. You're a fake broadcast journalist who don't have his facts, okay?
Why are you stuttering? Just talk.
I'm talking.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah, check your equipment. It's probably cheap.
It's
Now
your
stop
equipment,
it.
buddy.
Oh, you're gonna cut. I bet you're gonna cut me off again. You better not cut me off and put these lame ass video packages of a bunch of nobody saying a bunch of nothing. Okay? Like your boy there, Pedro Antonio Delgado. You see, another Spanish sellout. Pedro Antonio Delgado. You should be for me. You should be. We look like each other. You could be my
Pedro,
cousin.
do you even know who this guy is? Like, I'm still trying to figure this out, bro.
I don't know. He's up on your thing, and I'm just commentating.
I saw a janky promo followed by a janky guy with a big head and teenage boy's body.
Is Joseph the only guy on right now? Because he's only one. Everybody else fell asleep because you keep cutting me off.
Apparently, you got a fan. Pedro said he's.
I heard of him. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. You've heard of me, of course. Okay, with the name of El Niño, you get heard amongst my people, my Spanish people. Okay. That's the demographic I have. That's the demographic you could never pull. You are less fortunate. He's cool. You see what I'm saying? Pedro Antonio Delgado. He understands me. He follows me. I represent. Do you understand? Do you understand who you have as a guest? I don't think you know who you have as a guest, American Prodigy. But let's get back to the point. American Prodigy.
It's probably my worst guest that I've had so far.
I am the best guest. I am the most decorated guest you've ever had on here. I am legit. Okay? I am legit.
And DCCW.
Thank you. Oh, he knows. He knows. Okay, thank you, Pedro Antonio Delgado. I will say all your 7 names because that's how we have it and that's what we do. So American Prodigy. In front of your audience. In your Humpton show, I challenge you to a match, American Prodigy. What are you going to do? I'm challenging you. Come out of retirement. Come out of retirement.
Did you not watch any of the video packages? Did you not hear like 4 or 5 people keep calling me in and out of the ring every single time?
Yeah, but they're all trash, though.
So this 3 to 4 months that you have been on my social media, this is all you wanted?
Look, this is more for you than for me. Okay, I don't need you, American Prodigy. I don't need you. Okay,
really.
It was
actually my first opponent. It was my first opponent.
Oh, also Pedro. We'll talk later. Yeah, we'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Hire him to jump me too.
Why is Poquito? Are you like a meteorologist? Is that what you're trying to do with your life? Like, why you keep bringing up hurricanes? Stop. Stop. Go dance merengue or salsa, whatever you guys do over there. Okay. Go eat your arroz con pollo. All right. That's what you do over there.
So I don't have to come out and sit down and whoop him.
Who's whooping who? Joseph, who's whooping who? You whooping me? Say it with your chest, Joseph. You ain't shit.
Oh Lord.
All right. See, now you got me cussing. And I'm not the type that cusses, okay? I'm not the type.
Mm-hmm.
So you got my hair all nice and dry because I keep yelling into it. Now I have to go and condition.
Why was your hair wet? Why was your hair wet?
It wasn't wet. It has volume and body because I take care of it. I shampoo and I condition.
How many bottles you use?
That's personal. Moving on. American Prodigy. I'm giving you. I'm giving you a shot.
You're giving me.
Because I'm sure whatever wrestling career you had or thought you had, whatever, you want to legitimize yourself, you come to me. Because this is personal. For me, it's personal.
It's personal.
Bring me on your show, and you don't treat me like a special guest. You don't. 100th show.
You asked to be a guest on a 100th episode celebration. What did you expect? You were on Facebook making fun of the guests that I've had in the past.
As they should be made fun of because they suck. Go on. I've wrestled half of them, so I know.
You've wrestled half
of them.
Last I checked, Hanson whooped your ass. Last time I heard.
Last time I checked, is 2-1. I got 2 wins over Hanson. All right, and he's a drunk.
How'd you win? How did
He's
you
a
win?
drunk. 1, 2, 3.
How did you win?
1, 2, 3. Shoulders on the ground. 1, 2, 3.
Did you
That's how
do
wrestling works.
anything? Did you do anything that was not normal? Did you low blow him? Did you cheat?
Listen, let me make this clear for you and everybody else.
80% of your matches.
I don't cheat. I exercise
Oh,
options.
you don't
okay?
cheat.
That's
what it is.
Okay.
So you
If
actually
don't
do
prepared,
exercise
you lose.
something. Is that what you're trying to tell me? So you
I want fair and square.
exercise options.
I want
fair and square.
I was let me tell you something about Hold My Beer Hanson, that drunk, always having people hold his beer. That's weird. That's really weird. I was his first match, so I taught him a lesson. I taught that boy a lesson. He went to school that day. I still got to print out his certificate for completion of going through my school, of getting his ass whooped. That's what happened with him. Then your other boy, Logan Stevens, I grabbed the title from him. I became a champion. Your boy.
Grabbed it from
him.
You grabbed
That's right.
Okay. All right.
Brother Azrael, I took a couple. We never got in the ring together like that, but he was with one of my colleagues, Prince Handsome, social media champion of LCCW. Okay. I took a couple of shots at him when he wrestled him. Okay. So we have unfinished business. But the point is this: half of the people you brought in, I beat, or I put hands on.
Oh, you put hands on. Okay.
That's right. And I want to put hands on you, American Prodigy. So what do you say? What do you say?
So
yes
how did you
no?
hear of me?
Yes
I'm so
or
curious.
no?
So how did you hear of me? Like, I'm still trying to figure out how you even knew of me.
Locker room banter. We talked. The boys talk in the locker room, and your name came up, but not. I'm not getting into detail because I have class, and I leave private matters in private conversations. But let's just say your name came up. Well, I'll say one thing. Your name came up in a negative light, and that negative light was you thought you were better than you were. Okay, I won't name names because I'm not like that. So every time I went to a locker room, it was the same thing, and that got me curious. And then when I saw you had a podcast, I'm like, who is this guy? He thinks he's better. He thinks his opinion matters. Well, it doesn't, American Prodigy. It doesn't. And by the way, you should keep the mask on. It looks better on you. Okay? It looks better on you. Put the mask on, or at least shave. That's what you should do.
I'm clean shaved. What are you talking about?
Well, shave again.
Chair shots to your head. Like
I don't take. I dish them out. I dish them out. I don't
dish them out. Can you swing a steel chair?
I used to play
softball. A steel chair?
I played softball.
You used to play softball.
I know.
So
I know how to swing.
You do it like this. You don't do it like this. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't do underhand stuff. I'm talking about swinging the bat.
But you just said you play softball.
No,
you couldn't throw.
I don't catch. First of all, sir, I don't catch. I'm not a catcher. I don't pitch. I strike. That's what I do. That's why I've been champion year in and year out. But anyways, you're diverting the conversation.
So what got you into wrestling? Like, shut up. What got you into wrestling?
Shut up.
What got you into wrestling?
I am your guest. I demand respect.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean? What got me into wrestling? This is prize
fight. What got
fight.
you into wrestling?
Did
you get bullied? Did you just epiphanize and like, hey, I want to be a wrestler? Like,
look at me.
Let's know who you are.
Am I the kind of guy that looks like gets bullied? I do the bullying. I don't get bullied. Okay. But here's the thing: prize fighting. What other type of hustle? What other type of occupation where you could beat another human being half to death and then get paid for it and not get arrested? That sounds like a good deal to me, and I'm very good at it. I'm very good at it. Again, year in and year out, champion. My record speaks for itself. So, American Prodigy, I'll ask you again.
How many titles do you have?
Yes or no?
That you sit here and talk. I hear this all the time. I've retired, dude. So how many titles have you had?
In the 4 years, rookie championship. That's one. I've been
that
tag
you won
team
on a website. Correct.
I won tag team champions multiple times. I've been a singles competitor, a regional. AIWF is regional. I was champion over 10 10 different states, over 88 promotions, even Japan. Japan was included in the AIWF. I could have gone to Japan, but COVID. Okay? I could have been in Japan. That's right. COVID.
Okay.
I won the title. I was a regional champion, not just one promotion like you and many others. I was a regional champion. Okay. I'm also currently champion at this promotion over at Palatka called LCCW, Legacy Championship Wrestling.
You jumped a guy.
Okay.
You jumped him.
Jumped who?
But you jumped Ricky. I know who that is.
You talking about Ricky Autistic?
Yeah.
What do you mean jump? I won. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
You weren't the only one in that ring, buddy.
Look, let me explain something to you. I wanted to have who's calling me known. Oh, here we go. Hold up. Do you know that guy right there, Mark Brew? Do you know who that is?
Don't have an idea, bro.
He is a thorn in my side. He was the GM of then GWE. Now something else. I'm sure they renamed it. Over in Albany, Georgia. Okay. You know how many hurdles and obstacles I had to go through because he doesn't like me? Well, Mark Brew, remember when I won the AIWF there? I won it there.
I agree.
Under your reign, Mark Brew, and now you're a nothing. A nothing. I beat you, Mark Brew. Anyways.
All right, let's go back to you. All right, you won how many? So you were on.
So with Ricky,
I asked you championships, then you told me you were going to Japan. So like,
I could have gone to Japan. I could have gone, but COVID. But COVID.
COVID. Okay.
COVID stopped all that. So okay, I had to move on. I went to Arkansas. I've been in Texas. I've been in North Carolina. I've been in all, baby. The Southern Belt. I wore that belt. I was all over that Southern Belt. All them notches. I fastened that
Appreciate
belt.
you coming in, Mark. I appreciate you coming in. If you know anything about this guy, please refresh me because.
Oh, Mark knows plenty of me. A lot more than you need to know. So Ricky,
really? It's like that.
That's a bad. First of all, that's a bad soundbite. So I expect you to cut that off during post. Okay. So, anyways, Ricky lost his
buddy.
title.
I can't cut nothing in this. I'm sorry.
Ricky lost his championship to me because he made it. He did. He made it into a tables match.
I definitely agree with you, Mark. I was actually in the gauntlet that Logan defeated in that gauntlet, and more worthy champion ever is Logan Stevens.
I made it worthy. I made it worthy. I defended it in North Carolina. I defended it in Texas. I defended it in Arkansas. I defended it in Georgia and Florida. I defended it everywhere. Where did Logan defend it?
A certain number. You didn't.
He defended it in Georgia. That's all because it's his hometown. He's the cheater.
Oh, he's the cheater.
That's right.
I'm starting to figure out why everything is escalating what it is. Okay, so
I'm not escalating.
You basically have been looking at a track record of mine because apparently you've done some research because you know I'm mutual with Logan. I've had countless matches with Dante. And I did just see that you caused, if I remember, you and your what's your group called?
My
EMG?
Group. My corporation. Dylan
Corporation.
Wheeler,
okay.
Dylan Wheeler Incorporated. Our manager.
The Three Musketeers?
Agent,
like what?
No, we're not. We don't have fancy mustaches and we don't have little swords. No. We're DWY. Sure? Remember that name. I don't hassle anybody, Mark.
You hassle people until they subscribe. So he gets 75 only. He's on 75 guys that you've hassled. Is that what I'm hearing?
Look, all the subscribers you see online, okay? The thing is, the platforms they don't like me talking truth. They don't like how I talk. So you know what they do? They take away subscribers from me. Okay, that's what they do. That's what they do. They're trying to press me.
So you only got. So you telling me that I got rookie numbers, which is 1.5.
Right, you got rookie numbers,
and you got 75.
Look, I used to have.
But I'm the rookie. But I'm the rookie, correct?
Right. I used to have close to 1 million, and then when I started speaking my truth, all of a sudden YouTube started taking away subscribers from me. That's what they were doing.
Okay. Oh, so
They shut people up.
So
They shut
YouTube has
people up
robbed
online.
you. Is that what you're saying?
YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. It's a conspiracy. All right, a conspiracy of people that speak truth, and I'm the one
shocked
that
that you
speaks
could
the
say that
most
big of a
truth.
word.
I'm the one that speaks the most truth, and so what they do? They cut my fan base, so I can't get that truth out. And right now, I'm speaking truth, just like you. You cut me off. You cut me off today on your show.
Not even on the dark web did he have 1 mil. Oh, what's the dark web?
Exactly.
Don't worry about what the dark web is.
Don't worry about what the dark web is.
Is that is that a personal issue between you? I don't know nothing about you, buddy. I'm just trying to know who you are. You've been jobbing me down for the last 4 months. You have talked down to all my guests that I've had in the past. And apparently I'm putting rookie numbers, but you've only got 75 subscribers.
Right, because I'm getting screwed by YouTube.
And I'm hearing that people are hassling you for. I hear you're hassling people for subscribers.
No, that's not true.
That's not what Mark and 3 other people are saying. So,
well, Mark is biased. Mark hates me because I'm successful. And I was their champion.
There's only one guy that really likes you in this chat right now, and that's Pedro, which I can understand why Pedro likes you.
Because we got to stick together, okay? No. We're brown. We got to stick together. We got to stick together.
Okay. All right. So you come on here basically challenging me.
That's right.
Knowing that I've retired, and I've clearly said this how many times. So what makes it different for you to challenge me than anybody else? Why would I even make my relevancy even have to bother with you?
Look, let's just say, and I won't go into detail because it's, whatever. It's whatever. Let's just say, now it's getting personal. Before it was just business. But let's just say this is a favor for somebody. But you know what? Now it's personal for me. It's personal for me.
No. Favor for who?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No.
Because at the end of the day, it's going to be you and me in that ring. So get out of retirement. Yes or no? Make up your mind. Because one way or the other, I'm going to get you in that ring. One way or the other, I'm going to get you in that ring.
You're going to get me in the ring.
I'm going to get you in that ring. I'm going to do what I have to do.
Sorry, buddy. I'm married and I don't go that way. So I don't know what your purpose is on this. All right. So, you said you're doing a favor for somebody. Talk.
Look, you invited me on your show, right? You begged me. Again, let's clear that up.
I begged you. You asked to come on. Next.
I've already told you people a list of questions I didn't want to talk about. That was one of them. So I'm not going to answer it. So the point is this, 100th show. I want you out of retirement. It's a favor for somebody. I'm not going to get detail who. You'll find out eventually. But now it's personal. I don't like you. I don't like how you dress. Look at that sofa. What, do you got a ladder in the background? Whatever. Okay, that's how you want to be a podcaster. You want to talk about nothing. You have these Mark fans
that looks
that don't know
like
what
the
they're
same
talking
height
about.
as you if I look at it right.
I'm sitting down. I'm 5'10".
Oh, you're 5'10". Oh,
I go with the best of them. Okay. So American Prodigy, you have a lot of thinking to do. 100th episode, you're going to come out of retirement. And if you don't, well, that's your career. That speaks for itself. As soon as you get an actual challenge, no, I'm too scared. I'm American Prodigy. No, I can't do it. Start running, start lifting, and let's do this. Okay?
Lifting.
Do whatever you got to do.
Lifting. Oh.
Start drinking your little powder shakes. Clip your toenails, whatever to get you ready. Okay? Whatever to get you ready. Get your mud mask on. Wash your mask.
Y'all's promos has really gotten weird now. You're talking about clipping toenails and stuff like. What's up with you? Like, there's something with you. There's something really. there's something really annoying with you for sure. I've seen that since I opened this episode, and I was really glad to know your connection was cutting in and out, and you found a way to get back in. I
That's not
literally
true.
tried to get you in the opening of this show, so I did not have to deal with you anymore.
Right. And
And
you
we
cut
have
me off. That's your
now
fault.
officially at the 1 hour and 46 mark, and I'm still having to deal with you. You're basically being that chiming little chihuahua, fight me, ruff, 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 ruff. And it's not stopped once. You haven't gave me a exact reason why I should even think about it. First of all, I'm never scared of anyone, but the way I left is probably the most meaningful moment of my life compared to if I just came back and faced you. What makes you different than anyone else that I've faced?
Because you haven't faced nobody. You
I haven't
haven't
faced
faced
nobody.
anybody. You were a big
Didn't you
fish
just
in
said
a
you faced
small
almost
pond.
all the people that I faced? Didn't you
Those
just say this?
those were appetizers.
Why are you stuttering? Why are you
Those were
stuttering?
appetizers. Okay,
Those
those
were
were nothing. They were there. They were warm bodies in the locker room, and they had to get ran through. Okay,
They had to get ran through, and you
they get
stuttered
ran
on that.
through.
Okay.
Just like a train, and I was the conductor. Okay, that's what
Okay.
happened. And then I went on to bigger and better things. What does Bruce say? An American Prodigy with Logan. This is how he sounds like. The American Prodigy with Logan Stevens in his corner versus L. So now you're booking stuff, Mark Brew? Are you even allowed to book, or are you still a GM? Quit. You were lousy then, and you're lousy now. Okay?
Look, all right, look, all jokes aside.
I
I
wasn't
left
joking. Who's joking?
due to injuries and to be a family man.
Wow. That's the card we're pulling? That's the card we're pulling. Injuries and family man. You could come up with something better than that. You could come up with something better than that. Come on.
El Nino and Peckovus in the corner.
Who's
I wouldn't be
Peckovus?
shocked.
Who's Peckovus?
That's pretty sad. You don't know who that is. You need to do your research, because apparently you know. If you're sitting there saying I have never wrestled anybody, that's actually one of the guys I've wrestled, and you're basically calling him a nobody.
Look, you know how many wrestlers exist? It's a lot.
I know, and I've never heard of you until today.
I've wrestled men, I've wrestled women, I've wrestled everything in between. So excuse me if I don't keep up with everybody. Okay? Excuse me.
So did you lose any of the matches with the women?
Of course not.
Why were you
That's
wrestling
absurd.
the women, first of all?
Because I can.
Oh, because you can. Okay.
Equal rights, equal fights. That's what I say. I gave him an opportunity.
All right.
You calling me a simp? Off the top rope. Another stupid podcast that nobody listens to.
Hold up. First of all, that's my brother you talking about. You can watch your fucking
Oh, that's
mouth.
figures. Well, now that makes sense. That connect the dots. Okay. He also has a podcast. All right. Did he also wrestle?
How many podcasts have you ever been on? Like, I've never even heard of you. I looked at your YouTube page, and if you look at my matches, I've literally had over 100 views. Your matches, I've seen 2 to 3 views. Explain.
I don't put my matches online.
You don't put your matches online.
If
Or
you
do
see
you
matches,
not
it's
know how to
probably
film it?
fans. It's probably fans.
Oh, fans. So you mean tell me there's people that wear that goofy ass logo that you have on your shirt?
First of all, it's not
around
goofy.
this area?
It's not goofy.
Not goofy.
The people that wear it are very intelligent. They're actual pro wrestling fans. A lot more intelligent than your fan base. Okay, they know. They see quality. They see quality when they see it. Okay, they ask me for hair tips, and I tell them. And everybody's walking around with great hair.
Tips.
Everybody walks around with great hair and a great shirt, and I make the world a better place. You see, one hair at a time, one shirt at a time. That's what I do. Okay.
All right, that's amazing to know. I guess. So you're the
It's
hair
wonderful
man.
to know. It's wonderful to know.
Oh man.
So where we at?
He said, "Stay your ass in the goofy house." Coming for the.
Tell your brother to sit down. All right. Tell your brother if he don't want none of this, he needs to stop. Okay. I'm giving him this one pass. Okay, out of respect, you're the host, and I'm a professional. Okay, tell your brother to keep quiet. Well, at least he recognizes a pimp when he sees one, huh? Can't say the same thing
You're
about
saying
him.
you're wrestling women, so I don't know.
All of them. This is
So
prize
all
fighting.
right, all jokes aside.
Not joking.
So
What is
you
this,
want
a
to face me? So I'm guessing you've already figured out a location and all this, or
Oh,
what's your my. So if I don't agree to wrestling you because I still don't know who the hell you are, um, so what's gonna happen? Because I've heard some stuff that you've done. Apparently, I get messages saying, "Hey, he might try to do this and he might do this." So what's up?
well, first of all, I'm not going to incriminate myself of hearsay of other people saying doing this and that. I've never done anything. The only thing I've done is in the middle of that ring. Now, this is what happens to answer your question. If you say yes, we have a beautiful match. Of course, I win because I'm better, and that's it. You let off script on set, and you've actually could come back and say, you know what, I did have at least one legit match in my life, and then that's it. That's good. But win-win. If you say no, then you're a chicken and a coward in front of your friends, your family, and everybody who ever thought respected you. That's what happens when you say no.
Joseph's saying you don't even think you're at the jobber level.
Well, Joseph is a nobody, so I don't care what Joseph has to say. Why is he still on here? Don't you work? Go to school? Get out of here. He trash. That's the best your brother could come up with? Figures. Yeah, Mark, you know my managers, okay? So I've been instructed by legal counsel how to handle these type of things. But this is the media after all, and they do spin it. Oh my! Please tell your brother. Does your brother wrestle? Does your brother wrestle?
You want it?
Does your brother wrestle? Do you wrestle off the top podcast? I bet you don't.
What?
I bet you don't. I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself?
The one that didn't wrestle anybody, but you're asking me to.
I can't hear you. You're playing games again. I can't hear you. Say that again. See, I knew it. It was your equipment. You see people of whatever the name of the show is. He's playing games. He's playing games.
All right, I think sound check's a little bit better now. All right, so
Okay.
okay, so you want to face me, correct?
Yes,
correct?
for the 100th time. Yes. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. See, ladies and gentlemen, you see, he's playing games. Now he's playing the whole I can't hear you, I can't talk, everything's muted, I can't hear him. He doesn't want an answer. Okay. Okay. Is that a yes? Or do you get cold? You put the mask on. Is that a yes? I'm going to take that as a yes. I guess that's a yes. My people will call your people, and we'll leave it at that, Mr. American Prodigy.
Just know this. Be careful what you wish for, because now you got it.
My people will call your people. I'm done. Good day.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me with Buzzing with Marlowe live. I'll say it again, live. I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it. One away. We're one away from the big 100, ladies and gentlemen. Man, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. And we just hit 3 years. Like, this is insane. We hit this podcast and it's so crazy just how much it's grown just from beginning to end. Like, I literally done this to help people because of COVID, and it was just like I needed something to entertain myself because I couldn't watch anything really on TV that was new. And who would have thought me doing a video podcast? And not only that, like, we're like all over people's radios, phones, Spotify, all this stuff. Like, it's crazy. Also, guys, let's also reference that. If you haven't, guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to all our platforms, including these: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Beep, beep, beep. Also, guys, like I said, if you are interested in making a podcast, guys, check out the Anchor app. You can easily get paid for using your words. This is the app that started it all for Buzzing with Marlowe. Highly recommend if you really are not new to like technology, computers and stuff like that. If you just want to try to work on something, try something new, try out the Anchor app. You can easily record right off your phone. All right, guys. That's a nice little plug, guys. Hey, I hope everybody's doing well, guys. Also, if you haven't, it is the month of April, guys. We are doing a Buzzing with Marlowe sale for autism awareness. Guys, check out the Bonfire Shop. You can rock this awesome V-neck, or if you still in the cold area, which I highly doubt most of you are, I mean, hey, we got long sleeves, hoodies, and most importantly, basic t-shirts. We know the summer's coming, guys. So, and ladies, we also got y'all hooked up. We also got the best ones for y'all, the Razorback pink tops. Know the gym time is coming and the summertime. We want to show skin. You want to get a tan. You want a nice little color to the elbows and the shoulders and face and all that. Check it out. Go to Bonfire Shop on the Buzzing with Marlowe section. Type in promo code BUZZ20 and you get 10% off. Also, guys, if you go to the Bonfire Shop, go to the Autism Awareness campaign. It's called Buzzing with Autism. That's right, guys. For autism awareness, we're giving out a huge discount. If you buy one of those shirts, you put in a promo code BUZZ15, you get 20% off. That's right, guys. Buzz15 to get 20% off. Can't beat that. I think that is truly amazing, guys. Also, all the money is not even coming to this podcast. It's going to just to a nice foundation for autism. Everybody knows my son has autism and stuff like that. So I'm a big supporter of autism awareness. So it's just a beautiful thing. Beautiful people. I mean, my son has one of the best memories come to man. My time in wrestling, I was brain dead at times. Like, literally, I couldn't remember some numbers and stuff like that. My son was literally what I nicknamed called the notepad. And he literally would just be my little journal, would help me remember every little thing that possibly go on back in my head or whatever. So, guys, Buzz 15 to get 20% off on the Bonfire Shop. Also, guys, if you haven't, guys, check it out. If you like this content, and if you're a fan of pro wrestling, yes, I was a pro wrestler for almost 6 years. I was the American Prodigy. I'm not wrestling anymore. I know we get these little pills thrown at me. Oh, you still go or whatever. No, I'm not in the ring. I haven't been in there a long time. But guys, I have a little group called Commission, and we have Commission Talks every Wednesday with my boy from the OTTR podcast, Mr. Chiz, the Black Card Lansky, and my boy Dre on Wheels from the 1130 podcast. We formed the commission. We had commission talks every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, And most importantly, Twitter. Check it out. If you're a fan of wrestling, even if you're not a fan of wrestling, if you like the little scenarios like Skip and Shanahan have, you will love that because me and Shiz go back and forth like little two crazy wolves going, or little crazy dogs going for a bone, guys. It is insane, entertaining. We get so much great feedback every single week. That's why we keep doing it. So check out Commission Talks on Wednesday, or we alternate. So it's say my week was this week. If you didn't check that one out, highly check out that one. That was amazing. Shout out to the Dirty Hills podcast, one of the top wrestling podcasts is out here, coming on to the show and taking over a little bit and having just a down to earth chat, talking about the purposes of gimmicks, why gimmicks are important, why the wrestling itself now is so different to catch eyes on compared to what it was back in the 90s and stuff like that. It was a great chat. Check that out. Highly recommend. Shout out to the Dirty Hills. Shout out to my boy Shiz and Dre because we did our thing. And shout out to our guest, Alex Coquito, for coming on as well. That was definitely just a great, great, fun chat, guys. All right, guys. It is episode 99. We're one away from the 100. That is insane. So I'm very excited about today. I did an episode with this guy literally, I think my first or second season. And what a banger we had. I mean, I had a lot of things to get off my chest, and he had a lot of things that he was trying to promote with Snap Customs and stuff like that. Guys, that's right, guys. I said Snap Customs. If you don't remember when I saved my time in wrestling, this was my Joker. Literally one of my biggest villains in the game that when I was American Prodigy, literally it was just like a wonderful Saturday night every time me and him were in the ring together. Literally one of the guys I idolize when it comes to knowing the game of wrestling, just knowing things in life. Great advice this guy has just all around. I mean, I absolutely love this dude because I mean, I better because he stretched me in every different way in town and country and state, whatever you possibly think of. This man stretched my back, my neck, my legs, all that crap, and even hung me on freaking on a daggum turnbuckle. And yeah, I actually was trying to find that picture, but I couldn't find it. But guys, that's right. I'm talking about the one and only, the censor one, less fortunate, aka that's he's not less anymore, aka my boy Wesley McRoberts. And that's right, guys. Wesley McRoberts is back on Buzzwood Marlowe and on live camera edition. Man, this is gonna be so much fun. So, guys, I'm not gonna waste any more time. When the countdown goes to 30-1, this is about to get real, guys. We are back with the censor one, and that countdown, ladies and gentlemen, is about to start right now. All right. He is here. Ladies and gentlemen, this man still looks the same. I freaking met him like 7 years ago. It's freaking insane. My boy, Wesley, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? I don't age. I'm a vampire, I think.
I'm
I'm good,
wondered
brother.
it.
How you doing,
I've
man?
wondered it, man. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. How in the world have you been, man?
Oh man, it has been an adventure. Life is an adventure, right? That's why we
And
do it every day.
a lot of stiff kicks coming back and forth. Is that what you're about to say?
Since the last conversation we had, a lot of things have changed. The
Uh-huh.
location has changed, but the story remains the same. So I am honored to be back on here again. I buzzing with Marlowe. This is one of my guys. This is one of those guys we talked about in the last episode. He has my respect because I beat the hell out of him. And I did it to teach and earn respect, and he earned my respect several times. So I am honored to be here.
as many areas we were. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
Never
Barbara.
could just be a love. Yeah, there we go. You're number one fan.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey man, if nobody knows who the hell you are, which I really tell people, go ahead and Google this man right now. Just inform them who you are.
Sure. I spent around 17 years as a professional wrestler. I wrestled as Less Fortunate. I started my journey actually when I was 14 years old, is when I went to my first round of wrestling school in Springfield, Missouri, with Matt Kuma, who was he was trained by primetime Brian Lee, who was the fake Undertaker at SummerSlam. He's also in the DOA. He was Chains in the DOA. He was also Killdozer Brian Lee in ECW. From there, I had my first pro wrestling match in August of 2001 in Yulee, Florida. I'm sorry, Fernandina Beach, Florida. I first started off as wrestling as a guy named Jinsei Tora because I had to wear a mask. So I had a Hayabusa mask covered up my face. You think I look young now? I looked really young then. But yeah, I wrestled for a long time. I had lots of great experiences and traveled a little bit. I will not say that I was as popular as most, but I had a really good time. Had a really fantastic experience with wrestling. I think we mentioned in the last one, I have a real love-hate relationship with pro wrestling. And my last match was in 2018, which we'll talk about that. Actually retired from pro wrestling for the fourth time because of injury, and I do not come back, and I probably will never come back, but that's okay. Now I get to sit down with fine people like Warren here and have these conversations, so I'm pretty excited.
Absolutely, man. This is our kayfabe moment, you know. Hey, actually, you know, this has always been okay to do that even outside the barricade because I'm not wearing the mask and stuff. That when you mentioned that thing about the mask, bro, I tried that mask on recently. I was just like, you know, let's just see how much different it is. I was damn near about to suffocate in that damn thing. Like I was just like, gosh, what the hell was I thinking? I mean, when we wrestle, I mean, shit, we go like almost a good distance. Like there was really no short match we've ever had. And I'm just sitting, I was like, I don't ever remember ever being tired with this damn thing on. And now it's just like, oh my Lord. Now I see what people are talking about when they put this thing on. I'm just like, all right. If I ever thought about it, I don't know about the mask coming.
Yeah, and you had the mask with no eye holes too, which I could have never. My Hayabusa mask had a mouthpiece and the eyes were completely open.
You could have told who it was if that wasn't the case, man. That was my biggest issue.
It's I always hated it. And I had a professional made mask from Mexico.
Oh man.
It was very thick. It was so thick. And now
were you a baby face?
I was for a while, yeah. And it was very interesting because at the time, now, I mean, we're really going behind the curtain now. I'm 15 years old. I'm in my freshman year of high school, to put it in perspective, and I'm trying to stand out in a world full of very big guys. And I might weigh 140, maybe. So
yeah, you did. I forgot about that.
I was tiny. So I dyed my hair bright red, like fire engine red, and it would stick out the top of my mask. And kids loved it. Honestly, kids loved it. It was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I hated it. I absolutely hated it because I always felt like I've always been less fortunate. I don't think we talked about the story of how I became less fortunate. Maybe we could probably talk on that this time.
Yeah.
I've always been less fortunate. That's been my nickname since elementary school, and how that came about. If y'all remember the old Reebok black tops, the shoes we had in the late 80s, early 90s. And this is probably 1991, maybe 92. I'm not going to age myself too much here. And I'm running around the gym in PE. Oh, thanks. Jeez. Ching, there's one. So I see you. So I'm running around the gym, and y'all know, like when your shoe kind of, I guess, goes like this, kind of does the thing. And I'm running around the gym. I couldn't be more than 6 years old, maybe, and my shoe's going like this as I'm running around the gym. I grew up in a very poor town, very, very 1 mile town in Ohio called Aberdeen. Aberdeen, Ohio. It's real close to Cincinnati, but very, very poor river town. Every time the river floods, everybody in the town gets wiped out. Very poor town. But kids would make fun of me, and they would make fun of my shoes because this same year that all this is going on, my dad broke his back in a steel factory. So we were really in, hard times, to quote Dusty Rhodes. We were in hard times.
Yeah.
So as I'm running around the gym, this kid is making fun of me, and my PE teacher at the time, his name is Mr. Ashcraft, and I think he's still the PE teacher in the neighboring school, still to this day, said, "You shouldn't make fun of people who are less fortunate." And then the mean kids started calling me less fortunate because my name is actually Wesley. So less, they would put it together.
Yeah.
And from that point on, I was less fortunate, and I lived it. I accepted it. It was mine. So when they put me under a mask and made me pretend to be Japanese, with my blue eyes showing, that works well. There was a part of me that always knew that there's going to come a day where I was a huge Raven fan. I loved Raven. He was probably my favorite pro wrestler. I was a huge Spike Dudley fan, who the guy that trained me how to wrestle also trained with Spike Dudley for a little bit. So I mixed Raven and Spike Dudley, and that was less fortunate. I don't think everybody put that together early on. When you met me, not so much. It was more I was mimicking Just Incredible more there.
That's where I was going. I thought you were a Just Incredible fan for the longest time. I remember you used to quote him all the time.
Yeah, huge. He not necessarily his WWE stuff, but his ECW stuff was beautiful. Him and Steve Corino, I'm a huge, as you know, I had that match with Kobe, Steve's son. I had so much respect for Steve Corino, and some of the stuff him and Just Incredible did was and Just Incredible versus Jerry Lynn. That was my stuff.
That's what I was about to say. That was the match I really liked, was Just Incredible versus Jerry Lynn. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, anything with Jerry Lynn. Yeah, Jerry Lynn's. I mean, if you haven't sat down and watched Jerry Lynn versus Rob Van Dam 1, 2, and 3,
watch a match.
Oh my gosh, watch those. I mean, that's Savage versus Steamboat at WrestleMania. I mean, it's in that conversation.
It's there.
It's
there.
But yeah, that's how I became less fortunate, and I had to wait till my 16th birthday before I was allowed to take off the mask. Yeah, just before. I had the first time I ever did it. I was in Nashville, Tennessee. I'll never forget this. I wrestled my trainer and his tag team partner in Nashville, and his tag team partner's name was Max Chaos, and Max Chaos broke his leg in the middle of the match. Actually got his ankle stuck in the mat and snapped his ankle. I'm sorry, it was the second time I wrestled with less fortunate. The first and second time we're in Nashville, Tennessee. So yeah, less fortunate started off with a bang. It was great. Loved it.
Literally.
Yeah, really. It's snap. Every time I talk to Jason, who is Max Chaos, I'm like, hey, remember that time your ankle broke in the middle of the match and I had to wrestle 2 300-pound guys for about 20 minutes? Thanks. That was great.
Way to pay my dues there, buddy.
Right. Now, my guy that trained me was going to be mad. He wasn't 300. He was 245, 250, but I'm going to say he was 300 because it sounds better. I'm going to own that. But yeah, that's how Less Fortunate started. And then, we went over kind of what I've done and all that. I don't claim to be famous or nothing like that. I never was in love with pro wrestling. It was never like everything I ever wanted to do. I think we've talked about that. It was more or less, you're going to do that, from my family, from my trainer, who was my best friend. I always loved wrestling. Grew up loving Stone Cold Steve Austin, yes, Macho Man Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Ravishing Rick Rude, Bushwhackers. I mean, I could keep going. I loved all of it. I had all the toys, all the Hasbros, everything. But I was always too small in my brain. I was always too small. And then I saw Spike Dudley get picked up over his head by Bam Bam Bigelow and thrown over the top rope into the crowd in ECW. Yep. And first time I ever watched ECW. And I said, I could do that. And it was more or less, hey, I could get the eyes on me by doing that crazy stuff, which, as you know, before you met me, that is what I did. Most of the crazy stuff. So
I remember when you used to show me all that stuff, and I was like, don't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
I remember that rubbed you the wrong way when I would sit here and look at you and go, I'm worried about you. And I'm like, I don't know if we're going to do that. And I remember the one spot. What was the one that you really were pissed about?
Sunset Bomb? Was it Sunset Bomb?
No, we actually did that one. You finally got me to do that.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
But the one that you wanted me to do, the Nobody Home, what was it? Gosh, I can't remember what it was. I think it was like an elbow drop or something. I can't remember what. No, the tarantula into the corner. I meant to the ropes. The
Oh yeah,
running
that was
tarantula.
yeah, it hurts.
You were pissed that I would not take that, and then you went and did it to Chris Henry.
Oh yeah, and that I love Chris Henry. I hope he listens to this. Chris Henry was he was my
Have to
match
put
right
on some
after I
muscle
wrestled.
now.
Oh man, yeah, I love Chris Henry. He's so I wrestled him after I wrestled Kobe Carino, and for a lot of us, so if are we gonna shoot a little bit? I can shoot a little bit if we need to.
Bro, it's my podcast. Have fun.
So they had booked Eric Moore, our good buddy, against Steve Carino, and I got the phone call from Brooks, the promoter of Sunbelt, and he said, "Hey, Steve is wrestling Eric. I love that match, but I need somebody to wrestle his son Kobe." And he's like, "There's nobody else I want to do that but you." And I was nervous. I was scared because at that point, you and I were working all the time, really against each other. At times, you were very, very green. So I was leading all the matches. We weren't doing anything too crazy. We were just getting through it and having fun matches. Kobe Carino comes in. Now, this is a kid that's been trained by Steve Carino. He's wrestled Rich Swann. He's wrestled like our good friend John Davis. He's wrestled Cedric Alexander. All these guys that are currently in 205 Live at the time, Kobe's wrestled them. And I'm like, can I keep up with a kid that's 20 years younger than me or 15 years younger than me? And his dad is like literally one of my favorite wrestlers, and Steve Carino, and it was one of those things. And there was a lot of haters. There was a lot of people like, "Oh yeah, Les can't keep up. He's not any good." Da, da, da. Myself and Kobe went out and stole the damn show, and it was a 50-50. So
was it the Wild Adventure show? Wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the second time, but the first one was the second. We need to talk about that. That second one that was an adventure. So
literally,
that was an adventure. But yeah, we did this show, and then that was the Sunbelt Southern Heritage title that I didn't know was going to happen. They said the winner of this was going to be the Southern Heritage champion. And then the very next show was Chris Henry. I'd never wrestled Chris Henry. I'd never seen Chris Henry. So I watched some of his stuff online. I'm like, holy shit. Like, this guy is equally as good, if not better, and he's faster. Chris Henry is a lightning bolt. He is ridiculously fast. And I didn't have any nerves, though. There was nothing. Like, it was just like, well, if I can do this with that guy, more guys saying you can't keep up with Chris Henry. You can't do it. Yeah, you're not good enough. You're not this or that. You're not John Davis. You're not any of these guys. And I never claimed to be. I kept up. I held my own. And we had a really, really solid match. Probably my favorite match I've ever had, besides Jake Slater was my all-time favorite match. Rest in peace, sir. But that is a close second. And that's where we did the running tarantula, and it was ridiculous. Like, if you guys get a chance to check that out on YouTube, Less Fortunate Wrestling Top Moves. When I hit Chris Henry with that in the swinging DDT, I thought I killed him. I mean, it was ridiculous. But that's a good worker, right? When he makes it look like he got killed, like Rob Van Dam taking that DDT.
Y'all didn't go over that or anything.
All we said was bend over. You're taking a code red through the ropes, and I'm gonna hold on before you go over the ropes.
He was excited. You were just like, should I be worried?
Over the ropes. He said, over the ropes.
Just grab him. I got you.
I got you. Just don't let your legs go over the ropes. Which
I remember me and you tried that damn move. Me and you both found a way to fall out of the damn ring. I would trip over the rope. Like, we were just like, no, not to this one.
Yeah, so for those of you who have never seen a tarantula, it is a code red through the ropes. I tangle you in the ropes and then grab your legs.
I still don't
under
see anybody else doing it. I still don't see
the only
anybody
person
doing
I've
it
ever seen do it was Tajiri in ECW, but he never did a running one. It was always
That's what I was going to say, not a running one.
Yeah, the running, I created that, as far as I know. I've never seen anybody else do it like that, so I'm pretty sure I created it. Now somebody's gonna comment, well, you didn't see Yoshi somebody in Japan. Okay, maybe, but as far as I know,
in the 40s, you can't beat anything nowadays.
You're not watching the right film. Well, go back to your mom's basement, because no, I'm not. So I'm pretty sure
this is the blood mist.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, apparently I think I created that. But yeah, I that's some of the stuff. I think this is what I know. This is what you enjoyed about me is the pullback blockbuster. Nobody was doing that. The tarantula. Nobody was doing that.
That was so
I
easy
was
to do.
doing moves that nobody was doing because yes, low kicks, everybody was doing it, but it would lead into these crazy moves. The fortune cookie, which is an Indian deathlock. Nobody was doing it at the time. Now Brian Danielson is Brian Danielson again. Now he's doing it every week. The cattle mutilation. Nobody was doing it. So I was just trying to do that. I was just trying to do stuff that, no, I'm not John Davis. I'll use John Davis because I think John Davis should be in WWE right now. I'm not John Davis. I'm not Wardell Walker. I'm not Steve Madison. I'm none of those guys. I'm not Francisco Chiasto. I'm none of those guys. I was less fortunate. I was what I was. And, then I wrestled Jason Falcone at United Pro. We tore it down. That was a fun match. I really felt like I had there for a good 8 months, the strongest run of my 17 years in wrestling. And when I tore my hip up, which you were actually at the original show when I hurt myself. It was Abbeville against Logan and Skylark. That was the
leg drop,
which is the very beginning. I mean, really, when I came back, that was my second match back. I did the leg drop, and we were in that really bad ring. Rest in peace, Mr. Jerry Stevens. But his ring was rough. The padding was carpet padding that was nasty. And if you remember, I did the leg drop, and all the carpet padding had moved, so I bare hipped sideways onto in between two boards. So pretty much my bursa sac in my hip, or bursa, the fluid that makes your hip move, got pinched between the two boards. And if you remember, we stayed the night at the local hotel there that night, and I slept on the floor because I couldn't even get on the bed.
I remember we thought you were pranking us when you were like, I'm sleeping on the floor. Me, Eric, and Clay were just like, this guy really sleeping on the floor?
And then Eric had a big Dodge truck, so the next day we had to hop up into his truck to leave, and
we love Eric, but damn that truck, bro. I was like, man, you got calf muscles for this one right here. My God.
Yeah, that was when the injury happened. And then I worked all the matches with you. That crazy
I love that
last match. I mean, all those low kicks, that stuff hurt. Because every time I turned my leg, I was ripping it.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it was rough. And then the last injury to it, which it's nobody's fault. I'm not going to blame anybody for it or anything like that. But I was wrestling in Vincennes, Indiana. And I was wrestling this guy. He did like a prison type gimmick. And we were doing the tarantula, but he was going to block it into an Alabama slam. And he blocked it, which is, I never thought about doing this. It was a really cool spot. I jumped over, get in the position. He reaches up, grabs me, has me here, Alabama slam. When he went to Alabama slam me, his thumb got caught in my tights, and he twisted my leg around like this, and it ripped it the rest of the way off. I wrestled 1 week later, and that was when I wrestled Dante and Aiden. And that was my very last match, because at that point I was told, if you rip it anymore, it's never going to work. So that was it. It was freak instant. You remember the ripped up orange tights I used to wear that you could see the skeleton bones underneath of it? He got his thumb stuck in that. And when he went to Alabama Slam me, he couldn't get his hand out. So he twisted me.
Those were the newer ones too, I think, weren't they?
Yeah. Wasn't anybody's fault. Nothing like that. It was just a freak thing. It was an injury that I could have, we don't make a whole lot in pro wrestling. So I could have set out. I was doing it for enjoyment. But that was the end of it. Yeah,
Spoiler.
That was the end of it. And I had to actually went back. I shared the video recently. My last match. I was really glad my last match was in Sunbelt. Brooks Robinson, his family, I loved them. And I said this in the thing. Dante, I want to say this. If we can take a minute just to I want to a huge thank you to Dante and Aiden from the Nightmare Syndicate. So what was originally supposed to happen was
just
to be
retired.
me versus, poor guy. Aiden and I were supposed to wrestle. Something happened politically with Sunbelt. Aiden wrestled the show he wasn't supposed to. Something, I don't know, wasn't involved. So they switched it to me and Dante, and then I tore my hip up. They've advertised this match. Everybody's pretty excited because me and Dante had never had a one-on-one match. I'm excited about it. It's going to be crazy. And then I tore my hip up, worse than it already was. So I called Brooks and I was like, this is going to be my last match. And he thought I was kidding. He thought I was, wrestlers do this all the time, right? This is my last match. I'm done. And then come back 6 months later. But I was serious. And I cried on the phone with him. Like, I'm sorry, man. This has to be it. And I don't want this to be it anywhere else but here. So I asked for a favor. And the favor was, will you please put Aiden in the match? Because there's no way that I'm capable of running the ropes more than twice. If I do, I'm going to fall down. I need to have timeouts in between taking bumps and falls. I need to be able to roll out of the ring and let them two wrestle and let me, rest. So Brooks did that for me. So thank you to Brooks for that. But a huge thank you. I actually thanked both of them online the other day. I shared the video of the match. If it wasn't for Aiden Knight and Dante, I couldn't have had a last match. My last match would have been against Johnny Romano, and it was a horrible match, and I was pissed off about it. And still have not talked to Johnny Romano since then. We won't go into that any deeper than that, but I wanted my last match to be with people that, mutual respect completely around. So I did that. It was cool. And then at the end of it, I got to say my favorite song. I got to say bye to the crowd. And then I read off my favorite song is a song called Eulogy, which, I can tell you guys if you want to hear it. It's pretty awesome. It's short, but it's not everybody can grow up to be an astronaut. Not everybody grows up to be a king. Not everybody's going to be Freddie Mercury, but we can all raise a glass and sing. I haven't always been a perfect person. I haven't always done what my mom and dad would please. My mom and dad were sitting in the front row. That was pretty cool. But on the day I die, they'll say, at least I tried. And that's the only eulogy I need. And I got a standing ovation. And I left my tights, my boots, everything in the middle of the ring, and I left. And I have never stepped foot back in a wrestling ring since then. And I never plan on stepping foot back in one ever again. Maybe.
People are poking at me left and right now.
It's hard though, right? Like for me,
bro, it's like when you watch it, Edge, Daniel Bryan, all these guys. I'm like, dang, I was like, man, I had that reason. Now it's like, well, shit, they're like double my age right now. Like,
why you gotta say it like that? They're my age. They're my age. Why do you say it like that?
I'm just like, but I'm looking at my daughter and stuff, man. I'm like, I'm literally in her life repetitively now. Like when I first got in, I mean, I had my son, but I didn't have him full time. So I wasn't really have that moment where I just literally go back and go, you know what? I need to just stay home and whatever. But I constantly needed to be gone because I had so much shit going on in my head. And I remember when we first
realize the mental battle that comes with that, though, right? Like,
oh my gosh,
people don't understand it. Like that, the day of a show is not a 1 hour event. To the people that show up, it's a couple hours. They show up, they pay their price, they get their popcorn, they watch the show. For us, it starts at 10, 11 o'clock in the morning most of the times, unless you're, someone of name value who doesn't have to show up till showtime. But most of us, we show up really early. We help set up the ring. We set up everything. We hand out flyers.
That's one thing I always
an all-day event.
I felt like that was one thing I was obligated to do because I'm like, you know what? Even though people are paying to see us wrestle, I can give back to the guy that's giving us representation, regardless where shows I was at. I made sure I could give that value. Be like, hey, man, this guy's really reliable. He's tearing down the ring. He's setting the ring up. He's doing his things. Like, even when I wasn't, per se, the quote-unquote green anymore, like, I had that mentality into me always. I always was one of the ones to give back. And that's one thing I could definitely say about you. You have such a creative freaking mind. You have so many damn talents. Like, I remember when we first started talking, like you flat out just told me, hey man, my kid enjoys your mask. Like my kid loves your character. And then found out we were wrestling like not even a month later. And like, God forbid, did we even thought that one off was gonna go a whole almost 2 years?
Yeah. And it's fun though. Like
we got really close with each other after those matches, and like we had to. I mean, shit, we're basically giving each other so much vulnerability together. Like we had to be close, or we're just like, all right, so we're just gonna really be this type of way and just let it out in matches. Like we've had matches where we were having fun and stuff. And then, yes, there was that one time that we literally were a little upset with each other. That was actually one of our best matches because we literally just lashed out on both each other. Like, I will say, you're the reason why I started actually hitting a lot rougher. And then I'm sorry, Logan. He had to wrestle me the following week, and he goes, "Oh my gosh, you're stiff, kid. Like, slow down."
Yeah, don't let Uncle Les get in there with you, right? Yeah. So yeah,
But they
so
were
like
good,
for
man.
me, it's so then for me too, there's a disconnect there, and the disconnect comes now. Wrestling's done, so this is 17 years of my life. Now there's been some gaps in there where I took a year off or so. So I would say legitimately probably 14 years maybe,
Mhm.
but never solid because I got hurt, tore my Achilles, hurt my neck, stuff happened. But then I got home, and so the first month wasn't so bad. Month off, that's normal. Cool. 2 months, not so bad. 3 months, okay, this sucks. 4
Started
months,
weird,
okay,
yeah.
where am I going? I'm starting to set still. 5 months, what the hell's going on? 6 months, Snap Customs is starting to fail. I created action figures. I'm so distracted. Personal life's falling apart. 7 months, wrestling is now a thing of the past. We're getting into 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, a year. Wrestling's gone. It's never going to come back. I start, reaching out to old wrestling buddies. Shout out to Richie Wires, Preston Paradise. He's one of those guys that no matter what time I reach out, he's always there. Preston Paradise, I love you, brother. He runs Spinebuster Championship Wrestling now, a company that I helped begin in the very beginning when Jody Peterman took over promoting Darren Valdosta. Love Richie to death. He is a fantastic guy, whether people think so or not. He is fantastic. Love him. He's a big brother to me. But around this same time is when I found out in my personal life that, I had my wife was being unfaithful. I found out that, my job that I had thought was going to be, my business that was amazing, that was going to turn into this big conglomerate, that I was failing at because I was so distracted. I couldn't get everything done. Sorry to anybody I let down at that. I'm sorry. I did action figure solid for 5 years. Wore myself out. Got to the point where I couldn't even pick up a paintbrush. There's a good one. Put all my heart and soul into these things. I wanted it to feel like you were actually, in that box made by Mattel. Like I put my heart and soul in that, but then that started to fail. And so for me, there was this year of, I can't physically do what I want to do anymore. My marriage is failing. I'm trying to save it. It ain't helping. Folks, never cheat on your spouse. That's what I will never do anything like that, but I'm just saying, don't ever do that. It's the worst thing you could possibly do to a human. So I have that in my mind. I have, as a man, and I'm sure you have this, I know talking about your son to you, we have these conversations. We take pride in taking care of our families. We take pride in our kids looking at us and going, that's my dad, and nothing will happen to me if I'm with him. And I got to the point where I was so disrespected. People I'd reach out to who didn't mean to do it. We have a friend we were talking about earlier, I won't say his name, but who goes online and he does it plainly. He'll disrespect us online and say rude things and stuff. But not knowing what you're going through on the other end. Not knowing that I'm dealing with a possible divorce, not knowing that my kids are mad because I can't pick them up or go to the park and play or any of these things. So that last match, as big as it was to me and as important as it was and great, I mean, it was a fantastic experience getting to say goodbye, hug my friends, tell them I love them. That was the start of a snowball that I couldn't stop. And I'm glad we got to do this today because you agreed that we could talk about some of this heavier stuff. And I really want people to understand how powerful their words are and how much and I'm trying not to cuss. This is one of my things for 2021. I'm trying not to, but just understanding that it is so easy. Y'all know I like CM Punk. I was straight edge most of my life. I've never done drugs. I relate to him on that. I will drink a beer with the best of them, but I've never done any drugs in my life at all. I actually have it tattooed on me right there, drug free.
Didn't you drink a beer with me and Eric? I can't remember if
Yeah,
you
I
did or didn't.
drink beer for sure. I'll have a beer. Never really get drunk, but I'll have a beer.
Know your
But I
limit.
want people to understand, like, it only takes one word to mess somebody up. Like, and I have a friend, lots of my buddies, all of us have a mutual friend who is a pro wrestler. I won't name his name, who recently passed away by his own hands. And you never know if, like, you know, what was the last thing he heard? What was the last thing somebody said? Was it a loving comment, or was it somebody just being a dick online? I don't know. What was the last conversation like? And my challenge to people these days, and I try to stick to this the best I can, is you never know where somebody's at mentally. You never know. You never know who the next Robin Williams or Chester Bennington is. You don't know. And I don't talk about this. This is the only place I'm going to ever open up about this and talk. I feel comfortable enough with you that I can have these conversations. I got to that point where I was like, I can't wrestle. I don't love wrestling, but I lust for wrestling. I need it. I need to have that contact. I need to get my heart beating. I need to hear them, whether they're calling me an asshole or they're cheering for me. I need that. I need the boys in the locker room who aren't your friends when you're not in the locker room typically, and are snakes in the grass majority of the time. I needed the reassurance. I needed the camaraderie. That's gone. I needed a partner. She was gone. I needed to be the hero for my kids. That was gone. So, or to my eyes, it was gone. I didn't realize that it wasn't, but to me, it was gone. So I got to that point where one day I was in my basement and I said, this is it. And I'm done. And thank God for weak rope, and thank God for a second chance, which is, I just want people to understand, and I say this, and I prepare myself for backlash in saying that, you have to understand your crowd when you're saying stuff. You have to understand the mental state of the people you are dealing with. And it is, again, so easy to hit low-hanging fruit. It is so easy to go, oh, yeah, that guy sucks, or this guy's that, or this guy's this, that, or the other. It is a lot more beneficial to go, you know what? But he's a great guy. You know what? I bet he's having a rough day. What can I do to make it better? I'm not going to name the person who put me in the place I was in, because that person is sitting in this room and his name is Wesley. So I guess I will name him. I put myself in that position. I listen to people way too damn much. I care what people think. I'm a people pleaser. And being an omnivert, which is an introvert and an extrovert, that's a problem. Chester Bennington once said, you know, the most dangerous street you can go on is the one in between your ears. Yep. I live there, and it's dangerous. So I want people to please understand, you know, your words to you might not mean a whole lot of anything. I'm guilty of it. I'm sure you've done it. I've stood up to my father before and said, I hate you. I've said it, and I didn't mean it, but in anger, I said it. I don't know what effect that had on him at a younger age. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I did. But I can tell you what it was like the first time my kid said that to me. And it's not, you know what I mean? You got to understand your words. I kick pretty hard, Warren. You know that. I hit pretty hard.
Oh, really?
Those words, man, like, people don't understand. Like, I would much rather be hit really hard than somebody use their words, because it just rips you to pieces. And
it does.
Seeing our friends dying bothers me a lot, to the point where I don't want to be involved in pro wrestling ever again. Seeing our friends pass away, seeing you know, good people take their own lives because they're miserable. There's so much to be happy for. There's so much. I mean, every single day. Warren, you have a blessing with you every single day with your son. Like, you get to see. I remember when we first met, I don't think wasn't walking, right? Was that? I mean, he was having to do therapy and all this stuff. And now look at him. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you were saying, he's like
this
he remembers everything.
He's like this to me, and he'll be 10 literally in like freaking 10 days, bro.
And you never, like, I won't say you don't think about it, but I have 3 beautiful daughters. How selfish of me to ever think that they could go on without me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I put myself in that situation because I really cared. And this is what we're taught in pro wrestling, right? You listen for them, right? If they're
Yeah.
not reacting, you got to do something to get them to react. Well, in real life, that's bullshit. Like, you do not have to listen to them. You
It gets
listen
you in
to
trouble.
you. Yes,
It gets you really in trouble.
because they're not out for you. They're
Yeah.
out for themselves in real life. So you have to find the positivity, and you got to find whatever it is that your vice is that you. For me, it's painting. For me, it's I love my new job doing recruiting. I love that. I love motivating people, as you can tell. I don't like hitting people anymore. I don't. I did enjoy it at one point in time. I don't get
This
into
man
it
wanted the
more now.
closure post for that one, huh?
Yeah, like I don't enjoy that anymore.
That was the love
So
test, bro. What you mean?
just love taps. So I want to, without being too long-winded, because I know I'm very long-winded. Since all this happened, I like I say, unfaithful wife. I don't hate her. It is what it is. We're divorced now. 2 months, 3 months into that.
Wow.
My kids live with my
Nice.
wife in a different state. I'm in Florida now. As you can see, I got the surfboard behind me.
Welcome home, bro. Welcome home.
So one thing, advice for you young fellas out there, and I say this as an old man to you, if you ever get married and the person is not from the place you want to be, ask the question, are you going to want to go home? Because putting a surfer in the middle of Illinois is not a good combination. And I'm home now. This is home. I'm excited. My girls will be down here in a few months for the summer. Life is so much better. Don't stay in toxic relationships. You know, don't be with people that hate you or say nasty things to you.
You
Find
and me both,
somebody
bro.
who lifts you up. It is really easy to tear somebody down. I've done it. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it every single day. I still do it to this day, but it's so much more fulfilling to say I picked you up. You know what I mean? Huge shout out to Eric Moore. My day I drove overnight to get here about 2 months ago now. He called me, talked to me for about 2.5 hours to keep me awake while I was driving here. That's a good brother, right? Warren has reached out numerous times since all this happened. Actually, I owe him an action figure because it got lost in the mail in between the time of me leaving the house. Like it's wild that the friends I have are a
You
small
see, I don't
circle.
really ask about it because I know
Yeah,
you're going
it's
through a lot, bro. Like literally,
which
I've been there.
it just
I've been
sucks,
there, man. I've been there, especially with the kids ordeal, bro. Like I just realizing now, Matthew's about to turn 10, and luckily he knows I'm there. But when I mean, everybody on this podcast knows if you're new, I don't have my son full time. Um, my son was taken from me very randomly when he was 3. Actually, two, completely 2. He was 3 when I got him back. Right before Christmas, literally right before Christmas, one of the hardest years I've ever had in my life, and him taken from me, go to an apartment that I'm paying for his mom and him to live in, thinking, okay, we're not together, but I'm paying for her to live there because she has my son. He has his therapies and stuff like that over there. So I'm thinking I'm doing my part. And might I add, people, I'm still working at a warehouse. Like literally, I'm coming fresh out of college, playing college basketball. Left that to be a father, to be there for my kids, and at that time for her, which I really resented her through the whole time. I I will flat out say we weren't even together when Matthew was born. Like we tried to make this work. Like how you said about faithfulness, man. I've heard so much rumors. I've seen her phone that I paid a phone bill and seen that there was text message after text message. And I tried to fake it in front of my mom and everybody else that we were doing well. I mean, my wife now knew of this situation. One reason why me and her never even talked at that time, because she thought me and you know who were together. And I've told them all the time, like, I was never with her. When Matthew was born, we were living together because I didn't go from a separation from families. My parents raised me and my sister very well, regardless of
Hey,
what
Barbara.
stuff happened. Yeah, man, that's a warrior, man.
I love
My
Barbara.
mom has went through hell and back, and she's one reason why I took a stock. And you know what? Maybe wrestling is not everything for me anymore, because my health was really bad, bro. Like, I'm starting to get concussions. I was showing you the matches, and you were like, "Bro, you're doing good, but you gotta pick your bumps. Like, you gotta pick those spots you're doing." And you even told me, and when I was earlier in, he was like, "You're gonna be really good, but literally you're gonna start going crazy, and you're gonna almost feel like me pretty soon." And I brushed upon it. I didn't believe it. I mean, I'm young at that time. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm gonna go balls out and do whatever I can do to get WWE or whatever we're gonna go. And now you were right. Like, literally, I got hurt by doing just a simple full Nelson slam in a match with a pretty nice name at an IWE show, and literally the rest was history. Like, I just couldn't do anymore. My neck was so stiff for 4 days not being able to do this. That freaked me out, because my mom had that same issue when she was 16, and I was a baby at that. I was 3 years old, having to make sure my mom's okay with a neck injury at 3, 4, 5. The list goes on, because my dad wasn't home because he was in the military. That's one reason why I stayed with my son's mom to be in his life, because I did not want that at all, ever. Like, I would done anything to do, as much as I hate the ordeal about me going into the Navy or going into the military, which I have nothing against the military. I was just in a military household. I didn't want it for my child. And now my son's about to turn 10. I'm looking at him like, did I do anything better than what my dad did to me? Like, did I do anything that really what I resented my dad for so long? Like, me and my dad had a very hard relationship for a long ass time. I remember the first time my dad told me he was very proud of me was because of a wrestling match. When I beat you, my first wrestling match, the first match we did. And I mean, we stole the damn show before the bull rope, whatever. But literally, we stole that damn show from the first match. The first time me and you ever really wrestled one-on-one each other. And that's the first time my dad ever told me he was proud of me.
That's
the
awesome,
first
man.
time, from basketball, everything that I've done. Like, I've tried to do everything to appreciate, to get this man to literally say, wow, you did an amazing job. Because my dad was so hard on me, which now to this day, I'm happy about it, because I don't have emotions, and I blame that on wrestling sometimes. But now I'm getting to that point. It's just like, when it goes about my son, and you know this very well now, it's like a trigger point. Like,
Oh, it
watch
is.
watch
It
what
is.
you
And
say.
yeah, especially when you're missing things. And I've
Exactly, bro. And
never been away. So for me
yeah.
now,
How old are they
I've
now?
I have Fallon, who is 5. Tegan just turned 8, and
Oh
Kinsey
my
is going to turn
gosh.
10 here soon. I've
That's
never been
right,
away.
yeah.
I've been with them since birth. I actually left my old full-time job 5 or 6 years ago when Fallon was born, my third daughter, to be a full-time
Mhm.
dad.
Yep.
Because I missed so much at work, like first steps, like daycare, got all that, and I hated it. So this is the first time I've ever been away. But
Mhm.
you know what? Technology is wonderful. We can have just how you and I are having this conversation. I can talk to my daughters like this. We like to do our Pringles party where I have Pringles in front of me and they have.
That's awesome, man.
It's one of those things where it's hard because I live my life of a way of positivity. I'm going to do what I can for people to keep them happy.
Yeah.
And I have to miss my children now so that they can not be pulled out of the school they're in. So they, you know what I mean? It's hard. It is definitely,
Trust me. Yeah.
it is a hard circumstance. And I relate to you when you're like, hey, I don't get to drop my kid off at school and stuff. Yeah. I trust me. I understand.
It hits me like my last visit with Matthew. Bro, people look at me crazy when I tell them like I get him 5 times out of a year. And with him being special needs and stuff, it's even tougher, but like because it's just like, man, it hurts so bad because it's like I sit there and resent myself at times because I'm sitting there I'm like, did I do something wrong? Did I do something this? Because now Matthew's at this age where he's understanding this stuff. He's going to school and he's looking at me going, Daddy, why do I have 2 mommies? Why do I have 2 daddies? And it's just like I can't answer it. And I never want to tell him the reason why we're apart. And that's one hard pill for me because I love that woman to death in that other room because she's done put up with a lot of stuff with me from the wrestling time. I mean, she is a trophy wife right now. Like, I should not be married at all because I refused it for the longest time. And I remember actually her first match, bro, believe it or not, was when we wrestled at
That
Stampede.
was it.
That
Oh,
was
I
the
thought it was
first time,
Avenue.
and
Was
that
it
was
not
Matthew's
Avenue?
first one too. That was
Oh, that's
Matthew's
right.
first one, my dad's, and my wife's first one to ever see live.
Gotcha.
And like, it's just crazy, like how much everything has changed because I used to be at that point, man. Like I tell people all the time, like I didn't go in the basement or anything because I was at my mom's house. Like I'm I'm back in with my mom. Like I'm driving a damn minivan and shit like this. Like this was I'm like only 23, 22 years old. I'm like, what am I doing with myself? I was just playing college basketball. I was at FAU. I'm doing this. Like, why am I here? What is my purpose? I don't know where my son is. I don't know what's going on. And then when I got to that courtroom, that's what really got me the worst. When I had to go to the court and get paperwork basically to say I'm my son's father. And regardless of what was your birth certificate or whatever, that was the pinpoint I had to do. And going in there thinking we're going to get 50-50 or something, that she's going to have to move closer back because she just left without anything. With us being not married, that she had every right to. But if it was me, that's kidnapping. And that's one thing that pissed me off more because when I went in that courtroom, the judge questioned everything she said. Everything. Didn't question one word from me. And gave me anger management, which that pissed me off. I
Which
still
is
to this
what
day
pissed off
that
about anger management.
bro. No, like the reason why I got a reaction in the courtroom was because I found out her and her boyfriend at the time, the guy that she's with now, I'm not gonna say the name, but he was in a high speed chase with my son in the car with
Oh
them
my
in it,
gosh.
not even a week before.
That's
So
crazy.
yeah, I'm going to jump up out of the seat, kind of like
That's for
that's
sure.
a shock to me. Like my son's not even 3, not even fully 3 yet, and he's in a car with some mad person, and I'm just like, why would you
Yeah.
put your child into this predicament? Like I used to say, yeah, me and her great ever. Really, we're not great. Like we were high school sweethearts, and that literally vanished after high school. After she graduated high school, we literally were deteriorating since that time. And it's really my fault more than anything. She was like my real serious first girlfriend, like for me to actually be in a relationship with and stuff like that. And it got to a point it was just like I look at it and I go back. I'm like, you know what? Do I regret this? Do I look at this and would I have changed this? And I'm like, honestly, no. But the only thing I would change is just spending my son's life more. Like, if me and Samantha weren't together, like, I probably would have moved to Georgia, even though the work ordeal is not the greatest in that area at all. And the job I have now, like, I give them so much props. I mean, they work me to death for 3 days a week, but they've put up with so much with me. I shouldn't even be working there anymore because of that time. Like, I really thought I should have been fired like 5 times from that job, from missing work. Um, the reason why I started going back to work, one of my bosses came to my apartment and put a foot in my ass and said, "Look, all you can do is sit here and be sad. You being busy and stuff like this, life moves on.
It does.
Shit will come
That
back
is the
together.
best
Shit will
advice
come back
anybody could
together."
ever get.
And
Yeah,
shout out to my boy G West. Like, literally, like, he came
that's a
and
good
changed
dude.
everything for me. Like, that's the reason why I'm still at this place, because now, I mean, I've been there almost 10 years now. Godly, 10 years at
And
a warehouse, then work 3 days a week now. I work Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I'm off Friday, Tuesday through Friday. So I get to be home with Belle all the time now, and like I get to see her grow, and it's crazy. Like, this is my second child, but it's like this is really like my first to raise. Like, my daughter's 3 now, and now it's just like, and my wife, and I mean, we've had our troubles. I mean, what couple hasn't? But the main troubles is regarding because of Matthew's situation, because it's like we don't get all the time to talk to him. So when he's here, I get him. Like, I only get to FaceTime him maybe once or twice whenever his mom finally looks at the phone and be like, "Hey, you want to talk to Matthew today?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's been like 5 weeks." Absolutely. Like, it's just these
Mhm.
things that really just hit me hard, and I just keep going, like, man, stay true to what I've been saying from day one. Shit happens, but things get better. I mean, I look back every time and I look at the pictures of my wedding and stuff like that. That shouldn't even happen, because that moment when I had that courtroom and the judge says, "You're a great human being, but you're not meant to have your son full time." Like, literally, the judge told me this. Literally told me this. My mom was so worried for me, and I got him for 2 days, but I had to go all the way there, 8 hours there and 8 hours back, 16 hours in a car, and just to get him for like a day and a half, basically, because that first day is basically gone. And it
Mhm.
was just like when I had to take him back, and I mean, the one thing that helped me when I got to hug him, he knew exactly who I was. Like, for a
Yep.
young age, I'm sitting there thinking like, man, he's gonna forget about me. He's not gonna know who I am. And I mean, it was hard for him to realize my dad and stuff like that, like the other people. But he jumped straight into my arms, and he couldn't even walk yet, bro. Crawled to me on concrete just because he was so excited. And that's one thing I look back every single time that I have a tough time. I'm like, you know what? He knows I'm here. He knows I'm his dad. Regardless of what happened, it's that's my dad. And it does hurt knowing that there is another guy there, on and off, whatever their situation is. I'm not gonna get into all that. That's a whole damn another year. But I know for a fact I do what I can for him. I know for a fact I'm there for the time that he knows I'm there. And it sucks now because he's at those times when he's FaceTiming me. He's like, he's not even that excited anymore because he's just like, eh. And it hurts me because I'm like, I know he's mad that I'm not there all the time. Like, now Matthew's picked up since Space Jam, he's so big on LeBron James now. And now he loves AJ Styles. Like, literally after that Boneyard match that Undertaker and them did,
Mhm.
AJ's the heel. We're thinking he likes Undertaker. No, he loves AJ Styles. He completely disowned John Cena. Like, it's all AJ Styles now. So, and Space Jam comes on and he's all about basketball, and he knows I was very good at basketball. So he asks me all the time, he's like, "Daddy, I want you to teach me how to play. Like, can you come up here to teach me how to play? Like, I've been working hard at the playground." And I'm like, "I wish I could, buddy. I wish I could." And it's
Mhm.
just like, it sucks not being able to tell me, yes, I can go. Yes, I can do this for you. And bro, for like a month and a half, I'm pretty sure everybody started telling, like, the way I was feeling on episodes. Like, all these episodes been pre-recorded for a while because my emotions were super high. Like, I couldn't do a certain episode. I remember one episode I did with a motivational speaker. I damn near broke down just because it was that moment. I'm just like, I had to lose my
Yep.
vulnerability. Like, I had to prove, like, hey, I'm a human being. I mean, when I look at it now, I'm like, when I do these podcasts, I'm very vulnerable to people.
Right.
I'm showing stuff that's going in my life, regardless if you're just seeing a wall or a couch or whatever. you're seeing stuff that is in my life cycle. And when I look at it, I'm like, damn, am I kind of like in like a web reality show? Like, what is this? Like, I'm looking
It
back
does
at it,
feel
it's
like
like
that
sitting
at
there thinking
times.
like that. But it's
Yeah.
like, it's just crazy, bro. Like, since I've been doing this, I mean, you've been very supportive with this. Like, you've made that American Prodigy logo that I sold hell of amount of merch shit on. My son was so proud just when he finally when he got that action figure. Oh my gosh! And I didn't even ask you about that. That's the one thing I do have so much respect for you. Like, you came over and said, bro, I'm really making action figures now. Your character would be so much more over if you could get one because you thought about my son. Because I think it
Yep.
was around it was either around Christmas or something like
I think it was
that. And I
around
mean,
Christmas.
you spent a hell of an amount of time putting that thing together. I can only imagine how much it took to put that star just on that one little head and stuff like that. Like, it's just insane, the work. And the way I say, bro, you are so damn creative, and it hurts to know that you went through that because out of all the people in wrestling, we've had our times, like we've said it numerous times. And I learned, and that's one reason where we get to that point that is like, this ain't enough because we spent so much time in that ring with these people. We're thinking our brothers. Like, that was one thing that threw me off so bad. And I think it gave me a bad title at first. Like, I only referred to you, Clayton, Moore, bro, my bros. Like, I'd say bro to y'all and Solo and just a certain few. But that was a big reference in wrestling. Like, when I left that territory for a while, like, everybody's calling me a brother, and I'm just like, hey man, nice to meet you. Like, that rubbed them the wrong way because I'm just like, bro, it's a serious thing to me to call you that. Because if I'm not here anymore, I want to still have that moment to where I could reach out to you and be like, hey, we could have a very long conversation. Not be like, hey man, you left us, screw off. Like, that is how stuff is in wrestling. Like, we're not gonna shoot the bridge on this. Like, it is kind of like that. You see people, it's like you never left them. But when you're not there anymore,
it's like you never
you don't
existed.
really you don't have a value anymore. That's really what it was. And I love how you said you were comfortable when you first left because, bro, I wasn't at all, bro. I was at a very good high peak at my moment. Like, I was finally getting out of the territories that certainly, and you pushed it for so long that I needed it to go, and I was enjoying every bit of it, but the plane was not helping. And then I had to go to that fucking doctor, and he told me that shit. I was so mad. And of course, I had to have Samantha with me, and that even made it worse. So it was just like, yeah, I got to, because I was like, my dad even told me, he's like, man, you're gonna end up like your mom if you keep this up. And I mean, I was doing all those hippy dippy shit. Like, it was happening. I came up with one spot. I was like, hey, I'm gonna do a crossbody, move out of the freaking way. And you're gonna spirit the living daylights out of me. I want you to flung my ass out the other way. Like, I mean, I got a lot of respect for it, but like I say on Commission Talks, and I do get a little bit of heat when I say this, watch your bumps. Do it when it's meaningful, stuff like that. This is why we're talking about it, because you got two guys that lived for those fucking adrenaline moments. And now we're not doing it anymore. I mean, bro,
I mean,
I call
it
you
made
I call
life
you a
harder.
fucking legend, bro. It does make it hard, but I sit here and tell you, if there's any wrestling podcast that asks me about who should they interview and stuff, I always put your name in that category because
I appreciate
you knew this shit from the back then to wherever we went, bro. You took care of me. Like, there was times that we didn't want to go because I mean we wrestled like 7 in like 3 or 4 weeks back to back. Of course, there was that one time you were just like, I gotta get somebody new. I gotta get somebody new. And it's just like, but it got us so much more to grow. And I remember we wrestled really old school, and I think that was one thing you did appreciate. Like, yeah, you did have some crazy little bumps and waves moments, especially when we did a sunset bomb. And you had your
But
moment. And you
it
thought,
was
hey, I
this
could
much.
do this, and we both went the wrong way on that one. But it was
Yeah,
just
that
like
was awesome.
those little moments. We knew we could always have each other's back. And then one reason why I started this podcast was when COVID hit. I mean, the main guys that ever hit me up about anything was you, Eric. I mean, Proc, Jay, Sam. I mean, Hold My Beer Hansen. Out of anyone, I didn't even really know him that much, and he reached out to me repetitively, and so much props to him right now. He is killing it in this game right now. Tyson, which we used to call Jackson, if anybody knows, but Tyson Maddox. He's changed his name like 50 times, but he's going to be in the big leagues pretty soon, so it doesn't even matter. But literally, it's like those little amount of guys. I'll even refer to Logan. I mean, definitely Logan. Logan reached out to me from day one. And that's one reason why I made my final match with him. Because one, it was the junior heavyweight title. I never knew that was going to be Jerry Stevens' last show that I got to do with him on. And I just had so much respect. I mean, the lineup we had. I mean, we were like Alex Kane's third match ever. Like, that's insane. Like, that was crazy to me. Like, those moments is just something I lived for. And when I first walked out of it, bro, it was not easy for me. Like, I used to always have that mask on the site with me. I'm like, hey, I think they know who I am, and go slip the mask on instantly, and then go take a picture and then put it on Instagram. Like, I live for that shit. Now it's just like how we see my logo and everything now. It's not American Prodigy anymore. This is definitely mine. This is my product now. I'm not living off of that coattail anymore, which I loved every time with American Prodigy, but it put me at a rough time. And
I will say, like for me, I don't watch wrestling much anymore because I can't. I have PTSD from it. It's bad.
It's crazy nowadays,
but
bro.
like every time you see Logan wrestle, he's wearing a pair of wrestling tights that I gave him. I gave him like 6 different pairs of wrestling tights that are all rainbow colored and different, and I gave him all those. So that's a win for me.
I love Logan.
Whenever you went to Sunbelt and you would see, he's changed his name so many times. Frank Vowdy. When I had my last match, I gave him my kick pads. So every time you see him wrestle and he's got kick pads on, that's a piece of me in that ring. My ripped up tights, I gave those to Stunt Marshall. He actually wrestled like 2 or 3 matches after my retirement with my tights on, say less fortunate on the side. That's a piece of me. Every time you got to see Dante in the ring, yeah, we only had 1 match together, but in trainings, helping him as much as I could. Like, not saying I have any claim to his success, but there's a part of me there. Every time you see Effie, there is a part of me there because me and Effie trained in the field in the middle of oh my gosh, Swanee, with a guy named White Trash Fred. Effie has never been formally trained as a wrestler, so I went out and just showed him some very basic things. I don't ask Effie for anything. Taylor's one of my very best friends. I love him.
Yeah, he is headlining with Matt Cardona and stuff.
I'm just saying, like, he just wrestled Jeff Jarrett, all this stuff. That's a little piece of me. You know what I mean?
Man.
I will own that. If I get 1% of that, that's awesome. There's
hot dog.
Yeah, give me my hot dog and my damn handshake. I have so many of those. And then I have memories. Like, my brain is fuzzed up real bad from head injuries. But I have really great memories with Kevin Cantrell. I have really great memories with Lance Alante. I have bad memories too, but I have really great ones. I have really great memories with Blaine Rage. Riding in the car at Blaine Rage is the best time you will ever have if you like impressions. You just, don't go drinking with him because you can't keep up.
That little bastard.
that little scrawny bastard. His Chris Farley impression will be the best. Like, I have all those. Vordell Walker, who is absolutely.
He was the only guy I could feel uncomfortable with a shirt off with.
Blaine Rage. Yeah. Well, Vordell Walker was one of my favorite ones. Like, and he's, also should have been in WWE. Him and John Davis, same level in my point of view. But we used to drive his Olds 88 from Orlando all the way to Valdosta with 5 gallons of water in the back of his car because it overheated all the way there. And he is Bordell's one of he's one of those guys, you know what I mean? He reaches out to me, he goes, how's your mental health today? How is that going? Let me tell you about what's going on with me. You tell me what's going on with you, because we both have anxiety real bad. John Davis, damn you, John Davis. I can send him a message and he can lecture me for a good 10 minutes and I could go tear down a mountain. I love these guys, but I have all these great memories. Bones the Cutthroat. I never talk about Bones the Cutthroat. He runs his own wrestling show now called I think it's either Local Pro Wrestling or Local Championship Wrestling out of Orlando, Florida. All the time. Just recently, hey Wes, you gonna come down to the show? Come hang out. You don't have to wrestle. Just come out. Come hang out. He's one of the guys that helped make me as good as I was. Like I have all these great memories, but in that same sense, I have a lot of those memories of like with you. Nobody knew what was going on with you. Me and Eric had, you sprinkled some information out, but you're a very quiet guy. So now looking back on it, I go, how many times did somebody jab you? You know what I mean? And maybe we picked you up and didn't know it. Maybe we didn't and we needed to. But what would happen if we would have lost Warren? What would have happened if American Prodigy didn't show up the next day and it was because somebody poked him the wrong way while he was in a bad day? That's why I encourage people. Like, you never know. I think for our generation, Robin Williams was the one that got all of us. You would have never thought that Robin Williams would have killed himself. You would have never. That would have never crossed your mind because everybody's, he's so happy. He's so funny. Yeah, he was just really good at hiding his pain. So you never know what somebody's going through. I can tell, like, talking about your kids make you emotional. Talking about my kids make me emotional. You never know what path somebody has went through just to get through that day and how they had to grip the sides of their bed to crawl out that day. So if you're listening to this and maybe that thought has went through your mind, or maybe you're in that place and there's people in your life tearing you down, get the fuck away from those people. There's no benefit of them whatsoever. Find your tribe. And I say this all the time. I was actually mentioning this to my prodigy friend here. Feed the right dog. Don't invite people onto your bus that don't bring something to it. If they're not giving you positive energy and building you up, get them the fuck off your bus. They don't need to be on it. You need people who are saying, you're great, you're amazing, you're going to do great things, because ain't nobody who's great or amazing got there by themselves. Somebody else pulled them up to be great and amazing. There's a really great Arnold Schwarzenegger speech where he says this, nobody's a self-made man. Somebody had to help them get there. So nobody's better than anybody. Nobody should be able to talk down to you. But you know what? We can all build each other up. I can tell you all day, I am not the greatest pro wrestler in the world. I will take all the praise in the world for it. I will tell you, I'm not great by no means. But I did help everyone I got in the ring with. I did my best to keep them safe. Nobody never made it out alive or dead. Nobody ever died. Warren was close.
I will give you literally gave me my first fucking knockout. I remember that one. And we were just watching, what was it? The Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens match where they were doing that spot where they were sitting there holding and smacking. So we were doing the exhaustion spot and you got carried away. And you hit with your elbow. No, it was your elbow. I looked at it, I said, I know I'm out. And I remember when you got on that top rope, the referee's just sitting there looking at me. He's like, he dead? Like, he's hell of a sell. Like, no, it's Duval. That's right. Duval was sitting there. Was like, bro, you were selling great. Hey, you gotta wake up though. It's stop selling. And I'm just sitting there like bust out. Literally this, like, I literally look up and you just jump out of the top rope. And I don't even remember what that spot was after that. Like, I remember I blacked out when we did the rock bottom part. I do give you respect for that because everybody knows I was a big rock fan. And I knew for a fact
I jumped.
I bookered it. I definitely bookered it because I couldn't even remember what was going on. Like, we were dead tired. Like, we went way over the time that we were supposed to go. And that was their fault for putting us at that number, first of all. But they knew that was going to go that way. But literally, it's just crazy because, like, how people, like, I knew for a fact when I first got into wrestling, I knew I wasn't going to be like The Rock. I'm not that big. I mean, I have a great build. I had a good look. I mean, in boots, tights, and everything, I could look close to like that Finn Balor look, whatever. Like, people used to hate it sometimes. Everybody
You
used
look
to
the part.
hate how I look. You out of all people, because you're just like, man, I thought I was looking good, and then I see you took your shirt off, and it's just like,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many days I work out the chest. It ain't doing nothing.
He was just like, can
it's,
you wrestle in a tank top today? Like, literally, like,
yeah.
come on.
Can you put your shirt back on? Like, just put your damn shirt back on.
Maury
This is
used to get so mad.
disrespectful.
We'd work out all the time. Like, he could double all the weight that I had, and he lift his chest up. He's like, where are they at? Like, I was like, he's like, what do you do? He's like, come on, like, stop. Like, I need that, but you need this part. Like, he would have to have something to make him feel better on that part. Like, he's got, I got the top part. You don't got the top part, but right here, it's just not even fair. Like, just those little things, and I miss that boy to death. Like, Eric was a true brother in the ring, and I'm so proud of what he's doing now. Like, for him being
He
in
could
law
irk you
enforcement and
so bad,
everything,
though.
bro.
Oh my God,
Bruh,
could he irk you? Dude, there
nobody
were so
could get
many
under my
days.
skin as bad as he could. Like,
It was a game to
literally,
him too. Like it was
it
when we were
was.
tag teaming. It was a game. Like it
Oh
was
my
like
gosh, bro. He would find something to chuckle about every single time. Oh my lord, he would find the littlest thing, and he'd just be like, that's up
I
for you.
I remember one
I'm
day
big.
I
Who you
I
mad at?
called the wrestling promoter where we were training. I'm not gonna say the person's name, but I called him. I said, I ain't ever fucking training with that little asshole again. And he was like, well, who? And I'm like, Eric. He's such a dick. And he's like, you just don't get his personality. I'm like, no, I'm never training with him again. And literally the next day, me and Eric were best friends. Like it was just like
We rode on the
I
vehicle,
was,
yeah.
yeah, I was so over him. But then we got put in the same car together, and I was like, oh, I get it.
4
I
hours,
get
you
it now.
gotta bond with somebody.
Yeah, I get it now. It's like that kid's a prick, man. He's arrogant. He's all this, and I realized like, no, he's just honest.
The craziest
Like,
thing is, I really couldn't stand Eric when I first started. Like, when I first got to the location, whatever, to train, Eric's just sitting in the ring, staring me down, got his shoulders up and everything. You know how Eric is. Like, Eric had a shoulder. He was that Rock or Stone Cold guy, and he was just sitting there, just leaning on the ropes like this. And he's like, so you coming here to train, or you just coming here to clean the ring? I was like, this mother.
that sounds about
I was
right.
like, you son of a gun. And then we clicked so well. I think it was just because we were talking about, I mean, from me being in Yulee and stuff like that. And we started working out together. We started training in the ring repetitively, and he started realizing, like, dang, he's actually pretty damn good. Like, he's learning quick. I mean, shit, it took me 6 months to finally wrestle because our shows kept getting canceled every week. Like, gosh, but it helped me in a way. And the craziest thing is how, like you said with Eric, like, I went to a Bible study with him. Like, we went over to the Panera Bread over by that area, and we'd have Bible study on Wednesdays. Eric was such a different guy. Like, I'm just sitting like, if everybody could see him like this, they would absolutely love him.
Yep.
Not the guy in the ring. And I had to get really used to him. Like, I pictured him as kind of like the attitude like my dad. Like, it was unreal how freaking young his ass was. Like, he wasn't even 21 yet.
Yep.
And I'm just sitting there like,
yeah.
I'm just big.
I love him. Honestly,
he is such a damn good person, man.
He is
a damn
the
good
best
father
of the
and stuff,
best.
man.
Yeah,
Damn good father, husband, all that, man.
Uberly
Major shout
proud
out
of
to him.
He's one of the ones that, it is frequent that I do reach out just to tell him and Hannah. I tell both of them, like, you guys are awesome. Like, I love it. But the one I wanted to end this on today, if I can, I just want to reiterate to people, one, suicide's never the answer, ever. I'm missing very much so one of my friends who is gone now, a very awesome pro wrestler who did take his life earlier this year, who, if he would have called me, I would have talked to him till I was blue in the face, because he was that guy, and I loved him with all my heart. And I told him every time I got a chance to see him, I with a very clear soul, I can say I told him every time I see him, man, I love you. I need to see you more. You're my brother. I remember the last time I seen him. I remember the last conversation we had. I actually found the last Facebook message I had sent him about a year before. It sucks to have to deal with that. It sucks to be the person in those shoes. It sucks to be the person feeling that that's the only answer. That is never the answer. There is always somebody out there that's going to miss you. And there's always somebody out there that will love you more than that person that is causing you that pain, if it's caused by somebody else. So I just want to encourage anybody, if you ever feel like that, reach out, find somebody. Maybe it's me, maybe it's Warren, maybe it's your best friend, maybe it's your sister, your uncle, your brother. Find somebody to talk to. My situation and how I went through it was being told I shouldn't talk about it. I shouldn't be vocal. I should keep it all in here. And sometimes you just need to talk about it, because sometimes if you put it out in the air, put some positive energy out there, that shit will come back. I am living my best life right now. The only thing that is going to change in my life is I have a 50-50 now. So I get my kids half the year, she has them the other half. It's cool. They're going to have the best summers ever with their dad. It's going to be great. I'm planning for it. We're going to be on vacation all summer. It's going to be wonderful. You just got to find the positive. I have a surfboard sitting behind me. I go surfing almost every day. I paint
You're not in
almost
snow
every
no more.
single day. Yeah, I'm just saying there's no
I
more
remember
damn
the videos.
snow. Oh my
You
God,
barely could
snow's
get
the
out of the
worst.
house sometimes.
I paint waves now, so just to chill out. If anybody wants one, I will sell them if you want them. I guess I don't know. I think they're okay. But anyway, yeah,
Used to sell them pretty well.
there's so much to life to be thankful for. And like it's there are people out there, you're never going to escape them, that are going to we witnessed this yesterday, and I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to put any spotlight on anybody, but there are people out there that get off on you being humiliated, you being pushed down, you being like you sharing something you're proud of, and they come in. I know you get this with your podcast a lot, where these wrestlers who think they're working go online and say stuff. They just make themselves look stupid, is all they do. The best thing you can do in those situations is, one, not engage them, or two, engage them with positive energy, and it makes them feel like dicks. Never reduce yourself to these people's level. They can go make their $25 on some indie show and be a big deal with their guts hanging out over top their singlets. That's not my problem. At the end of the day, they have to look themselves in the mirror. So, you know what I mean? Just kill people with kindness, guys. Don't get in those ruts. Don't let people tear you down. I did it. And it's not good. I mean, there's literally no benefit in dwelling in it. Like, and I'm going to use my friend here as the example. He's dealing with something. He wants his kid. He wants to have all the time with this kid. If he sits around and dwells on it, nothing changes.
Yep.
Nothing changes. But what you're doing is you're working towards your goal, and you know what happens here in the next few years. There's that decision comes up again, right? And you're making the best environment for that decision to happen, and you're making yourself better in the time. And that's why God puts us here. That's our mission. That's why people like Eric are put in our lives. That's why people are like you are put into my life. That's why I'm put in your life. It's to help and make sure you can get there. Get rid of those people that don't. You know what I mean? Do not waste your energy on those people who tear you down more than they pick you up. Pro wrestling, I love pro wrestling at times. I don't love it. I'm not in love with it, but there are times I'm like, I'll use the word lust. I lust for it. The reason I don't love it is because of these sponges that exist in pro wrestling. And I call them sponges because they suck the life out of you. And the only way to get it back is to go try to squeeze it back out of them, doing the same thing they did to you. And it's not fun. It's not great. They're not your friends. They don't call when you're in the hospital, as you've witnessed. They don't check on you when you're getting a cancer screen, as I witnessed. When you're laying in a hospital with a possible broken neck, they don't call and check on you. They let you lay there. So you find your tribe. You stick with your tribe. And I found mine. It was Eric Moore. It was you. I'll throw Pedro in there. He was one of my boys. I still love Pedro to this day.
We love you, Pedro.
And we love you, Pedro. You're a good dude. And like Christian Walker was one of my guys for a while. Jake Slater was one of my guys for a while. Vordell Walker too. Like all the Walkers, they all love me. But just, find your tribe, find somebody positive. Don't let these assholes tear you guys down. If you get any message from this, I know I'm rambling. Find people that build you up. And I want to end this with one of my favorite quotes, and it's from Eric Thomas. I'm a huge Eric Thomas fan. I quote him at work all the time. For you to be successful in life, you have to want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe. And that is when you get to the point where you're standing in a basement and you're looking at a rope saying, you know what, it would be a lot easier to do that. You're not doing anything hard. You're doing the simplest of things that takes zero effort, and that thousands, if not millions, if not trillions of people have done in the past. I don't care to be a statistic. I don't want to be that. It takes a certain human to brave it through life. And life is not fair. Life is not fun. There is nothing necessarily rewarding about it until you take the time to go, have you watched that flower bloom? Have you watched the ocean roll? Have you watched the sky part and see the sun come up? Like, there are things you have to realize that you are going to miss by not being here. Have you seen your kid get married? Have you seen your little girl go to prom? Have you watched your son walk for the first time? Have you met AJ Styles with your kid? Like, there's things, you know what I mean? There's things that you got to get done. I have a little girl that if I do not make it happen where she can go see, it's a punk rock band called the Interrupters, who I'm actually going to see without them because they're going to be here in St. Augustine the next month. I'm going to go see them because that's her dream to go see them. But I'm going to make sure when she's here, we're going to fly to go see them somewhere else. So you got to set your short-term, your long-term goals. Just don't ever do what I did when I was a pro wrestler. And I'm going to use my line as pro wrestling. Don't ever feel less fortunate. Don't do that. Like, you are your own gift to someone. Like, just find those people, find your tribe. And Warren, I want to say something real fast to you because I think you need to hear it. I was listening to you speak about autism earlier, and I know you deal with that with your child. And I would love to make a donation to anything you have with that. So just let me know where I need to send it, what I need to do. I deal with, some things in my life I don't speak about in regards to autism, and I understand. So I appreciate you. What you do with your son is amazing, and it takes a very strong parent to deal with the things that come with that. And you should be very proud of yourself. Every single day.
Like how we met.
Be proud of it. Right?
From that
Oh my God! I watched the video back the other day. I watched the video back the other day of me tearing up your son's sign in Abbeville, and I was like, if I never thought I was a dick, that really just takes.
There's that day. There's that day. And then the worst part, Malone's sitting there waving it still. Like, I'm like, Mom, come on. He ripped it. Sell it.
Half of your face was gone. But
he drew it too.
I see. And so folks, you can screw up in life and become a good person because I ripped up his son's sign up there. I feel horrible, but I want to thank you for your time. I would love to come back on sometime and talk about some wrestling stuff for sure. I am going to jump off here because I do got to go do a report for work now at 11:23. But thank you guys. Please tune in, like this show. Warren, American Prodigy. He is a fantastic guy. I support him. I listen to almost every one of his shows. I hope this one's a hit. But I hope the message you get from this is no matter the volume of the negativity, just turn that shit down and turn up the positivity. Man, there's so much in life to be happy about. There's so much we could get pissed off about, right? It's easy to get pissed off. Turn on the news. You'll get mad in a second. Do what I do. Don't turn it on.
Yeah, YouTube Live. That's it, bro. YouTube Live, and I alienate all the little sites. My daughter has to watch Diana now all day of the week, and she learns so much from this freaking 8-year-old. And I'm sitting there, I'm just wondering, like, does their parents literally just film them to make this money all the time? I mean,
Pretty much.
multi-millionaire platform and stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I'd rather her watch Diana than what's going on with everything in the world right now. Like
And you
it's
got to be
blows me
smart about
away.
it too, right? Like pay attention to what you're watching. So if you're in
Oh
a
yeah, yeah.
negative
Oh, absolutely,
headspace,
bro.
like
Absolutely. She's at those part
like
where I see an episode where she's fighting her brother, and she goes, "It's mine, it's mine." I'm like, "Oh heck, no, we ain't.
nope.
No, we're not."
Caillou. Do you remember Caillou?
Yeah.
Caillou was like the worst. My kids never whined, and then they turned on Caillou. It's me. And Caillou would go, Rosie took my toys. I don't like
Yep.
her. And then here comes my daughter, and Tegan took my toys. I don't like her. And it's just like I put that in the
I
atmosphere.
feel your pain now, but you
Like
had 3, bro. Just with Annabelle herself right now, you literally made that reality when you said it's gonna be different when you have a girl, and I thought it was gonna be the same. Absolutely not. My daughter is already feeling independent, and she's only freaking 3. Like the only time she needs me to do something is she can't reach something, and it pisses her off, and she has to ask me. She goes, "I need chips."
Yep.
I'm like,
yeah. Wait
"You
till
want
they
to raise your
ask you
hand?"
for help on homework. When they start getting to that age where they go, "Hey, can you help me with my homework?" And then they realize that you can't, and then they're like, "Oh yeah,
Oh
I'm already
my
smarter than
lord.
Dad." Because girls are way smarter than us. Like
They
honestly,
are,
from probably
man.
about 8 years old, they've already surpassed
It's
us.
insane. Like
Yeah,
I try to help my
so
son with
women,
his online school.
you know,
It's just like I'm like, "You're learning this in what grade?"
yeah, yeah. I failed algebra
What?
2 5 times. You know, just
I'm
saying
like,
5
"There's no
times.
way. No." But yeah, man, this has been an absolute pleasure, bro. You are
Thank
more
you,
than
man.
welcome
I
to come on
appreciate it.
anytime. This is definitely this was definitely meant to happen because I mean we had a hell of a episode with audio. I think that was more of me just getting a vent fest out of there. And you've always been the best to actually bring the best out of me somehow. You're my Eric Thomas in ways, like you
Hey,
motivated
I'll
me to
take it.
do so much stuff.
Well, you
Well,
need
I
to keep
mean,
doing what you're doing, though. You're doing. I can tell you from this interview to the first one. This is
it's insane, bro. This is
you're
99
so much how
episodes,
much you advance. I
and
can't
it's
wait to
just
hear number
crazy how much it
100.
grows.
Yeah, this
Whew.
is crazy, and dude, I'm proud of you. Someday we're all. I think we could do a live one together. We'll get together and do one. I think that'd be cool, and maybe we
Way to
can.
way
I
to
know it's
break the
hard.
shoot, buddy. It's supposed to be live.
I,
Thank
I maybe well, I mean, like us in the same
you.
room, like together, and maybe we can like get that old cranky Eric Moore out of hibernation. He can come too. You know,
Yeah,
I'd
we
love to
gotta get
talk
him.
police life with him. I would love to hear his day to day
I
as a
would.
police
That's
officer.
that's one thing that I think I really appreciate with this podcast because at first my goal was to get wrestlers on here to present themselves, talk about the COVID. Hey, we're not able to wrestle. This is me. I'm doing this to keep up with the fan base and stuff like that. And it drew down real quick because I mean you can only talk about 2 wrestling companies for so long, and I'm just like,
Yep.
no, I'm not gonna be this group. And find out when I do commission talks, we talk about every wrestling, not just WWE and AEW. We talk about New Japan and all that. And that's one thing that we got along well with is because you were a huge fan of New Japan and Impact. And I
That was
really could
strong
never
style.
talk to anybody about Impact. So I
Yep.
absolutely enjoyed those talks with you because Eric didn't care for Impact. And it was just like, me and him were WWE, completely straight WWE. There was nothing else we could talk about with that. But
Yep.
it's been an absolute pleasure, bro. I love you. I'm proud of
Thank you,
you
bro.
for
You
so
too.
much you're doing, man. Like, I know those have to be tough. I've been through that. Luckily, I wasn't married to her in ways because I would even been crazier. But I would have my son more. That's the only thing I kick myself in the ass sometimes. But I'm like, absolutely not. That could not have been my first marriage.
But think
Very
about all
thankful
the
for my
wins
wife.
too. But yeah,
Very
about the
thankful for
wins.
what
You
I
have the
got now,
best.
man, because it's like we went from square one to literally our own house, our kids. My son had his own room. I could have loved to seen his reaction the first time he had his room. Like it was his room, not having to share anything. And it was just
Mm-hmm.
it was those moments I live for now. Like when people ask
Yep.
me about, hey, the wrestling ordeal and stuff, If I do, I do. If I don't, I'm happy still because I got my kids to live for now. Like I got
Yep.
that's what I live for now is for my kids. And it's just a beautiful thing. And I'm very proud of you, man. You are
Well, I
doing a great
appreciate you, my
job.
friend.
You still look as young as I freaking met you from day one. It's insane.
I
I
still
had to
got it
shave
too.
you. Huh?
Still got it too. It's still there.
Oh,
I mean,
I've seen the pictures. I've seen the
I'm
pictures. It's
getting
about to
there.
come.
I'm telling.
I'm
I
trying
run
to.
4 miles every day, that's big with a busted hip, guys. That's
That
not
is.
easy. I run 4 miles every day with a busted
I
hip.
run
I
enough
go to
with
the
flag
gym every
football. That's
morning.
it for me.
Yeah, I'm in the gym every morning. I'm lifting. Right now
Very proud of
I
you.
have a bad elbow too, as you remember. I busted that up too. But it's a small victory, but like curls and stuff, I'm up to 40 pounds and I'm okay. Which is big for having a busted elbow. 40-pound curls are not easy. And then like I do brain crushers now at 45s, which is big for me. That's a lot. Normally I was like 25s and
Still doing
30s.
the old
So
school routines. It looks like.
yeah, I have to because I can't do I can't actually do a belt like
Yeah.
a bar because my elbow
Yeah.
locks up. But yeah, I still do my shrugs and everything. I was actually doing 50-pound shrugs this morning. So these are to some people not big victories, but for me these are huge victories because
Yeah.
for a year or so I couldn't lift 20 pounds.
Yeah.
I couldn't run anywhere. I could barely walk. So saying I
I
can run
remember you
four
used to
miles
preach
outside.
about yoga, and now I'm all about that shit now. Like
We
that's
got to
really
be.
how I. That's how I operate every week, bro. Like everybody sits there and picks on me. It's like you look healthy. I don't know if it really was your neck. Like I have to stretch for an hour a day just to even operate my
So
body.
a buddy of mine has suggested I do hot yoga. So I've actually signed up for a hot yoga class. I'm very interested how that's going to turn out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But Warren, thank you so much. This has been a
Absolutely, bro.
pleasure. I'm going to drop off here, but man, thank you so much. And guys, tune in, check it out. And hey, congratulations on 100 episodes. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I can't wait to check it out.
Whew, it's definitely gonna be fun, bro. I absolutely appreciate it. Love you, and thank
All
you
right,
again.
brother. Take care, brother.
Be safe. All right, guys, time to get to go home. Q. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my boy Les. You know what? Not Les. Wesley McRoberts for coming on today. Like that's a beautiful thing, guys. I preach this literally all the time. The biggest thing you can do is be nice. Um, he mentioned it about an action figure that he had done for me and stuff like that. I mean, I owe so much to him. Um, this action figure, like when he was talking about his friend passing, I got that reality check about almost 2 years ago. That's crazy now. Oh my gosh. When I lost my buddy Keith, um, really sad, really hard to deal with that moment because homeboy was just about to turn 30. Like literally, he was so excited about turning 30 and his dad, husband, and stuff like that. And it just was crazy to see just his health and everything like that. And he just left so soon. Like you don't know what people are going through. We pick on Will Smith. I think this is a great topic. We pick on Will Smith day in day out about the ordeal with regarding his wife. Um, I don't believe in it. You heard my point of view on commission talks. If you haven't, go check it out. I actually was very I had a shiz moment. Let's just put it that way. I was really unfiltered, and a lot of personal issues come with that standpoint when I was talking about that because it regards around my son, because that is how I felt for a long time, and I don't really praise a lot of celebrities and stuff. I mean, the only one I really praise, idolize is The Rock because I just love the values, the life values that he brings in each and every day. He knows that he's came from the bottom and he never forgot where he came from where he is now. Literally, I live my day as I believe I'm the hardest worker in the room. I believe it every single day, guys. Like I believe I have to strive to my fullest potential, the stuff that I believe is so important to me. Being a dad, being a husband, doing this podcast. Like it's those things I live for now, guys. Like I literally live for these. It's been an absolute pleasure to share my life with y'all. Absolute pleasure having the guests that I've had on. Like I give all the praise to everyone who's ever done anything regarding to Buzzing with Marlowe. Um, and a big thing I very value is the autism thing because we are in the month of April and autism awareness. It's a very big thing for me because I mean it's not a disability, guys. It's not. And stuff I go with Matthew, it's tough at times, especially when you see an autistic kid really have a panic attack. It's kind of like when your wife or your loved one or whatever when they first go in labor with a child and you know that long existent time for that child to be able to arrive. Like your wife is going through all these pains, your loved one, your significant other is going through all these pains, and you can't do nothing. That's how that feels. So I literally want to do anything I can do to help the next person, the next child, the next family that has to witness something like that. Because these funds go into family that can go. My main focus to do is to help pay bills for people that have stuff like that. And I'm never I'm never that one to sit here and say, "Hey, donate me money to build something." I don't do it. I literally say, "Hey, if you want to buy something off my shop, wear one of these awesome merch, go ahead and do it." But I'm not pushing you to do it because I'm doing this to give back moment because I want to give back to what y'all have done for me, what I've done for this episodes, these podcasts every single week. Um, I put a lot of effort into these. Like you see all these little crazy upgrades. Like it's just because I got straight creativity wise, and I owe a lot to my boy Wes because Wes actually made this logo that we have now. He made this American Prodigy one that I had. Let me show that one to y'all. Like he made all these possibilities. Like he made this look right here. Like and the banners and all the stuff that he's done. And also, guys, like you don't like it's just it's crazy. Like literally, when we talk about mental health and stuff like that, it's a big deal, and it's really harder for the male aspect. I get it; it's hard for females too. I'm never gonna sit here and doubt that part, but it's really hard on the male aspect. Like I've lived in a household that was literally, hey, suck it up, it gets better, whatever. Like I felt that for the longest time, and I was okay with that. I believed it for so long, but when I had that thing with my son, and like I've had these moments still, because it doesn't get necessarily 100 times better, but you make what you can out of it, and that's something that I've learned to deal with. And like I said, he's about to turn 10. Um, I'm looking so forward that he gets to come home. I'm getting to have an early birthday with him, and I'm gonna make that the best day as much as I can for him. Um, we literally show as much love and support we can with him. I mean, it's a tough time when he is here because I have to literally take him to go see every single body, family, friends, everything, so they can see him. Especially when it's around the times that he's only here for a week or two. It's I'm literally taking him every single day somewhere, and then I gotta take him to special activities like for him to go trampoline or something like that, just so he can have a little bit of fun, especially with his sister. And it's just a beautiful thing that happens, man. And I know I've been babbling on and rambling, but I want to really thank Wes for coming on today. It was definitely a great chat, great time. This is the first time he's been very open to situations that he has been having, and I'm very proud of him for all the stuff that he has done now because he's really changing it up. I'm very proud of him. Um, Shout out to everybody that I've ever been able to be in the ring with, share anything with, regardless of basketball, football, especially football. I love my flag football boys. Y'all all know y'all my fam. I literally say that today when I call them my fam. Um, those guys are always there for me, every single one of them, and I love every single one of them. Um, it's just a beautiful thing. Shout out to my wife, my mom, my family, my wife's family, all them. Like literally, y'all don't know how much y'all really do mean to me, and most importantly, all y'all guys. Guys, I know I've been a little sappy and stuff, but if you were new to the channel, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you got great messages out of it, had a good time. Also, guys, if you are new, make sure you most importantly like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to all our channels: Facebook, YouTube Live, Twitter, and most importantly, YouTube. And of course, guys, we got a good portion of these right here. Follow them all on at the Buzzing with Marlowe, or at Buzzing with, and most importantly, the real Buzzing with Marlowe on Facebook page. And if you want, guys, the link is below. You can go on our group page on Buzzing with Marlowe, where you can catch all our live content every single week, every single Friday, every single week, guys. This has been another great episode. This is episode 99. We are one away, guys. Just stay tuned. You don't know what you're gonna miss. I'm looking so forward to it. It's gonna be so much fun, guys. Um, Next week we're gonna have a bunch of shout out videos, um, just from all my past guests, podcasters, wrestlers, YouTubers. Um, it's gonna be crazy. I'm looking so forward to it. So, guys, thank y'all. I hope everyone has a great day, great morning, great night, great afternoon, wherever you are. And thank you once again for tuning in to Buzzing with Marlowe. And I will be back next Friday with episode 100. Everyone, thank y'all. I love y'all. And most importantly, guys, good night. What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me with Buzzing with Marlowe live, live, live. I say it again, live. I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Friday. It is the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday. The week is upon you. Push it. Stiff arm it. Stiff arm that week, man. The week is gone. You have earned it. It is Friday, man. Time to rest. Time to kick back, relax, take a cold drink, eat your lunch, eat your dinner, whatever time you watching this, and listen to one awesome show with Buzzing with Marlowe. You like that? You like that? Guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you most importantly like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to all our platforms: YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, name them all, Tumblr, and we also on LinkedIn, guys. And like I said, on the audio platforms, wherever you get your podcast is where you can see the Buzzing with Marlowe podcast. Guys, how's it going? It's been a crazy week, but man, it's Friday. Cannot go wrong. Guys, we are on the road to the big 100. Woo! Big 100, big 100, the double zero. I mean, we are on episode 98. Two away, ladies and gentlemen, two away from the big 100. I am so excited. So excited. I got such a big plans coming up in the near episodes and many more. But guys, we have hit our 2 year mark. This is today. Today is 2 years of buzzing with Marlowe. Literally, the day I woke up, said, I'm going to hit record, and I recorded for an hour talking about myself. In 2 days, over 200 plays. And it's what become to what it is now. Um, just super crazy, just super awesome. Thank y'all for all we've done so far. Guys, our YouTube, I usually mention it every week. Our YouTube subscriber list is insane right now. We are over almost 149 subscribers on YouTube. A round of applause. We have grown that much. It is crazy. Literally, we're almost in 5 months in on YouTube, and we're almost over 150. That is super awesome, super accomplished in so many ways for me because YouTube is insanely hard to promote. um, I don't say that much about a lot of things, but YouTube is definitely that one that just does not put me over. But seeing that is just a super awesome achievement for myself. But guys, we're almost to the 100. We're on episode 98. So guys, everybody knows I have a new guest and we have new topics every single week. So guys, I know y'all are excited to know who my guest is, but first, hold on. But guess what? I almost forgot about something.
What just happened?
Oh yeah, that's right. We have merch. You see these tank tops, guys, on our bonfire shop. The link below. Type in Buzz20 and you get awesome gear. I mean, come on. We got ladies. I know the summer's coming. I may be in Florida, and I know a lot of y'all are in as well. We have the Razorback tank tops, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously, we can all pretty much guess exactly what favorite color is really sold in this merch ordeal, especially on the Razorback tees. If you guessed it, it is pink, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, men, I didn't forget about you. You see me rocking a tank top, so of course, we have men clothing as well. So we also have for the awesome regular t-shirt, we have white, gray, blue, black, and red. And of course, guys, we have the hoodies, as you can tell right here for me modeling that awesome hoodie. And of course, me rocking one of the awesome V-necks that I have. I can wear it at the gym, wear it on a date night, go take my kids to the park, do whatever. You can wear it at any type of occasion. Of course, we have the long sleeves for the people from up north. And of course, I have one just because my wife likes to have it almost at 60 something degrees in our house. And it literally, you open the door, you feel a daggone wind just coming off of it. And of course, we have the most personal, popular favorite of all merch on the Buzzin' with Marlowe Bonfire Shop is the 3/4 baseball tee. And the most personal favorite is that baby blue hat 3/4 sleeve shirt. I never thought the baby blue would have definitely been the number one personal favorite, but it is the one that sells out the absolute most. Like I said, guys, go to the bonfire shop, pick your merch, put in promo code BUZZ20, you get 10% off. 10% off on all your purchases. Check it out. Get your merch. Also, guys, it is the month of autism. Also, our 2 year anniversary. Literally, everybody knows my backstory. If you're not new, I am a father of a child that is on the autism spectrum. So, obviously, this month is a big month for me. I always try to contribute as the best that I can every single year. So, this year for Buzzin' with Marlowe, we are sponsoring out an autism awareness campaign to where all our merch proceeds go to the autism awareness platform. I mean, literally, we will literally gather all the money that we earn from this month and send it off to any foundation, any fund for anything that regards to autism. It's a big deal for me. So, guys, like I said, go to our bonfire shop. We do have a logo for it as well. Instead of you seeing those little electrifying fireworks that you see when the fists together, it's actually the autism puzzle pieces around it. And that's one thing that I really hold very dear to me. Like I said, I'm a father of a child that has autism. Um, and just learn that these kids don't have a disability. They just learn so much more different and so smart in so many ways. From my background being a professional wrestler, I have the worst memory come to man. And my son, I nicknamed him my notepad because literally my son literally could tell me everything that I need to remember. Everything that I needed to remember, regardless if it was good or bad, my son would know. And it's just super awesome. And it's just awesome that I can give back to that persona standpoint. But guys, like I said, go to our bonfire shop, get you some of that autism awareness campaign merch. Like I said, all the proceeds are not even going to the podcast. They are going to a foundation that supports and helps bring awareness of autism. So check it out for the Buzz 20 and get your 10% off and also contribute into the Autism Awareness Fund. All right, guys. I know everybody's excited about our guest. So, guys, it's been long overdue. It has been awesome. I'm excited about this one. I've been very excited to get this man on my podcast, guys. I've got the one and only Kiki Man himself from the Midwest Marks podcast. If you know him as Alex Coquito, I have him on here today, ladies and gentlemen. He has so many platforms to be on, man. This guy is very entertaining, great knowledge, and I loved his take on wrestling. So, of course, I had to bring him on. A big fan of what we bring every single week as well. I'm a big fan of his platforms and his channels that he has got on YouTube, guys. The links will be below on this episode where you could follow him and check out every work that this man does. He's a hard working YouTubing guy, father, hard worker, and man, I just love his takes on so many different things. So, guys, I'm not gonna waste any more time. The question is, are you ready? Because this is about to be the time for episode 98, ladies and gentlemen. We are 2 away from 100, and guess what, guys? We about to start beginning. But the main question I have is, are you ready? Because it is about time to.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, man. I am super excited about this. I have finally got the man himself, Mr. Kiki himself, Alex Coquito. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing very, very well. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Alex Coquito. I haven't done that in months.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
To this person. I'm having a good day too. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, man. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I think this is perfect for episode 98. Like I said in the opening, man, I absolutely love the work that you bring. You put in so much effort into all your channels, all your platforms that you do, man. It's super inspiring for sure.
Thank you. I try to do the best I can because if I stop doing stuff, then I go insane. So keep on adding things.
Hey, man. So if nobody knows who you are, Alex, and I'm pretty sure that's a very shallow few, tell them a little bit about the Kiki himself.
Well, my name is Alex Coquito, Coquito. Write that down. You can find me on Google, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter. I have a Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Alex Coquito787, all together. I have a third channel called Rican Reactions. Just like I said it, it's just like you write it. And I react to random things. I just started a three-part series on 80s commercials. Just finished that. had a bout of depression, so I'm on hiatus from that channel for a while until I get my mind back up. But once I go back to that channel, I will start doing 90s commercials and just news stories from the 80s and 90s. People that don't remember certain things, or they remember it, but they only remember it from a 20-year distance of time.
Yeah, kind of like a time capsule type thing.
Exactly. But yeah, and Rican Reactions is on hiatus, but the Twitch channel is not, which is connected to Rican Reactions, which is kind of a weird loop to say, but that's how life is.
Yep. I love it, man. That's awesome. I actually like that Rican reaction, man, because like how you said with depression, you could just tell how invested you get into your episodes. And like how you just said, man, you needed to take a break because, man, that character really wasn't a character. That was you. That was you, sir.
Yeah.
And I know it had to take a kind of a barrier on you for a while because it was just like, man, I literally was that vulnerable on camera. And that takes a lot of a character for someone to be that vulnerable in ways.
I was, and I was to short a period of time, but like I said, I was thrown into the deep end by. Okay, the reason my name is Alex Coquito is based on a racist joke, ladies and gentlemen. This was not based on some inspiring thing. No, the Misfit Nation podcast took my name and said, you know what, I'm going to make it a racist joke because you are ignoring me too much and leaving way too many voicemails. I admit that. You leave a voicemail number, I'm going to call the voicemail. That's how it is. I got time. So Alex Coquito was born. After that, I was dating a therapist who was also my ex, and she realized, you're a very talkative person. You talk like crazy. You can sell water to a fish. Use that as a channel. All right, sure. And then I realized that in my town, there's a million stories. Kind of like the movie The Son of Sam, where the guy said there's 10,000 stories in New York. This is just one. In my life, 10,000 stories in my town. Luckily, I've seen 9,900 of them. Therefore, I'm just going to say my truth. It helps because I was a Navy vet, so this helps against my PTSD. And I can express myself more better than I was before because I was an introvert. I never wanted to go outside, never wanted to talk to people. My close-knit of friends was like maybe 3 or 4.
Right.
And at the end of it all, I just wanted to be me. I wanted to be better. And talking to the Misfit Nation podcast, them bombing on me for months. And now that I even had them on my channel a couple months ago, and I'm going to have them on my channel again in the next month because I use StreamYard for free because I'm poor and they have an hour limit. So damn it, StreamYard. You know, I didn't know that.
Hey, I know that struggle.
But yeah, I actually like public speaking now. I actually like it, and that I just it took me a while, and now I can actually talk to somebody. Even in my town, people are like, "Oh, you're more social now than before. You actually come up to people." I'm like, "Yeah," because I practice against people that can around the world anonymously make fun of me because I saw in your post some douchebag laced up in poop freaking saying shit about you, and I was like, "That's just stupid." And then you came back with a great retort. So, and it's happened to me many a time. So good. I congratulate you for doing it the respectable way, because I would have done it grinding. I would have just kept on texting for days.
I didn't even want to even acknowledge it, but some of the reactions that he has on it, I'm not even giving him a shout out on it.
No, of course. If you're good, I mean, yeah. If you're good, you automatically got a hater.
Exactly. Like literally, I get that regularly. It's what it is. I mean, like I said, I knew for a fact I was bringing a platform together because obviously I'm not a wrestler anymore, and apparently it's not always a positive thing, like anything in life. So obviously that guy actually feels a little bit bitter that maybe I was more popular than him than he was in his tenure. So I don't know necessarily the story, but hey, he got his 5 seconds of fame.
Jealousy doesn't really have a story. It just has a setting. My friend taught me that a long time ago, and it's sad. It's sad. I get it, but of course, I just even in wrestling, people like when you were talking about that YouTube is so hard to promote. It is like you have to like physically do it each and every single time. You got to write down something else, and Facebook has stupid rules. Freaking, oh, this is against community guidelines. How the fuck there's no titties in it, you dumb bitch? What the fuck? I think Instagram is a bitch. Sorry, but when you do it, I remember last week I sent a YouTube link of the Midwest Marks podcast on Apple, Google, Spotify. There, I did the promo. And right off the bat, someone on Facebook, oh, this is the most dumbest excuse for brain cells. These people have no intelligence. I'm like, so, and I knew it was stupid. It was a troll because the video didn't come out yet. I'm like, okay, so you're talking shit before the video comes out yet and without giving it a chance. The grimy side of me was going to say, you know what, you piece of shit, you should jump on a douche nozzle and spin around. That's the grimy part of me. The respectable Midwest Marks podcast person that has a job was like, you know what? Have a blessed day. I hope you find happiness.
Thumbs up.
That's it. That's all I could do. That's all I could do because in the beginning I was.
That's like that. That's like that babyface '80s version right there. It's like, hey, you suck. Hey, appreciate it. I'll see you at Waffle House.
Exactly. I'm about to say that. I'm gonna see you in the parking lot, bitch. No cameras on the left side. Oh man. But yeah, you're right. I get it. And my boss, Mr. Eli Guidy, has reminded me many a times. Watch this. Don't say this. Stop acting like this. And I get that. Again, it's his brand, and he wants to represent it. Just like me. I want my brand to represent me. I've turned down many of people, producers, photographers, graphics designers. I can make you great. I can be like, I don't want your vision. I want my vision.
Yeah.
And if it's wrong, I admit it and I move on. Okay? The wheel wasn't made by one guy in 1 minute. It took a couple times and it got to the point. So let me make my own fucking wheel. That's it, man. Shit. So I get angry. I got angry because
you're good.
I got angry because this is something close to home. I have a 12-year-old son, right? And I love kids and I love all kids in the world. I want to put this disclaimer out first. I love all kids in the world. I love all my sister's kids, my brother's kids. I love them like my family. I treat them like my own children. I would burn the world for them, right? Of course. My son's an asshole. Put that out there.
I knew something was coming in when you say, hey, first I disclaim I love kids first. And then it's like, you're an asshole.
Okay. My kid's an asshole. Now, mind you, he thinks he's the best Fortnite player in the world and Apex and everything else. That's called in-cash credit crap, whatever. Today, I was going to make a story time about this, so this is like exclusive. Today, my son comes up to me and he says, and we were having a fight because he didn't want to go to school, like all kids in the world. And the fight turned into a verbal argument. Now, most people don't know this about me. When I wake up, no matter what time it is, that first hour, I don't have any reason in my mind. I have no logic. I will literally scream at you like a monster for the first hour. I don't drink coffee or nothing like that. I just need 1 hour to process my mind in order to get back to reality. That's just how it is. So he's arguing with me in that 1 hour window when I told him plenty of times, boy, and I even said it, boy, I just woke up an hour ago. You really want to piss me off right now? I'm not in the right mood. Oh, your channel's all fake. You don't tell them the truth about you. You don't say this about yourself. You don't say this about yourself. I'm like, am I getting hate from my 12-year-old son? Is that how much you're jealous of me? You have a PlayStation 5. I got a PlayStation 3. How the hell are you jealous of me, bro? What the hell? He does. He has everything he's ever wanted. I have nothing I've always wanted. Okay?
Oh my God.
So
that sounds like my son for sure, man.
Yeah.
My son got a Nintendo Switch, and he tells me, he's like, Dad, I don't have half the games like you have on this Xbox. I'm like, son, this is an Xbox One. It's not a 1S. This ain't a 1X. No, it's an Xbox One.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you got a Nintendo Switch. He's like, well, it's not an Xbox. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry. Let's go back, son. I'll get you a PlayStation 2 and 100 games. Play with that. See if the internet works on that shit these days.
Literally, that's not an Xbox. I'm like, no, you did.
Yeah, that pisses me off too. Oh, why you want I don't want a PlayStation 5. I told people I don't want a PlayStation 5. I want a PlayStation 3. I have a PlayStation 3. I have an Xbox original with the Scarface Xbox game, which I love because the soundtrack is amazing. Check it out. Anyone that gets an emulator, Scarface on PlayStation and Xbox.
I had that on PSP.
Was that the one with the Gang Wars one? That was like you just like. Oh, that was a Gang Wars.
I actually had a graphics with it as well. Like the whole PSP was like in Scarface look.
Yes,
it looked really freaking sweet.
The one I played was it was kind of like Grand Theft Auto, but with Scarface. It was exactly like Grand Theft Auto with Scarface. You trade K's. I'm not gonna say words, the drugs, because obviously. But now I always tell people I'm transparent. So now I have to make a story time called Storytime My Secrets and sit down just like this and say, look, these are things that you don't know about me. And I'm going to say them right now in case my son, when he turns 18, tried to turn my channel into a defamatory project, because I love my son, but I don't even trust my own son. All right? Wow. That's how it is. The only person I trust is my mom, and that's 60% of the time of the year. She knows why. She knows why. Okay? I love you, Mom. But you know damn well why.
You gotta make sure that Mother's Day gift is a big one.
My Mother's Day gift for her, my Mother's Day gift for her is cutting her grass and washing her car. I ain't buying no damn flowers, they die. My mom said the same thing. When we buy me no flowers because they die, and we buy me no crappy chocolates because I can't eat chocolate because I'm pre-diabetic. You need to get me either a gift card or some. She loves sewing, so sewing supplies. I love to sew too. I grew up a housemaid, ladies and gentlemen. Don't at me now, but I digress because I always do that on my channel. I will make that secret on my thing. So like I said, in the future, I want people to know that I'm transparent. I want to be famous, but famous legitimately and by the grind of one by one. Yeah. Exactly. I don't want the clout. And then 10 years later, Mr. Alex Romero, aka Alex Coquito, said this on a tweet. And here comes my son. Yeah, he said it. He said it. Where's my money? Okay. Yeah, he said it. That's how he's gonna be. I love you, son. But you agree.
The sad thing, I mean, it's funny because it's really true. Like in so many ways, and you could vouch for this, man. When I signed the monetizing thing with Facebook, like I kind of like signed a deal with the devil in ways too, because it's like ever since I've done it, it's like I got something got not appropriate. The concert that I did was just like, you could have done something different with that. Like, just some of these things. And it's just like, man, like, you can't just let me enjoy it. Like, you can't let me enjoy that moment. And it's just like, is it really that bad? Like, come on. Like, did I really offend anybody? Like, some of the stuff that y'all promote as it is, it's like, is mine really that bad compared to that? Like, come on. Like, it's just those things that you learn. Hey, man, the more success you get, the more shit you're going to have to deal with.
The more clout you're going to get. Yeah, I know. Shout out to my friend Pooh Bear, wherever you are. Crazy, man, but a wise soothsayer. He told me this a long time ago when I was 26, and I keep it to heart. When walking down the path to your own destiny, there will always be a bird shitting on your head.
Yeah.
No matter where you are in the world, there will always be a bird shitting on your head. And that applies to either daily, yearly, monthly, decadely. It just happens. And I always, and I'm a paranoid man by nature. One guy said it from the show Persons of Interest. I forgot what his name was. Paranoia keeps you alive. And it's true.
It does. It pushes you. It actually makes you to where you're not content. And that's one thing I've always learned, man. One thing I learned in wrestling, if they're not talking about you, you're not doing anything. You're not doing a thing. If they're talking good or bad, hey, you're getting over in a way. They're talking about you. And that's one thing I think we've had shade where we were talking about when we were on y'all's episodes and stuff. When I gave my visual is because I said if they're talking about it, it's going to be keep presenting. It's going to be keep showing a spotlight towards. If you don't want anything talked about it, that's where you get that standpoint. It's like, oh, maybe that was not what we needed. Maybe that is not what that should have been. Like in general, like, hey, we need to fix that. Like, what did we just think about doing something like that for? Like, maybe that's not the answer we needed. And literally, it's just like you can only do so much on those things. And like you just said, I love that metaphor. I've never thought of it that way, but I'm like, that actually was way better than what I was thinking because, like, yeah, the more success you get, shit's gonna hit you more. That's how you challenge yourself. That's how you better yourself. That's how you become a better all around
person. Because if not, you go insane. I was a monster. I can admit that. In my early 20s, I was a freaking monster. I was a bastard. I was a ugh. But when my son was born, I was still a bastard and a monster. And it took me a few years to get better in my life. And now people think I'm a pussy. So I'm like, yeah, think of me as a pussy, then think of me as I was back 10 years ago. Because 10 years ago, I was savage. I didn't give a shit about I'm not getting into that. But let's talk about wrestling. That's a dark hole. That is a dark hole of a business.
I saw the head shifting. I saw a vein popping in the head over there. It's just like that's a whole different animal.
Yes, I don't want to talk about that. I love to talk about it because it's funny now.
If you see me on commission talk, you know I like to punch the nerve system.
Of course.
Shout out to my good old buddy, little shit. I love you, buddy. Hey, get a little plug to the commission talks. Also, my boy Dre and us shits. But yes, you did mention about wrestling.
Yes.
So tell us about how did the Midwest Marks podcast start out and how did you get involved with it?
That is called being bored on Facebook and loving wrestling at the same time. Now, I was on Facebook. It was around month 2 of my first year of Alex Coquito. I think I'm at 1 year, December, January, February, March, April. About 1 year, 5 months now. I only celebrate when I get to my 1,000. I ain't celebrating to years. I ain't doing that shit. Respect to you, Buzzword Marlowe. I just no. Okay, too much stuff for me. Then I have to remember the dates.
100 episodes. That's why.
No,
that's why we're even considering.
By the way, yeah, 100's awesome. I'm at 545. I'm done with that. I just gave up after 300. I'm like, I'm just the hell with this crap. If I get to 10,000 videos and whatever, fine. But like I said, I was on Facebook just doing my thing, and then I see that Mr. Eli Guidey is like, oh, I really like wrestling. It's about the fans. I want to make a podcast about wrestling. And 3 other people were doing it at that same time. 1130 Podcast as well was looking for people as well. So like, all right, let's test it out. So he calls me. We do a Zoom call. I tell him that I like wrestling. He tries to vet me. He checks my background, my history. I'm like, I've watched wrestling since 1996. But I grew up here in Puerto Rico, so we used to see all the 80s wrestling, Mid-South, Japan. You can get that in tapes. And after 96, I dipped off because I went to the Navy for 3 years. Didn't watch the Ruthless Aggression era. Didn't watch ROH. But from 2013 to now, I caught up. I just caught up on everything. PWG, MLW, ROH, New Japan, J-Cups, Super J-Cups, Out the Ass, Yano, a treasure, Microman in MLW, just like treasures.
If we could get it over, it wouldn't.
I'm trying to get Microman over because no one else will. So, all right. So all those things. And he's like, oh, cool. This is awesome. You know, be on my show. Boom. So it was me and him at first. Then we found BMAC because BMAC was just randomly spitting fucking tea everywhere without purpose, just shooting an AK up in the air for no reason. So it's like, all right, BMAC, come on the show. You got a plug. Talk about the plug. All right, and then we started noticing everything he's saying is happening. Freaking Nostradamus shit. We need him too. So, and we had other people. We had Nick. We had Tim. Tim, rest in peace, wherever you are. He's not dead. Just you know how it goes. And then it just grew. And then I liked it. But if people that want to listen to the Midwest Marks podcast, find me in the first months. I was wild. I didn't give a shit. And then my boss groomed me to try to talk like a, sportscaster, as people call it. I call it just sportscasters. And now I can, just talk to you like a normal person without coming in with the stupid, I can admit, stupid jokes I used to say back in the day or the grimy things. But again, that gave character to myself. And I still do it. And as Mr. Marlowe said in the beginning, it sneaks out sometimes. And my boss will either laugh or he'll give me a comment at the end of the show. It's always random. But I like it. I like wrestling. Because if we can accept that Paul Heyman made a show with crack whores and broken down wrestlers and make it a wonderful thing. Why the hell can't I just talk like a normal person? Joey Styles did it, and this guy had, oh my God! And that was a mainstay in freaking wrestling. I mean, Jim Ross, Paul Mooney. I know these names because it's the same way with people with baseball. People love baseball. People love the stats. People love the characters. So it should apply for wrestling as well. That's how I got to the Midwest Marks podcast. And like I said, my Eli Guidey just made me the Stats Man T-shirt. I can't see it on Bonfire, but apparently it's on Bonfire. So, fingers crossed, I'll see that one day. He made the BMAC report, deservedly for BMAC, because again, he's spitting out all those things. And I was the longest reigning and defending Midwest Markout campeón, and I was happy with that. But I'm happy just being a talker. Now I'm freaking the second co-host, which is fucking ridiculous, man. I'm either doing Wednesdays, I'm either doing Fridays, and sometimes, and here's a trade secret for everyone that's watching. I like to watch my wrestling under the influence. And it's very hard to do a play-by-play when you're under the influence and watching wrestling. It's really hard. I try.
I give you props. I couldn't do a play-by-play wrestling.
I can do it. It's hard.
From a podcast standpoint, because one or two matches, yes, but the whole show, literally having to watch the play-by-play and stuff like that. I do admire you for that part because that's definitely tough, and especially the companies that you do. Yep. That's even more crazy because some of those people get mad at me, but that's a lot of spot fests.
It is. No, it is. It is.
Dude, I remember one thing that you liked about what I said on y'all's episode. Shout out to y'all as well. I gave my visual, and it didn't give me the best positive way because I wasn't agreeing to that certain product.
No.
Yes, it's new. Yes, it was fresh. Yes, it was new wrestling. But in a way, it felt like it was killing wrestling at the same time because I'm used to this old school matches. When you watch my character, I got to jump off the top rope maybe 3 or 4 times after I started seeing my character develop higher. But when I first started, I was chain wrestling a whole match, headlock, wrist lock, hip toss, arm drags, these little simple things. I did those all through a match, and I was getting beaten down the whole time because I was introducing myself to the crowd to present myself. Hey, this is why you should give a damn about me. This is why you should be like, hey, come on. Damn, this dude's been getting his ass beat for a while. Screw this guy that's been beating him up. Let's see this guy get some development. And that is, in my eyes, how you develop a baby face. And now this generation of wrestling is just the baby face shine is what the heel shine is now. And it's a whole reverse role type ordeal. I know you've seen the movie. You remember 21 Jump Street with Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill? When they go to repeat high school.
Yeah.
Channing Tatum's not the big guy on campus anymore. He's the little guy on campus.
Yeah.
And the nerd kid literally is the most popular kid out of campus.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel what wrestling is now, because now heels could really be making more money than the baby faces in the 80s now. It's just a whole different 180 change. You don't even give a damn about the baby faces anymore.
No.
It really feels like your career is going to go to an end if you're not getting a run, a push, or a title as a babyface, which, in my opinion, babyface title runs don't go long. Unless if you got, example, like an Intercontinental title, a television title, something like that to invest to be like, hey, there's still a meaningful champion in this brand, in this product. Yeah. But not a heavyweight champion.
No, of course.
In my mind, always a heel should be a heavyweight champion. A babyface should probably be a champion for a month or so, just to change the chapter a little bit, and then boom, heel comes back and it gets more representation back to the babyface. That is how you get a spotlight to this babyface. And it's just wrestling is just so, I don't want to say recycled, but it's just like we don't know what's new anymore.
I'll say it's fucking recycled. Let's be honest. It is.
I
can say
don't
it.
want to say that because I mean I put my time and effort into it. And if you watch my matches, yeah, I'm doing moves that everybody's done because there's nothing new. But you have to make an approach that it is your move. When you saw me do a drop kick, I trialed it in. I didn't instantly just do a drop kick instantly. I literally told a story like boom, boom, boom. I told him like, hey, if I hit this drop kick, we're gonna have almost a 2.5 count. Like literally, it's just these little things, and it's just like pinfalls don't matter anymore. Like we will be real, pinfalls do not matter in matches anymore. Like when they did the squash match between Natty and Aaliyah, people shamed that match just because of how the finish was. But in a way, I saw what they were doing with it. It's just it wasn't presented right. Like literally, Aaliyah should have teased that pinfall the entire match, even if it's a squash. Teased it to show, hey, at any given time, this can end the match.
Yes.
And these are things, the littlest things that could change wrestling, the whole wrestling for centuries again. And it's just like these
Can
things.
we dissect that? Can we dissect that? Because that's a really good topic to talk on. If we can talk about that for a second. Okay. Now let's use someone as a template. Let's use OC, Orange Cassidy. Now I'll say why for a second. Now Orange Cassidy is a babyface with a unique case. Because of his unique style, he'll probably always be a babyface. When he turns heel, then that's going to be monumental. His style is very lazy, but very technical, little technicality, but more high flying and spots. He's a spot monkey, and I get that. What makes him unique is his pinning predicament, the mousetrap. That has been protected 96% of the time. I say 96 because he tried it once, and because of a storyline thing that he took too long to get there, the guy kicked out. Again, I get that. But going to Aaliyah. Aaliyah should automatically, if she's the type of person that sneaks in wins like a Nikki Cross, then you should have a unique pinning predicament that shows that once I do this thing, badass or not, there's no way in hell you get out. The problem with WWE, and I'm only going to talk about WWE at this moment. I'll go to AEW in a second. The problem with WWE is that fruit roll-ups, they give it to you in your mouth before you even get out the ring. And it's sad. I can count fruit roll-ups 9-8 times a freaking day on a Monday and on a Wednesday and on a Friday, which is sad. And they do storylines in WWE. That's true. But it's only for the main guys. If there's a small character, you'll get something, and then you yourself as a character has to make sure that that 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 second promo, you better stretch that shit out for a month, which is sad. Now we go to AEW. AEW has their own promos, has their own thing. However, they're spot monkeys. They're repetitive. Great example: Alex Reynolds and John Silver. Great tag team. Great, not underrated tag team, but just great tag team. But you can see that they've done the reps so long, so many times that now I can count. I can time when they do their finisher. I can time when John Silver does his freaking spot thing, and it's not fun anymore. Dante Martin is a prime example.
Tennis match. It's like
Dante
watching a tennis match, literally.
Exactly, and that was the last match on Wednesday. That was a very bad match. I talked about that on the Midwest Box podcast. That should not have been the ending of that show. But again, you want to put Garcia and the new guys over. Focus on Garcia first. Matt and Jeff can be fine by themselves. 2.0 don't need no one to put them over. Just let them be by themselves. But again, it's all about. But again, Dante Martin is the only babyface that I can think of that is a successful babyface because he keeps changing his style and doing more high fly shit every time he comes out. And now that his brothers Darius is back, that's a babyface tag team, and that's good. And they're giving Darius something that WWE doesn't do. When someone comes back, they give the push. They don't give the push to someone that comes back. They give a little push and see if it works. If it doesn't, pal carajo. But for AEW, Darius is back. We've already given Dante the mega shine. He's already made. So now we got to push you. And hopefully it'll work for you. And I get that. But again, the women's division in AEW is trash. I love you guys, but it's trash. There's not many women. The tag
all
team
they're
division,
doing is hardcore matches. They're really even try to stand out. Like that's
and I get
ridiculous.
that.
You're putting in the slaughter fest.
Yeah, and I get that. You want to meet, you want to make it different, but you did 2 hardcore. You did 3 blood matches, 2 with Rosa and Britt, and the other one with Anna Jay and Penelope Ford and all these people. That's great. That was the end of a storyline. That's a grudge match. Get that. But there should have been a grudge. There should have been a grudge match between Layla and Chris. There should have been a grudge match between Welvin and Layla. There should be a grudge match between Sky Blue and Jude. There should be more blood feuds. There should be more feuds that when you watch Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday, you know that it connects. Right? Another problem with AEW. Tag team division is overstacked. It's overstacked. Way over. It's 17 teams. 17. And there's only 1 belt. And they keep hinting for a trios belt. Do it or don't. I've always hated about that.
I mean, the thing is about that part is like when they keep teasing about that trio title, why can't they tell their stories the way they tease that trio title? Because I just had a podcast where I talked about it, and I've said it on Commission Talks, is when they have a good storyline, they ruin it by instantly giving it to you.
Yep.
Like, we shoot WWE all we want, but WWE knows how to stretch a story. Yes, if it's the main card guys, whatever. But honestly, I'm going to be honest, like, since AEW's been going on, like the Punk run, let's talk about Punk's run. Like, I flat out said it numerous times, and I said it on y'all's show, and I got heat on it, was CM Punk literally has been the most stalest I have ever seen him in a ring.
Yes.
When it came to that. And you agreed with me on it.
Yes.
But you said to an extent that they're trying to angle it into getting Punk back to what Punk is used to be. And I didn't believe it for a moment. And then when MJF came in, I really kind of saw, all right, there's a shining moment to this. And then we thought, okay, we're going to see the heel Punk come out to beat MJF. No, we saw the story turn with Wardlow, which was perfect. I was not mad about that chapter because now, hey, we're giving it to the younger audience, the audience that literally is going to be the future of the brand. And I've said it numerous times when they sat here and done what they've been doing with Punk. Now they're talking about chasing him for the world title. I tell you right now, if Punk does not beat Adam Page, don't fucking book it.
Oh, he's not beating Adam Page.
That's what I'm saying. Don't book it. Do not book it because
I know. But again,
Adam Page is one of the worst champions that has been out in a long ass time.
Yes, because oh, okay, we'll get to it in a second.
Even worse than the Warrior.
Okay. I think you've been dipping in on some baby milk. All right, let's chill out about that. First off, second, let's focus on this one thing. Yes, Punk's run and the match with Dax Hardwood on Wednesday clearly states, like I said, they're doing it the slow route. They wanted to make him established for the new watchers, so they did the MJF because everyone knows MJF. Now that he's established as a casual name for the casuals, now we go to the wrestling side of Punk, which is great. That's great. Him's gonna fight Dax. He'll probably fight Cash, and then he'll get his rank up, and then he'll fight Adam Page. Now, to Adam Page. Now, the lead up to the belt was wonderful. It was a slow build, but it was a slow build that was spread apart across all platforms: BTE, Dark, Elevation, everywhere. So there was a storyline. For people that don't listen, check your history, bro. Shout out to the magnificent Mongo Slade. He's my rival on the Midwest Sports Podcast. He is the anti-everything, but I respect him because he's honest. Now, Paige gets the belt, right? We're thinking, okay. In my mind, I'm thinking, okay, Dark Order's going to turn, and then it'll be Dark Order versus Hangman Adam Page, and then Wyatt comes in. Well, that's not happening right now because Wyatt's doing his own thing. Okay, sure. Now they're slightly teasing that the Dark Order and Hangman are not getting along. Happened on BTE. They talk shit to each other, whatever. I do like that in terms of that, they're Mid-South Wrestling booking this. They're doing this the long version. They're taking one drop of warm water and they're spreading that shit for the salad. And I get that. The problem is, as Marlowe said right now, a babyface should always, in my opinion, be a
strong... be a temporary champion. Should be
exactly, a temporary champion until someone comes in. Not Adam Cole, though. Of course, not Adam Cole, though. I don't want Adam Cole to be the champion, even though he keeps hinting that, and they're going to repeat this shit. I would like MJF to be the champion because they keep boosting him up, and I get that. I don't want him to be the champion, but most likely he'll be the champion. But for Adam Page's history, he went from you fought Daniel Bryan, a great start. Then you fought Murderhawk. That was not a good start. It was a great match, not a good start. Then you fight
I
Adam
agree with
Cole.
you on that.
Then you fight Adam Cole. Then you might fight Adam Cole again. I don't know why. And then now there's no one else to fight. There is no one else to fight except MJF, but we do not want to go to MJF because he just lost. So booking-wise, he can't lose again. But
it kills credibility.
Exactly. But he's stuck with Wardlow. And we know that Wardlow eventually is going to beat MJF. That's the storyline. He has to beat MJF, and most likely it'll probably be a contract on a pole match. So freaking or if they really want to go deep into this shit, just like the custody of Eddie's child, they put the contract on the custody of your life is up on that ladder.
With that ring on top of it, probably.
Exactly. So once that happens, then MJF has to lose again. So that means MJF is not going for the belt for at least maybe 2, 3, 4 months, because again, MJF right now is doing the WWE route, and they put Wardlow on ice just like Ali. Sorry, Ali, that happens. So I like that. So what that means, and I'm guessing this, once MJF goes down the route to get the belt and does all these things, Wardlow will pop out of nowhere and stop him, just like MJF stopped Wardlow. And that will go to a pay-per-view. That's great. And I want Wardlow to be a champion. I want Wardlow to be a champion, and I'm saying this right now. Wardlow
He's a good worker. He's a real good worker.
He's a great talker. He just doesn't talk. Yes. He just doesn't talk. And I get that. Just like Hobbs. Hobbs is a eloquent, soothing talker. But
I'm so happy about Hobbs. Out of anybody in wrestling right now, Hobbs deserves more, because Hobbs literally was a guy that literally went to shows day in and day out to ask for a booking and get some representation. Like, hey man, I got my gear. I will do anything that you want for me to work. And sadly, a lot of times that he got told, hey, no, you can't. And Hobbs literally can be that future champion, which I really wish that they would kind of get a mold for him to be. And his wrestling has actually gotten so much better since he's been in AEW. I will give him that.
Of course, with Arn and everything else, even Promo Joe. Shout out to Promo Joe on YouTube. They bring up the reference when he powerbombed Keith Lee. Reference to Arn powerbombing Vader. I love Promo Joe on YouTube because he brings back all the references, Punk references, MJF references, everything else. I love that. But with Hobbs, I'm hating where Hobbs is right now, because right now he's Ricky Stark's valet. And I'm getting really sick and tired of him being Ricky Stark's valet. Also, I'm saying,
what are they doing with Ricky Starks, honestly? Do you believe that Ricky Starks is supposed to be getting a major look into being that main guy? Or do you think Ricky Starks is kind of being that one trick pony that literally when he gets the spotlight, he ain't going to know what to do with it?
I think, first off, they're grooming him to be a commentator. They're grooming him for that. I know that. And that's good, though. I love the banter between him and Jericho. Jericho does not like Ricky for shit. For shit. And I did like one joke when Keith Lee was fighting, Ricky Starks said this: oh, I fought Keith Lee once and I'm fine. And then Jericho said, yeah, but the side of your head is still flat. So that was fucked up. But again, Jericho said
telling a story though. I mean, it gives an investment to even putting a visual into the audience booth, because that's what special guest announcers need. And I think that's what things I like about any wrestling promotion that gives that opportunity, because now, yes, you're getting entertainment in the ring, but for audio, so say like people watching us like this now, that's entertaining them to be invested into the show. Because you don't hear them when you're in the venue. Like I was at Monday Night Raw in Jacksonville. We didn't hear Corey Graves. We didn't hear Byron Saxton. We didn't hear whatever the other guy's name is. We heard wrestling. That's all. We heard boom, boom, smack, crowd pop. Them talk on the microphone. You hear the entrance songs. That's all you hear. You don't hear the commentating. So like when you hear that impact of a guest ring announcer or something like that as a TV visual, that's
Yeah.
what draws the ratings to a show.
Yeah. Let's be
It
honest.
gives a
Dark,
different twist.
yeah, Dark is not dark because of the wrestling. Dark is dark because of
No.
freaking of the commentating. I only watch Dark because obviously I have to for the Midwest Mars podcast. But at the same time, it's funny to hear Taz and Excalibur just shoot the shit.
I ain't gonna lie. I watch it when I have friends that are on.
No, of course, because it's boring sometimes.
That's the only time I can watch it.
I've said it. Dark in the beginning. They even said this on Dark on Tuesday. Taz and Excalibur said this. You remember the time when we were doing this back in the Jacksonville days? And Taz is like, woof, that was rough. Yeah, it was rough when they were doing 18, 25 matches on a Tuesday. That was crazy. But now, Dark, I love you. And I know this is part of a storyline, but now it's just a feeder system. You give the team, like the Varsity Blondes came on Tuesday just to have a 3-minute match to die on Wednesday. I didn't like that. I want storylines. I do like. I'm not bullshitting on it completely though. They are doing small storylines. They're continuing. They're continuing the Julia Hart storyline. I do like that. There is a storyline, ladies and gentlemen. I always say it all the time. Julia Hart does nothing, and that's true. But she's going somewhere. This isn't bullshit. She's doing something. Hopefully for the House of Black, but whatever. But that's that. But again, in commentary on Monday. By the way, I miss Eddie Kingston on commentary on Monday. I miss him on Monday. He was the highlight of Elevation with Shivani and Mark Henry and Paul White. But now it's Paul White and Mark Henry, which I do like Mark Henry. Don't get me wrong. I love that. But all they talk about is food now. All they talk about is food. Like how I can beat him up. This is big. I'm like, so yeah, there's certain parts
that's why Mark wasn't a promo guy though. Like literally, that's why Mark was not built on a microphone. Big Show wasn't built on a microphone either.
But he's getting better though. I like it though.
He is getting better. He's changing. He's changing. Like literally, he is adapting. Like I tell people, if you ain't building up, then you need to rewire the batteries and figure out something else.
And I like that.
He's actually getting impactful. He's showing meaning. Like he's been in the ring numerous years. Like he was told he was never going to be a wrestler. He was a body, not even necessarily a bodybuilder, a power lifter, and said, "Hey, if you win this World's Strongest Man competition, you got a contract. But if you don't, we can't book you. We can't do anything. We can't do it with the second strongest man. We have to have you as the world's strongest man."
Yeah,
like
it sucks. But
that's a hell of a burden. That's a hell of a burden to take.
It is, but he did earn his place. The reason I like Mark Henry is from that promo he did to John Cena with the pink salmon jacket.
Oh man,
that promo
so
made him a legend. Because I thought he really was going to retire. I'm like, damn.
I legit did. When I saw Cena raise his hand up with the title in his hand, and then when he just slammed him, I'm like,
it was fun. But
you don't see that often. That's why it was so impactful.
Yeah,
because it was like,
anyway. But he got
oh shit, Eddie Guerrero got us. Like literally, that's how it felt.
I like that. But like, let's if I may, sir, let's talk about the future of wrestling right now, because again, I'm really happy for the Owen Hart Cup that's happening in a couple months. The Dusty Cup is finally over. Hooray! Thank you. The only thing I saw was a woman in pajamas. I was like, I am not. This is how far the damn thing has gone, that a woman in pajamas in the finals.
It's a character. No. I didn't understand it either, but it's a character. I mean, if you think about it, in the 80s and 90s, do you remember some of the gimmicks that they had back in the day? They had a fucking zombie for one.
Yeah, zombie 2 on ours too. Let's not shame. Like, yeah, but I think it's Vince. Like, what's her gimmick? Well,
Walking Dead's over. Let's bring the Walking Dead to Raw.
Yeah, put her in a jumper. She sleeps all the time. That's her gimmick. Yeah, which is funny because this is how fucked up this is. One of the Iconics pitched the idea to the Vince about, I'm gonna be on my phone and I love my puppies, and you said no to that. But you greenlit a woman dressed up in pajamas with a teddy bear on NXT. That is your logic, Mr. McMahon? I bring this shit up because there's no rhyme or reason.
I don't even know what they thought of that. I think it was just a joke. Obviously, I think that's one of those rebuild characters. I mean, if you think about it, a great example would be Becky Lynch's little breakdancing gimmick that she first had when she first came to NXT.
I know what it's called too. I'm not gonna say what it's called. Freaking, oh my god, river dancing. Yes, river dancing. Yes. Yeah.
Thank God she evolved.
And her twin, Kylan King, who did the exact same thing in AEW, doing the dancing. Like, you need to stop that shit. That is inappropriate. But yes, they're yes, I do remember all those failures. And look at Becky now. Becky coming from a dancing jig woman to
transcender, man.
To be the man, and then having a baby. And then after having the baby, being the most hated woman in WWE at the time because you took
still is not that hated though. Still is not that hated.
Still not that hated. But
like literally, I think it's kind of like, you remember how the turn with Stone Cold turned on The Rock and sided with Vince? It was just not the best timing. He thought it was going to be very impactful because it was in Texas at his home, but the fans were just happy to see him win. And I think it was just one generation that literally was all about Bianca that was really upset about the whole storyline. Like, I got my boy Shiz and Dre. They were pissed about the whole ordeal. But I told them, I said, honestly, Bianca's character got stale, bro. Like, if you think about it, how many times could she have wrestled Carmella? Like, Carmella was getting better, but it's not doing anything for Bianca. And Selena Vega was getting better, but it wasn't doing anything better for them. And I feel like that's why they got rewarded as the tag team champs, because they done so much for Bianca. So I think that was something that Vince thought, we owe them that. We owe them a title or something. But the thing is, it's just like Bianca Belair, in my opinion, I've said it numerous times, I might get in trouble. It's got the Ultimate Warrior build up. Like, crowd is so impact on it. It's been amazing. It's awesome. But when she won the title, you didn't give a damn.
Yeah, they gave her the Kofi treatment, which is sad. You win a belt and you have it for like a few months, and then you lose it all because
you got one of the most monumental WrestleManias. Like, literally, Kofi by far should have been the main event. I don't care what highlight we wanted to bring to that.
No, yeah, it was a moment. It was a moment.
It was a last minute booking.
Yeah.
For a 4-month process.
Yeah.
Because no one thought Kofi was even going to be a guy.
Yeah. They came out of nowhere where supposedly Ali was supposed to get the push, and now Ali's at his house in jail. So it sucks. But with Bianca, I kind of agree on that. Her gimmick in NXT was solid. She was strongest, fastest EST. When she came over here, she tried to, and I understand it was shit. And they did the whole little promos of her picking up people and running and stuff. That was really stupid. I didn't like that. That's true. But again, you try to, for the casuals. Then I've always seen her. I you can tell this to other people. I've always seen her as the way that you book Roman is the way that you should have booked Bianca. She should have been the final boss. She came in like, I ain't even gonna fucking fight. I'm so the shit that I have underlings with me at all times to protect me. And when I need to step up, I fucking wreck you. That's how you should have built her. But no, I'm on the go. I'm on the B. I'm jumpy. My husband's talks too damn much. You know, which I love you, Street Profits. But it's staler than bread out in the fucking sun already. You're becoming that.
They're going to change up Mania. I think that's going to be a whole different level of them. If it doesn't, then it's going to. It's either going to be they win it, and it's a change character, or Dawkins probably going to be released in the next 3 months.
Because mind you, the Fat Boy Dozer and the other guy, I forgot his name was. It's so sad. Yes, Gable, or G-Boy, or whatever his name was, or the nicknames, many nicknames they gave you, against the Street Profits and RK Bro. Now I'm gonna say this. I'm not a Randy Orton fan. Not because he's not a good worker. He's a great worker. There's no contesting on that. But he is dull as shit. And only when he gives a damn is when he's getting it. It's actually worth watching. Mind you, it was worth watching because you're a stoner and you're hanging out with a stoner. Okay, I get that. But it's been done.
Love it.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
I love it.
He's a stoner.
I mean, yeah, he's acknowledged it. I mean, they're saying this shit on Raw, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
Really?
So I get that. But again, if people like me, who like you as well, who watch wrestling for years, know that eventually he's going to turn on him. He's going to turn on him. It's just the eventuality. No one ever turns on Randy first. It's ridiculous. No one has ever done that.
There's where I think the twist is going to be, though. I think this is the time. This will be a thing that make people give a damn about Riddle. Like, yes, Riddle is he's grown up on me. I won't even lie. Riddle has really changed, evolved. Do I believe he should have been an idea to win a Rumble? No. Unless if there was something involvement in that, I'm happy that what it happened. Because first of all, as a babyface Brock Lesnar, it's something new, something fresh. Lesnar's actually wrestling now. Give it a break. But Riddle, Orton, you could tell Orton is enjoying everything that's going on with this story, which is weird because Orton doesn't usually give a damn about shit.
Not really. Again, if he
Not
if
as
he
a tag
someone
team
that he likes,
standpoint.
but if he likes somebody and hangs out with that somebody he likes, he gives a damn with his promos. He's done it before.
He said it. He said it point blank. He didn't like Riddle at first.
Of course.
Said it flat off the rip. He did not
And
like
then they
Riddle.
smoked
He didn't
weed.
like his
And now they
style.
love each other. It's the
Now
power
that-
of magic. That's what it is,
It's
man.
like it's really crazy. So like literally, I'm thinking it's like, okay, this is a really goofy version of Rock and Sock Connection. Like for a good moment, and then who would have thought Mick Foley turning on The Rock? Like you getting that goofy persona, like, hey man, I'm tired of being the backbone of this ordeal. I'm taking the beatings, you're taking the main fall. So I'm ready to branch out. Guess what? Riddle turns on Orton. I guarantee you that would be a huge impact to wrestling.
That would be funny that if he turns on Orton, he could be serious. Matt Riddle, mind you, he doesn't wear shoes because he said that before. So, and I was while you were talking, I already had the promo in my head that he's walking down the, but he's wearing a suit that comes off normally. And then when he gets to the ring, he doesn't jump and flip his sandals. He lightly takes them off and gives them to the person because he's not giving to the crowd anymore. He's a heel. So unless or like, oh, you know what? I'm so evil. I'm not smoking weed anymore. I drink. Oh, okay, that works. I guess that works. I don't know. Sure. But something different. Something different. I want that. I know that these new players are coming in. Rich Holland, all these other guys. You know, I get that. And I know these
They're
old people
level on Rich Holland because they probably blame him.
I know. Sorry, Rich Holland. My apologies. You're hiding somewhere in Panama. But the point is, just I want something new. I don't watch the main product. I don't watch WWE because I don't want to watch Edge versus AJ. I'm sorry, that's not my thing. I know Cody's coming back. Yay. What the fuck ever. I don't care about Cody. I never cared about Cody for a long period of time. He knows why. And now, and the women's division is only freaking like the women's division is not as great as AEW, but they're just recycling the same women over and over again. Over and over again. It's always going to be Becky, Banks, Charlotte, and now Bayley's replacement.
Bianca.
No, not Bianca. The woman that wears Roddy Piper's gear. Fuck.
Oh, Ronda.
Yes, because Bayley should have been in WrestleMania again, but no, not should have been. If she worked it, could have been.
They're gonna wait that one out.
And
I
guess
think
what?
Bayley's about to come back.
And you know damn well Ronda's not gonna lose on WrestleMania. She's just not gonna lose. And this is gonna be the weirdest thing ever because Charlotte is Vince McMahon's female version of Hulk Hogan. How is that gonna work out? Like she never loses. She never loses at a pay-per-view. Ever. So now, how are you gonna book this, Vince? Oh, I like my girl Charlotte Flair, but Ronda, that money, Flair, money, Flair, money. Ah! And then he goes down.
I see my thing on that vocal point is I think this is going to be the testing point of seeing what Ronda really brings to that product because Ronda is going to be the face of SmackDown. Fox has deliberately said they want Ronda on SmackDown. That is why we don't have the Becky Lynch and Ronda Rousey match because Fox is so adamant saying we want Ronda. We don't care what you bring in. We want Ronda. And that is all they're wanting because for the longest time, it was supposed to have been Ronda versus Becky. That is why Ronda came back to face Becky.
Yes.
And luckily we got what we got, because I think that's the reason why we got Bianca screwed on that one finish, is because Fox was adamant off the rip. They said, when Ronda Rousey comes back, we're getting Ronda. That is what we want. That is what we're looking at. That's all we need. We want Charlotte Flair. And we want Ronda. Those are and Roman Reigns. That's all they wanted.
Yeah.
So of course you're gonna have those marquee people. But my thing is, I think this is like the match when I saw with AJ Styles versus Shane McMahon at WrestleMania 33.
Oh God.
When we saw those two wrestling rings stacked together. Everybody's just sitting there like, I want to know if Shane's gonna jump off of that. Like for the whole show, we were sitting there looking up at this thing like, Shane's gonna jump off this damn thing. Shane is gonna jump off of this daggum thing, and that's gonna be crazy. We're gonna like pop. We're gonna lose our mind. Shane might kill himself, but we're gonna give him a pop that he wants.
Yeah.
And like that's the sad part. We were so invested. Like all Shane is known to do is crazy, wild shit. And he told a story that match showing, hey, I could actually wrestle, grapple, do stuff differently, and told a story. It wasn't like monumental, like, oh my God, when Shane McMahon jumped off of the cell or nothing like that.
No,
but
it
it
wasn't
was
like that at all.
something new.
Yeah.
You didn't expect it. I think that's what we're going to get with Ronda and Charlotte. Charlotte can bump her ass off and work with a broomstick if she wanted to.
Yes.
Like, I tell people all the time, when you say who's the number one wrestler right now, Charlotte Flair is my number one. I'm sorry. It is because she has been at a top level for so long. Yes, she's a WWE girl, and that's the only reason why people shade it, but she is that girl. Yes, so wash your hands.
Of course. I hate to say it, but you're right. Charlotte Flair is the number one woman because she's been there repeatedly. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. It's sad. And there's no other woman that will compare to Charlotte Flair.
You never would have thought you said number one wrestler would be a female. Like, we're being real on this.
No, and I'm not gender biased and like that. I would love females to be number one. It's just that there is no number one female to say like it's up to Roman Reigns right now. You have to compare levels. And I get if you want to go down popularity wise, Britt Baker is not even at the level of Ronda Rousey and not even there. So we have no other comparisons, and it's sad, but that's the way it is. I don't like Charlotte. Charlotte fucking sucks in the sense that she's boring. She's monotonous. She's doing the same thing as her daddy. He's gonna get 16 titles and then go crazy, be on a Bad Bunny video, then on a car commercial. Yes, Flair, I've seen it all, dude. What the hell is wrong with you? Damn.
She's a better worker than her fiance, though.
So I get that. But again, and it's true. Laugh it up. And again, it's true. But again, I'm not going to watch WrestleMania. If I have to, I'll watch it. I don't want to watch WrestleMania because we have Johnny Knoxville versus freaking Sami Zayn. Yeah. Sami Zayn, who had one of the best matches ever against Jushin Thunder Liger in NXT. Fun fact about that match, they didn't practice. They just met each other that same day. And all Triple H told them was that, kill it. Go for it, man.
Have fun.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. Sami Zayn versus Shinsuke Nakamura.
Oh, Nakamura. Yeah.
They never met each other.
Liger was with Tyler Breeze.
Yes, and that was a badass match. I don't give a shit. Anyone like, Jushin Thunder Liger's a gimmick. The guy's 52 years old and just retired this year. He has not stopped. He has been in NWA, WCW, WWE, New Japan, Mexico, everywhere in the world. Try to do that on a 52-year-old man with a mask and not even showing his face out of respect. Don't act.
30 and only had 6.
Exactly. So I get that, but I'm not gonna watch Johnny Knoxville, do a stupid shit. I'm not gonna watch a Kevin Owens show with Stone Cold. With Stone Cold's gonna come in. I knew they weren't gonna do a match, but the guy's too fucking old. I don't give a shit if he's the best time of his life. You come in, KO show, stunner to KO, or KO stuns Stone Cold, and then that great. But I'm gonna say this respectfully. Kevin Owens, slim fast, motherfucker. Slim fast. Let's go. Come on.
That's the only thing that's stopping him being at that main event level. And I love KO. Love his character. Love what he brings. They've told him that since he started in the Indies. That's why he would never be a WWE guy.
Yep.
Triple H took a vouch for him, took a heel run with him to get this guy to present what he was. And he's even made it sound like Kevin Owens is a straight WWE guy. We know it. I sat here and told people when they said AEW, Kevin Owens is going to go there. I said, you're absolutely crazy.
No,
Kevin Owens loves WWE. He sleeps and lives that business. And I literally said, all you guys do is trim the weight. If he trims the weight, the titles are going to be on him. He could be that guy. He could be a heel. He could be a face. He is the best in-betweener they have. Like, literally, he doesn't have to beg for an audience. That's one thing I loved about KO's babyface run. He'll look at you and be the exact same Kevin Owens. He might just give you a little bit more of a pop when he gets onto that top rope. That is the story of how a character should be developed. You don't just go in and high five every single fan. If you're going to do that, you need to high five every single person in that building to make that presented as a babyface. If you're doing that persona. That's why I never believed in all that mess. Because if I was going to walk around and be that babyface for you, I'm not going to scream, let's go, whatever. If you don't know who the hell I am, I'm literally going to show you by my in-ring ability why I'm this guy. And those are the things that fail so badly with wrestling now. And KO has always been that stature of a guy. KO has been, I've never really heard of one bad story about KO. The only thing is KO just doesn't want to drop his weight.
Yeah. And well, I've heard a couple stories that in ROH he was a dick with Sami Zayn.
Oh, ROH, yeah.
That's ROH. That's what
I do know. I knew of some of those.
Yeah, but with Kevin Owens is the same thing with Eddie Kingston. Tony Khan, this is something that in the backstage, and T Spiller told us all that shit that I know, but Tony Khan told Eddie Kingston, if you want to be a champion, you got to stop smoking, you got to get healthy, you got to you got the ability to become a champion, Eddie. You can, and you should. But the way your life is path is, you're not gonna get it. Going to catering and enjoying those pies is not gonna get you a championship. And he tried and he slipped off. People, that happens. But with KO,
Moxley for a while too, though.
Yes, Moxley got drunk and got fat and got fucked up. Now he looks leaner and better. Blackpool Combat Club is looking strong. I love that. Hopefully they pick up as a female. They pick up either Layla or Marina Shafir. Either or. You pick up one of those two girls because they're technical, they're powerful, and they don't need to talk. And they both are not that good talkers anyway, so you need a Regal. But again, I digress. With KO, I've loved him since from the first match I've ever saw him was ladder in ROH against El Generico. It was all like ladders. That was just death match. And saw him in PWG when he was in Mount Rushmore Wrestling with PWG with Cole and the Young Bucks and Super Crazy. Shout out to Super Crazy. So I love him. But if you're going to be a lifer, you know that you'll probably never, ever, in the state that you're in right now, never be champion again. You're stuck as a talk show.
Regardless of how the fan visual is, or like a body type or anything like that. Because
unless we get a yes movement again, and that forces the main company to say, like, we're screwed, we have to put him forward. I'm logically thinking it's not going to happen because, again, he's too fat. He's just like, he can talk, but he's not. You got to do appearances. For Vince, it's about appearance. That's all it is. Roman is a Samoan god crafted with his own fingers, a la movie Ghost. Okay?
He's letting Roman be himself. Like, literally, he's letting Roman be himself.
Yes. And it took how many years? 5 to 6 years for him to finally, from Sucker and Succotash, Jack and the Beanstalk. I remember that crap. I hate that for Roman. I hate that for Roman.
Cena killed him.
Yes. I hate that for Roman because now he has the shock master of those lines on him forever. Cena is actually clean because now I always tell people I don't see Cena as Cena anymore. I just see Cena as Peacemaker. He's transitioned to that level, and now he's committed to that 100%. I didn't see the Fast and Furious when he came out. No, thank you. I did see the one that he was in the movie called Blockers, where he was like a dad, and that was funny as fuck. And then the other one,
up his butt.
Yeah, dude, that's John Cena. Roman Reigns.
That's really him too. That's the craziest thing. Like Cena's more of a party guy, very blunt, and he's very dry humor it is.
Yeah,
Like,
and you know why?
Twitter.
Yeah, James
That's
Gunn
how
said
he
in
is.
an interview. Yeah, James Gunn said in the interview. This guy is the perfect ad-libber. Because he's a wrestler, he has to ad-lib on the fly. He has to shape it up. So when I say one scene, we literally have hours of outtakes of him saying random shit. And we have to like take the time and pick what to pick because everything's gold. And I love that. I love that. And even The Rock right now with his old ass is going to be Black Adam in a couple months, which is great. I'm not really happy about it, whatever, but sure, we get to see. I'm a DC head. If I get to see the Justice Society of America, I'm happy. I grew up on that shit. I love that shit. I love Justice League Unlimited with the dark storylines and deaths. But again, I'm a crazy.
They can just write the right story for him. That's the problem.
Roman needs a good story. I get the head of the table. I get that. But that gets stale real freaking quick. Remember the Undertaker's faction, the
Ministry of Darkness.
Yeah, the Ministry of Darkness was great for a short period of time, and then it got stale. And then the Ministry combined with the corporation, and then it just became worse. Okay? Know when a plan doesn't work, it's time to go.
You want to know a better example? When Stone Cold parted with Triple H, and they called herself the Power Trip.
Again.
And they just kept that going for so long.
And that wasn't Vince's idea. That was Triple H's politicking in the back. Come on, Triple H. Like that. These are bad ideas. These were bad ideas. Again, AEW has bad ideas too. Cody fought a go-go, and that was ridiculously stupid. Cody, in an interview, said that he talked to Tony and wanted to make his daughter a champion. His newborn daughter a champion. No. Okay? These are bad ideas. Okay? Oh. Bad, but greatest memory ever. Sexual chocolate not giving birth, but being there and having a hand birth from the ring. Yeah, I remember these moments. Or how about Kai and Ty cutting off well, actually, that wasn't a bad idea.
Yeah,
no, that wasn't a bad idea. That was awesome. They cut off Val Venus's. Supposedly, they cut off Val Venus's
porn star.
But I think in kayfabe, his dick is so strong that the samurai sword broke. Like his dick is a Hattori Hanzo dick. It never breaks. It breaks other things.
People believed it too.
Exactly, Gangrel with the blood and the thing. Like if a storyline works, you can work with it.
You can work.
But at a certain point, you gotta stop. You gotta stop and evolve. I like Roman. I like the head of the table. I'm a dick and be more aggressive, dude. Why is it that wrestling people can't? If I was a booker and I'm an evil villain, right? And I want to act like an evil villain to everybody. For me, if I would have booked Roman reads a main event against whoever, right? And he gets surprised by the babyface's comeback. So as a booker, and you're in the main event, big ass pay-per-view, Roman goes out, gets a chair, beats the shit out of him. DQ. Why can't you do that? That's how much of a dick you are. Like, I'm so badass that, you know what? I didn't want to fucking fight you. Bop, DQ, and I won anyway. I'm out of here. That's it.
You done that a couple matches though.
They did a couple now after 6 years.
Yeah, after 6 years. Yeah.
Come on. That's why I got mad. Like people
They should have
like,
done that when he first faced Lesnar.
Yes. He should even in before the Lesnar match, Roman should have destroyed Lesnar with a chair for like 5 minutes straight before the bell even started. Like, motherfucker, I'm destroying you.
That's like how Seth booked it. That's like how Seth did with him against Brock. And that's why I was looking at when they sat there and did that. I'm like, that just killed Roman's credibility.
Yep.
Seth is like, I mean, honestly, Seth is like 216 pounds, maybe.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you're beating down a 290 freaking solid tank 1-on-1, and you're beating him.
Yeah.
But Roman's sitting here barely coming out strong at all in these matches.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah. But you know how they booked something wrong with? Thank you. Before I go, because I got a few more minutes before I gotta pick up my kid from school.
Okay.
Yes, I have a kid. Yeah, and to reiterate, I love my son, but he's an asshole. I want to bring it all the way back. Now, the match that I hated, I like Brock Lesnar matches. The one match that they should have booked well, but they did not, was Roman versus Bryan Danielson. I think it was WrestleMania, some WrestleMania. Why? Because if Regal is saying that he's the best wrestler in the world, if every wrestler in the Indies for 20 years is saying that he's the best wrestler in the world, and Vince knows that, and everyone in the back knows that in the main company, why did you book him like a crap? I always wanted to believe that Brian, okay, this is a big ass giant, but I'm a technical wrestler, so I know how to devise pain. So it should have been a 20-minute match of freaking Lesnar flabbergasted and gassed out. Like, this guy is destroying me. Kind of like Drago with Rocky. Drago beat the crap out of Rocky, but Rocky kept getting back up. That's how it should have been Brian. No matter how many times you German suplex Brian will come back and do a knee lock, ankle lock, arm lock, hammer lock, and just make you remember, like, yeah, this is the same pain you gave me, but I'm giving it to you a little bit longer and still lose. But
I think Vince was more scared for Brian.
And guess what? He had a fight with Moxley. Moxley literally kicked him in the head a couple times. Like, I did the slow motion just.
So did Omega. Omega slammed Brian on his head twice.
Hangman too. Hangman slammed him on the head a couple times on the ring, outside ring apron. That's like, and again, if you love something so much, damage be damned. Because it's all about you.
You already signed the sport as it is. I mean, you can only do so much longevity with it. I agree with you totally on that. Like, you could tell, like, you're in that different aspect of wrestling persona than what most fans are, because you see from the Eddie Guerreros, the Rey Mysterios, the Justin Ligers, like legit lucha wrestlers, like the workers standpoint. And this is one thing I love about and I respect about you and most, is because, like, when you even made a comment on the commission talks, you were talking about that in reality, you saw Eddie Guerrero being in your Mount Rushmore of wrestling.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on some certain occasions. Now, like when we were talking about the Mount Rushmore wrestling, we're talking about the main guys that if they weren't even wrestling, you would know who they are.
Yes.
Like, honestly, now, yes, people would know who Eddie Guerrero is. But at that time,
no one did.
You would had to have been one of the WWE, a wrestling fan. Of course, you know Eddie Guerrero came from WCW, from ECW, all those guys.
All those things, yeah.
But a WWE fan, which we have been only presented for so long, you didn't know of Eddie until he went there.
Yes.
You didn't know of Chris Benoit until he went there. You didn't know Dean Malenko, as great of a wrestler as Dean Malenko is. You didn't know anything about him until he went there. And you didn't know anything about Perry Saturn. Perry Saturn was a damn good worker. And you could only know about him basically being dated with a mop.
Yeah.
And
it's sad.
Like, those are the little things that.
But at the same time, WCW wasn't that great. They didn't book the flock with Raven and Kidman and Perry Saturn like that. Right. Yeah, that was true. And for everyone who's watching, I remember Eddie Guerrero because I watched the first match I ever saw in my life was Eddie Guerrero versus DDP 1996. Last 5 minutes of the match. DDP, Eddie Guerrero was going to do a power bomb to DDP. Eddie Guerrero sets him up for the power bomb position. And for the first time ever, I think DDP was like 32 because he started late in his wrestling career. So it was like 32, 33. Reversed it into a diamond cutter. Never seen a diamond cutter before. Never seen a reverse powerbomb before. I was hooked on wrestling. And he's right. My Mount Rushmore of wrestling is not based on popularity and showman. It's based on work and legends. Because for me, and I said this in the commission podcast and the commission episode that he was in, like mine is Eddie, Vader, Arn Anderson, and Chris Benoit. And I know people don't like to say the name of his name, but the motherfucker did the work. He did the work before Mid-South. He did the work in WCW. He was in the Four Horsemen. You can't deny the fact that he was in the fucking Four Horsemen. They don't pick random people. For a while. They don't pick random people in the Four Horsemen. They pick workers. So those four for me are legends. And Eddie Guerrero is let's be fair, he's not the greatest Mexican wrestler there ever was. There's been plenty. Bandito right now is 10 times better than Eddie Guerrero, and he's wearing a mask, ladies and gentlemen. Microman. Either way. Now, what I want to say is that thank you, Mr. Warren Marlowe, for having me on this podcast, because I would love to talk to you an hour more, but I have a kid, so I got to pick him up from school. And I want to thank everyone in the Commission Podcast, 1130, OTTTR. I mean, I rock with both you guys. And thank you for giving me the shot to sit down with you and be uncensored, finally, about wrestling.
We definitely got to get you on commission one day.
Of course. Pick the day and I'm up. Oh, so before I go, tonight, on Thursday, on my Facebook, coquito.alex787, MLW Fusion live watch along. I can't watch it on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like that crap. Right. And after that, on 9/15, episode 3 of my season 1 shows, APB. What happens when Tony Stark buys the south side of Chicago's police department? Come find out.
I love it. I love it. Alex, I appreciate doing this, man. You got any last plugins? You got any shout outs?
Shout outs to Courtney. Shout out to KB Brown. Shout out to all my fans of the Midwest Marks podcast. Shout out to Mary. You blocked me, but I still love you. Shout out to my son. Shout out to my mom. I love you more than anything else in the world. You are a badass bitch, but a saint. I love you, Mom. And I want to tell everyone out there that I'm just a normal guy, a normal dad. I do this as a hobby because I love doing these things. I'm not getting paid in the Midwest March podcast. I'm not getting paid doing this. I'm not getting paid doing Alex Coquito. I'm not getting paid doing my Twitch channel. But what I love doing and getting paid for is honor, friendship, and love. And that might sound like a hippie, and I might be a hippie. Don't at me, at somebody else. Twitch.tv/AlexCoquito787. What up? Done.
All right, Alex, I appreciate you doing this, bro. Be safe, and we'll definitely do this again. All right, guys, time to get to go home queue. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the one and only Alex Coquito for coming on here and giving us a great, great chat. Like he said, the handcuffs came off, and he had a lot of fun, guys. This has been an awesome episode. And if you don't like it or you agree, whatever, man, leave some comments below. Let us know what you feel. Also, guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you, more importantly, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to all our platforms and our channels: YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook Live, Instagram, and Snapchat. Guys, this has been another great episode. This is episode 98. We're 2 away from the 100, and I promise you now, you better stay tuned because it's going to be one crazy comeback. I love y'all. See y'all later. Also, guys, make sure you tune in to Commission Talks every Wednesday for the podcast of three controversial guys himself, Mr. Shizlinsky from Off the Top Ropes podcast, and Mr. Dre on Wheels from the 1130 podcast, and Wah from the Buzzing with Marlowe podcast. We become Commission, and we have Commission Talks every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we're on the TTR podcast. And if you are on, of course, the Buzzin' with Marlowe podcast, it is on Wednesdays, guys. And of course, when we go on Talk Pro What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me with Buzzing with Marlowe live. I'll say it again, live. I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, you have made it. You have accomplished. That crazy week is upon you. It's done. Done. Delete it. It's gone. It is the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. You have earned it. You have made it. Man, what a week. What a week. Just in general for me. Guys, big shout out to all of y'all that have been making this podcast grow every single week. Um, it's just mind blowing when I look at my pages and we look at the statistics, and we're over 1.2K on visuals from Facebook, Twitter, um, Instagram. Instagram is definitely growing up so freaking crazy. We are over almost 1.1 on following right now. So big round of applause to y'all. Thank y'all. This has definitely been something that is definitely like, you know how like when we sit here and say, man, this was definitely not planned. This was not planned. This was only supposed to be an experiment. This is kind of like how I say with pro wrestling. It was only just something to try out, and I got so attached to it and I got more into it, just kept going and going. And man, we're almost on the verge. We are freaking 4 episodes away. 4 episodes away till the big 100, guys. So thank y'all. This is really crazy. I've got a big thing planned for that episode. But guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you like, share, and most importantly, subscribe to stay on content with all our content, episodes, and even little snippets, and even the audio list, guys. It has been crazy how much we've been growing. Like I said, the stuff down there below, guys. Also, you see this red tank top? It's got the awesome logo. You can get that at our bonfire shop and type in the promo code BUZZ20. Get 10% off. And here's some options that you can get. These are some awesome clothing. I will definitely say, ladies, it is summertime. So get your backs. I know people like to rock tank tops day in and day out just to walk around the house, go to the gym, or go to the grocery store. It doesn't matter. Guess what? We got the Razorbacks. You got the red, pink, white, and black. Very popular one, obviously, is going to be pink. Those have been selling out very well. Obviously, our regular t-shirts. You see the option colors. We got gray, white, blue, black, and red. The most popular one, guys, shockingly, is the gray. Red, I just got to figure out a different look, how the logo looks, but people have been asking for red, so I got it out there. Also, guys, one of my personal favorites, the V-necks, just the simple black one. I wear it to the gym. You can wear it on. You can wear it on date nights. You can wear it to go out and take the kids out to the mall, or the shop, or whatever. Very good. And also, guys, if you're still up north in the cold area, we got the long sleeves. We have blue, gray, black, white, and red. Red. And obviously, we got the most personal favorite. Not gonna lie, these still shock me that they sell these out more than anything on our store. And these are the 3/4 sleeve baseball tees. And the personal favorite, guys, is that baby blue. That baby blue. We have the black, baby blue, gray, and red. And like I said, the number one selling one is the baby blue one. And obviously, like I said, guys, we got the V-necks. You have the navy blue, the black, the white, and the red. And of course, guys, we got our hoodies. We got the hoodies. We got the red, pink, white, black, and gray. So get your merch. Type in promo code BUZZ20 and get 10% off. All right, guys. Yeah, it's been crazy. Buzz Marlowe has been growing nonstop. We are definitely it's crazy, man. It's still hard to believe. Like I went from thinking about trying this out to being a guy that's literally 4 episodes away from a 100th episode. And guys, like I said, our 100th episode will be the end of season 3. That's right, guys. I will be taking a break after our 100th episode. Season 4 will open right back up at the end of the summer in July. But also, y'all stay tuned with all of it. Like I said, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to all our platforms. Follow me, chat with me, talk about some episodes, talk about some ideas that y'all want. I'm open I have an open ear for all of that, man. I'm definitely looking forward to it, guys. And I even got a couple of secrets up my sleeve. So just stay tuned for that. Basically, the break is going to be just to spend time with my family. As everybody knows, I get my son for the summer, and I give my full undivided attention to him, my daughter, and my wife. So literally, that's what I'll be doing this summer, spending it with my family. Um, and I've got a lot of new upgrades for the new season 4 of Buzz One Marlowe. But guys, that's later. This is now. This is episode 96. We are not at 100 yet, so we don't need to be talking about it. We need to talk about what's going on right now. All right, guys. I'm very excited about this episode today, guys, because I've been joined with actresses, directors, authors, motivational speakers, life coaches, sales warriors. Oh my goodness, the list goes on, and even nurses, doctors, you name it. It's been crazy. So today, guys, I have another singer on this episode today. If you haven't heard the little trial video of the audio sound of the new promo for Buzzing with Marlowe, I have a nice song going in with my words into a trailer. And guys, I have that person that was singing those lyrics in that little promo. Her name is Youngie. She has been performing for a while, a while. This is a girl that literally has overcome so many odds to succeed, and she's only growing, man. She is only growing, and she's gonna come on here and talk about just some of those things, talk about what's gotten her into this music stuff, how she is growing, how she's adapting, and more importantly, what the future holds. So, guys, when the countdown goes to 30 to 1, I will be joined with Youngie. And guess what, guys? Question is, are y'all ready? Are y'all? I need to know, man. I don't hear it. I don't know. Yeah.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, guys, I'm joined with the one and only Youngie. How are you doing?
What's up, Marlowe? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm all right. You know, funny thing, I'm at work right now, but
Okay.
yeah. I have to juggle both. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest part of my life is juggling my 9 to 5 and still trying to make, my music work for me. And I mean,
Hey,
I'm doing what
I love it.
Sure.
Absolutely, I love it. That's what we call the word of hustling.
Yes.
And a lot of people need it if they're going to succeed in anything. Honestly, it's not even music careers, podcasts, or anything. Like you just need to have that mentality. I love just how you open that up just like that. But Youngie, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Well, I just moved down to Florida a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Minnesota. That's where I was born. I moved down here to get sober. I was addicted to meth for like 10 years. I started when I was like 14. So I've been sober for a little over a year now, and I started really taking my music seriously when I moved down here. And ever since then, like I started recording myself. I taught myself how to engineer. I taught myself how to mix and, all those little things. And I've just been getting pretty good feedback, and I'm confident in it, and other people seem to like it, so I really have a lot of faith in my future, but
okay.
Other than that, I'm just like a regular person. Like I just like really love music, but like I still like hanging out with my best friend and just chilling. I like to skateboard. I like to go ride my motorcycle, like I'm just a regular ass person.
Just living life on the edge. I love it. Hey, I love it. So how long have you, like how you said you had to teach yourself how to do all that? So
yeah.
What all research did you do before you actually started pursuing it?
So it's really funny because I have this video still on my phone in the end of 2020. And I went online and I was looking up, like literally 2 years ago, I kid you not, I didn't even know what DAW meant. Like I didn't know what a digital audio workstation, didn't even know what that entailed or anything.
Uh-huh.
And so I went online and I'm looking up all these, what reverb means and what, saturation and tremboli and all these different things and what plugins mean and what this filter does and what that filter does and layering does. And I just would write it down on sheets and just kind of like I was studying for tests. And that was when I first got sober. So like when I first got sober, I literally was in my room. I didn't come out of my room for probably 6 months. And that's when I learned a lot of what I know now. I know now that I need balance from that. I can't just literally be, in the studio all the time. But yeah, so it took probably 6 months for me to really pick it up and have it sounding good. Because you've heard all my music that's released, everything that's on Spotify, I recorded it, I mixed it, I mastered it, all that stuff. So if you
I appreciate that song as well, man. I got a lot of good feedback on that song when we did the little audio thing. So
which
appreciate that.
Song was that, by the way?
I can't remember exactly what the song name was, but I do know he sent that out straight to me, and he said literally it was you. And that's how we actually got straight into contact, was literally right after that little snippet. And I actually got a lot of compliments about it.
Damn.
A lot of it. Because when they said the rhythm at first, it was like, man, it kind of reminded you like an elevator music. But then when your words started coming into it, and they were like, okay, this is really good. So I like that.
Yeah, no, like that was the only thing keeping me sober for probably 6 months was music. I would stay up sober for 2 days. Like this song playing right now is off of my first album. I actually released it a year ago. In 2 weeks, it'll be a year, exactly a year. I stayed up
Congratulations.
Thank you. I stayed up for 3 days straight, sober as a gopher, recording, mixing, everything. Like, it was such a high, and it still is for me. But I learned that you need your balance. You'll wear yourself out.
You do. I don't know if you heard. I've mentioned it numerous times. Was about my life with being a pro wrestler for 6 years. I literally eat, sleep, and live that sport.
Okay.
The way it started was just me wanting to try out because I had a lot of anger I needed to get out, and it was either to go do something stupid or go and sign into something and get paid for it. So didn't get all that way at first because you're having to learn, going to school, getting a wrestling school, getting that certification, make sure you get to authorization to call yourself a pro wrestler. And then you started making nice money. But the way you were making money was selling merch, selling out buildings, stuff like that, et cetera, and et cetera. And I lived for it. And I tell people the best high you could probably get is coming through that curtain. And in regards to the 6 people or 1,000 people or whatever number it is, it's just an adrenaline rush that you cannot duplicate or anything like that. So like how you said when you were locked in your room and for 6 months and constantly just writing lyrics and stuff like that. When I first started podcasting, I literally didn't understand the reason of it. Like when I first started podcasting was basically because I had nothing else going on. COVID hit. So it's like literally it's like I'm tired of this rerun BS stuff that's on TV nonstop. So I was like, you know what? I'll hit record. My first episode was I woke up one morning and said, hey, I feel like I'm going to record. And I recorded, didn't edit, nothing. You could clearly tell it was like echoes from my bedroom. I didn't know anything about podcasting where, you need to be in a certain room, be secluded, be quiet, different mics, all that stuff. No, I grabbed like one of these little knockoff cheap the Bluetooth headphones, locked my room, and just literally just went at it, hit record. And I didn't think I would go 10 minutes, and I went an hour talking about myself, and it went over 100 plays in 2 days.
Wow,
and
awesome.
I realized I was like, all right, now I got to do more. Like at first, it was just like when I hit that over 100 plays, I was like, obviously, I have to be obligated to do more. But then I started seeing more differential things on it. I started realizing, yeah, different type of rooms matter of air fluency for like voice waves or whatever. And funny thing is, I just for season 3 this was the first time I actually did any video uh recordings, because literally I used to record in my garage audio wise,
That's funny.
and there was no AC, nothing, so I'm sweating profusely in this garage doing interviews with people, and I'm loving it. That's the sad part. I'm loving this, that I'm sweating my behind off recording 3 or 4 episodes a day, literally. And it's just like, okay. And then when I saw my friends and I saw that people was like, hey, you need to upgrade. You're doing great. This is great podcast, whatever.
Yeah.
But we want to see video footage. We want to see this on YouTube and stuff. So I
Right.
was like, you know what? Gotta upgrade. Let's do this. And this has definitely been a different game in ways, and I feel like I've gotten it kind of figured out now, but you never know everything. That's the sad part. As long as you know you do this, there's just ways that's like, you thought you know, but guess what? This is what something else happened. And
Yeah.
it's just like, I feel like that's the new high in a way, because it's like that's something to push you to keep going. You mentioned you just moved to Florida and stuff like that, and you've
Yeah.
been basically born and raised in Minnesota.
Yes.
You said you moved down here to be sober, correct?
Yeah. Wait, you live in Florida too?
Yeah, I live in Jacksonville.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I live.
Because I remember last time we talked, you were in Minnesota.
I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I don't. I can rap my ass off, sing my ass off, but my memory not so much there. Working
Oh,
out.
trust me.
Doing
Trust me. I've been banging boards for 6 years. Trust me. I know that scenario big time. My brain has gotten a lot better, but obviously it's not always going to be the 100% just because of what we've done. But it is what it is. I loved it. I enjoyed it. Could I come back? Never say never. But hey, we're on the podcast standpoint. But Youngie, you did mention something about with meth and stuff like that. So what stuff did you go through? And I remember when I listened to a couple of your songs, I could just definitely feel some of those songs were very personal to you.
Mainly all of my songs, especially in the beginning, were all about, because like I said, it was the only thing keeping me sober, so I had to just say what was coming from, like, literally just coming out of me. Like, it was just coming, because I have been doing music for like 8 years, but I wasn't taking it as seriously because